Following the death of the Prophet Muhammad, the Rashidun caliphs sought to extend their control, targeting the Sasanian Empire. Initially led by Caliph Umar and later by his successors, Muslim forces successfully challenged the existing power of the Sassanids, whose empire had been weakened already by years of war with the Byzantines to the north. As a result, Islam spread throughout the Persian territories, leading to the eventual conversion of the populace and the integration of Persian cultural and administrative practices into the new Islamic government. This conquest not only marked the end of the Sasanian Empire, but it also set the stage for the cultural synthesis that would characterize the subsequent Islamic Golden Age. Hello and welcome to the channel. If you're new here, good to meet you. If you're coming back, great to have you back here with me again. As always, if you like what I do, the best way to support the channel is to like and subscribe. Otherwise, if you want to go above and beyond, you will find the appropriate links in the description. Now, without further ado, let's get relaxed. Take it nice and slow. Today's video is all about the Muslim conquest of Persia. The Euphrates River has historically been a significant demarcation line since the 1st century BC, separating the Roman, later Byzantine, and Parthian, later Sasanian empires. This border was a constant battleground, primarily in the northern hilly regions due to the challenging desert landscape of the south, which served as another natural barrier. Consequently, much of the southern border relied on a network of semi-independent Arab principalities that functioned as buffer states. These principalities allied themselves with the larger empires, Byzantine allied with the Ghassanids, and Persia with the Lakhmids, to fend off attacks from the many nomadic Arab tribes. The Ghassanids and Lakhmids engaged in regular skirmishes that, while largely inconsequential to the Byzantine and Persian empires directly, played a crucial role in maintaining the status quo, if not just by keeping these tribes occupied with fighting each other. They wouldn't unite, surely, and take on the bigger powers if they were that busy. However, during the 6th and 7th centuries, this balance of power started to unravel, and it was due to several factors, weakening both empires and leaving them vulnerable. For the Sassanids, extensive wars with the Byzantines drained resources significantly, leading to increased taxes and widespread economic hardship among the common people, who of course bore the tax burden, yet remained the poorest class. The incessant warfare damaged critical trade routes and industries, further crippling the empire's economy. Additionally, the Sasanian society strictly divided into classes of priests, warriors, secretaries, and commoners, found itself under quite a strain. Administrative systems failed to adapt to the demands of an expanded empire and an increased population, leading to rapid changes in leadership and diminishing central power. This was exacerbated by rising power among local landholders, further destabilizing the empire. Over 14 years, the Sassanid Empire saw 12 successive kings, each equally unable to restore stability or effectively manage the sprawling empire, leading to its gradual decline and of course leaving it open to new forces, such as the emerging Muslim caliphates, which capitalized on these many internal weaknesses. The frontier between the Byzantine Empire and the Sasanian Empire, traditionally the Euphrates River, was a hotbed of military activity due to its strategic importance. The arid conditions of the Arabian or Syrian desert created the natural buffer in the south, leading both empires to establish alliances with Arab principalities that acted as buffer states. The Byzantines, of course, had the Ghassanids on their sides, and the Sasanians the Lakhmids, both very important. Although these client states often engaged in more fighting each other, and this caused many internal rifts. In the 6th and 7th centuries, however, a series of events began to undermine this long-standing balance. The Byzantine efforts to suppress monophysite Christianity among their Arab allies, the Ghassanids, led to tensions and revolts. Yes, the Ghassanids were Christians, but in the eyes of the Byzantines they were the wrong kind of Christians. Similarly, the Lakhmids rebelled against their Persian control, which culminated in the execution of their king Numan III by the Persian Emperor Khusrau II in the year 602. This political fragmentation weakened the Sasanian Empire's southern defenses, of course making it more vulnerable to external attacks, including the rising threat of Islamic expansion. During the Byzantine-Sasanian War of 602 to 628, Emperor Khusrau II seized the opportunity to expand Persian territories significantly, capturing regions as far west as Egypt and Palestine. This expansion, however, overstretched the empire's resources and administrative capacity. Despite early successes, Byzantine counterattacks led by Emperor Heraclius eventually pushed back the Persians, and by 629, a peace treaty restored the pre-war boundaries. Back to business as usual. Well, it wasn't business as usual for the Sasanians. They faced further destabilization from the plague of Shiro, which struck the region around 627 to 28, contributing significantly to the empire's decline. Following Khusrau II's assassination in 628, the empire experienced rapid changes in leadership, with 10 different rulers ascending the throne in just 4 years, weakening the state's structure and leaving it ripe for the Islamic conquest. The period also saw attempts by Muhammad, the prophet of Islam, to extend his influence through diplomacy. According to Islamic tradition, after the Treaty of Hudaybiyah, Muhammad sent letters to the rulers of several regions, including Persia, inviting them to convert to Islam. And I will read one of these letters now. It's one of the ones we have that went out to the Persians. In the name of God, the Beneficent, the Merciful, from Muhammad, the Messenger of God, to the great Kisra of Persia, peace be upon him, who seeks truth and expresses belief in God and his prophet, and testifies that there are no gods but one God whom has no partners, and whom believes that Muhammad is his servant and prophet. Under the command of God, I invite you to him. He has sent me for the guidance of all people, so that I may warn them all of his wrath, and may present the unbelievers with an ultimatum. Embrace Islam so that you may remain safe. And if you refuse to accept Islam, you will be responsible for the sins of the Magi. Pretty scary, huh? Don't want to get that one in the letterbox. Well, the historicity of these letters, especially the one allegedly sent to Khosrau that I just read, has been debated by scholars, given the complexities of the Persian court protocol and the improbability of such a message being personally received by the emperor. Nevertheless, these narratives indicate the proactive measures that Muhammad took to spread Islamic influence during his lifetime, albeit by any means necessary. Well, after the reign of Khosrau II, the empire experienced frequent changes in leadership, contributing to a weakening of the central authority and military. The Persian army, exhausted from continuous warfare with the Byzantines and the Khazar invasion, was further strained by the internal conflicts among the Parthians, who desired greater autonomy. According to the Porshariati, the critical years for the Sasanian decline were not the traditionally cited 632 to 634, but rather 628 to 632, coinciding with the intense internal disputes over succession following Khosrau's death. During this time, the Arab forces began their incursions into Persian territories, initially unopposed significantly by the disorganized Sasanian forces. Yazdegerd III, who ascended to the throne as a child, was unable to reconsolidate the military or governmental structures. When the Arab armies invaded, the Sasanian military, despite its previous might against the Byzantine forces, was completely unprepared for the mobile and versatile Arab tactics. The Persian reliance on heavy cavalry became a disadvantage against the agile Arab forces, equipped for rapid and adaptive warfare. The lack of a strong response to the Arab advances allowed the invaders to fortify their positions within the empire. By the time the Sasanians mounted a significant resistance, it was all too late. The decisive battle at Al-Qadisiyah led to further losses, and subsequent defeats, such as the Battle of Nahavand, sealed the fate of the Sasanian Empire, leading to its traditional dissolution date of 651, with the death of Yazdegerd III. Now, in the broader context, the emergence of the Caliphate under Abu Bakr, post-Muhammad's death in 632, saw the rapid expansion of Arab control. The Rida Wars consolidated Arab rule in the Arabian Peninsula, setting the stage for further conquests into former Byzantine and Sasanian territories. Following the Rida Wars, Al-Muthanna ibn Haritha, a tribal leader from northeastern Arabia, conducted successful raids into Sasanian territory in Mesopotamia, capturing considerable spoils. His successes prompted him to report back to Caliph Abu Bakr in Medina, leading to his appointment as a commander. Encouraged by Al-Muthanna's raids, Abu Bakr considered a larger campaign to expand the Rashidun Caliphate. Abu Bakr assembled a volunteer force, placing his most capable general, Khalid ibn al-Walid, at its head. Khalid, fresh from his victory against the false prophet Musalima at the Battle of Yamama, I know, funny name, right, was tasked with invading the Sasanian Empire, targeting the city of Al-Hira first. In early 633, Khalid departed with 10,000 men, later joined by tribal chiefs and their forces, bringing his total strength to 18,000. Quite a formidable force. Well, upon entering Mesopotamia, Khalid sent ultimatums to the local governors, demanding their conversion to Islam or the payment of tribute. These letters were returned to sender. No response. Well, he then achieved rapid victories in several key battles: the Battle of Chains, the Battle of River, and the Battle of Walaya, where he successfully executed a double envelopment, and the Battle of Umayyad. These victories destabilized the already chaotic Persian court, and it led to the capture of Al-Hira. Khalid's campaigns continued with the conquest of cities of Al-Anbar and Ain al-Tamir. However, his plans were temporarily interrupted by a call for help from Iyad ibn Ghanem in northern Arabia, who was besieged by the rebel tribes. Khalid swiftly dealt with the rebellion at the Battle of Daumat al-Jandal, and then returned to face a large assembling Persian army. Opting to engage them in smaller groups to avoid unified confrontation, Khalid strategically defeated Persian forces at the battles of Muzaya, Sani, and Zumail. It was these battles that effectively ended Persian dominance in Mesopotamia and left the capital, Ctesiphon, vulnerable. However, before Khalid could launch an assault on Ctesiphon, he was redirected by Abu Bakr to lead the Muslim forces on the Roman front in Syria, marking the end of his successful campaign in Mesopotamia. This shift of focus was pretty important, as it not only secured Islamic control over Mesopotamia, but also positioned the Rashidun Caliphate to expand further into Byzantine territories. Following Abu Bakr's directive, Umar was tasked with continuing the conquest in Syria and Mesopotamia. However, during Abu Bakr's tenure, Khalid ibn al-Walid had been redirected to Syria, and this left Mesopotamia vulnerable. While this allowed the Persians to at least attempt to reclaim their territory, forcing Muslim forces to concentrate defensively along the border. Umar responded by dispatching reinforcements to Mesopotamia under Abu Ubayd al-Thaqafi to support Muthana ibn Haritha. During this period, several key battles took place in the region of Sawad, such as Namarak, Kaskar, and Bakusiatha, where the Arabs managed to maintain their foothold despite pressure from the Persians. However, the Persians did score a significant victory at the Battle of the Bridge, defeating Abu Ubayd. Nevertheless, the Arabs managed a victory at the Battle of Buyab under Muthana's leadership. Amidst these conflicts, Yazdegerd III, the last Sasanian emperor, formed an alliance with the Byzantine Emperor Heraclius by marrying his daughter, or perhaps granddaughter. This alliance aimed at launching a coordinated offensive against the Muslims on two fronts. While Heraclius prepared his forces for a major campaign in the Levant, Yazdgerd mobilized large Persian armies to reclaim Mesopotamia. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Umar planned a fresh campaign back into Mesopotamia and contemplated leading it himself. However, the advisory council in Medina advised against his personal involvement, given the nature of the dual threats. Little too risky. Consequently, Umar appointed Sa'id ibn Abi Waqqas to lead the campaign, despite him suffering from rather severe sciatica. Thus, Sa'id's forces set out from Medina in the May of 636, reaching Qadisiyah in June. As Heraclius launched his offensive in the May of 636, Yazdgerd failed to coordinate effectively, leaving his Byzantine allies unsupported. Meanwhile, Umar reinforced the Muslim army at Yarmouk and ordered Sa'id to initiate peace talks with Yazdgerd to prevent Persian forces from advancing. Despite these efforts, the Byzantine general, Van, under pressure and without awaiting further instructions, prematurely engaged the Muslim forces at the Battle of Yarmouk in the August of 636, and thusly suffered a decisive defeat. Well, with the Byzantine threat effectively neutralized, at least for the moment, the focus shifted back to the Sasanian front, where the Arabs faced a formidable Persian army, complete with war elephants, at the Battle of Al-Qadisiyah. Within 3 months, however, Sa'id's forces achieved a historic victory, decisively crushing the Persian military might and effectively ending Sasanian rule west of Persia proper. This victory at Al-Qadisiyah marked a pivotal moment in Islamic history, paving the way for further conquests. If they had have lost this battle, well, perhaps there wouldn't be any Islam. Following this, Sa'id and his forces captured major cities such as Babylon, Kutha, Sabat, and Bahurasir. The fall of Ctesiphon in the March of 637 after a 3-month siege marked the demise of the Sassanid capital and a significant milestone in the rapid expansion of the new caliphate. In December of 636, recognizing the strategic importance of controlling the southern route to Ctesiphon, Umar commanded Ghazwan to seize al-Ubula, also known as the port of Apologos, from Periplus of the Erythraean Sea, and also Basra. By April of 637, Utbah successfully captured these regions, effectively isolating the Persian garrison from Ctesiphon. The Persian forces retreated to the Maysan area, which was subsequently captured by the Muslims. Following the fall of Ctesiphon, Umar swiftly dispatched military units westward to secure the Byzantine frontier by capturing the forts at Circesium and Hayat. Meanwhile, substantial Persian military forces remained active to the northeast of Ctesiphon, specifically in Jalalwa, and to the north across the Tigris, in Tikrit and Mosul. The Persian troops regrouped at Jalalwa, a strategically crucial location due to its access routes leading to Mesopotamia, Khorasan, and Azerbaijan. The Persian contingent in Jalalwa was led by Mihran, with Farrukhzad, a brother of Rustam who led at Al-Qadisiyah as his deputy. Prioritizing the northern threat, Umar tasked Hashim ibn Utbah with the mission to capture Jalalwa and Abdullah ibn Mut'am with the conquest of Tikrit and Mosul. By the April of 637, Hashim advanced from Ctesiphon with 12,000 troops, securing a decisive victory at Jalalwa. He proceeded to besiege the city for 7 months, culminating in its eventual capture. Concurrently, Abdullah ibn Mut'am took Tikrit with assistance from the local Christians, following a tough battle, and then moved to Mosul, which capitulated under the condition of paying jizya. That is the tax imposed on non-Muslims, by the way. With these victories, the Muslims had effectively gained complete control over Mesopotamia, not to mention the smaller pockets of resistance, but really there was no structure left to put up a fight. Following up on these successes, a Muslim force led by Karkar pursued the retreating Persian forces to Kanikin, located around 25 kilometers from Jalalwa on the route to Iran, where Mihran was still in command. Karkar defeated the Persian forces in the Battle of Kanikin and subsequently took control of the city. The remnants of the Persian forces withdrew further to Hulwan. Undeterred, Karkar continued the offensive, laying siege to Hulwan, which fell to the Muslims in January of 638, marking yet another strategic gain in the region. Now, Karkar had asked permission to operate deeper into Persia, continue the campaign, but Umar actually rejected him, did not give him permission. Writing thusly, and we have the primary source: I wish that between the Suad and the Persian hills there were walls which would prevent them from getting to us, and prevent us from getting to them. The fertile Suad is sufficient for us, and I prefer the safety of the Muslims to the spoils of war. In February of 638, a temporary calm had settled on the Persian front. The Suad, Tigris, and Euphrates valleys were securely under Muslim control. The Persian forces had retreated eastward beyond the Zagros Mountains into what is considered Persia proper. They continued to raid Mesopotamia, which remained politically unstable, signaling that the Zagros Mountains had become the de facto boundary between the Rashidun Caliphate and the Sassanids. In the latter half of 638, Hormuzan, one of Persia's 7 great chiefs and a veteran of the Battle of Qadisiyah, escalated his raids into Mesopotamia. Said, yes, the same one, under Umar's direction, moved against him in Hormuzan, while Utbah ibn Ghazwan, supported by Nu'man ibn Mukarin, advanced on Ahvaz. They forced Hormuzan into a peace treaty, allowing him to retain Ahvaz as a vassal state to the Muslims while paying tribute. However, Hormuzan violated the treaty, prompting Umar to send Abu Musa Ash'ari, the governor of Busra, to address the breach. After another defeat, Hormuzan agreed to a similar treaty. Yet the peace was short-lived, as Hormuzan received reinforcements commanded by Emperor Yazdegerd III in late 640, the Persian troops regrouped at Tustar, north of Ahvaz. In response, Umar dispatched the governor of Kufa, Ammar ibn Yasir, Abu Musa, and Numan ibn Mukarin to confront the threat, leading to Hormuzan's defeat and subsequent capture. He was sent to Umar in Medina, converted to Islam, and later became an advisor to Umar, although he is suspected of orchestrating Umar's assassination in 644. I mean, he does have a motive. Following the triumph at Tustar, Abu Musa proceeded to seize Susa in January of 641, after a good few months of siege, then moved on to capture Junde Sabur, the last significant military stronghold in the Persian province of Khuzestan, which surrendered after several weeks. After the Khuzestan campaign, Umar preferred a peaceful approach, wary of further entanglement with the still formidable, though weakened, Persian Empire. He famously remarked about desiring a barrier of fire between the Muslims and the Persians, underscoring his reluctance to provoke further Persian hostility. However, the relative peace was short-lived. Yazdegerd, revitalized and based in Merv, directed his commanders to conduct ongoing raids into Mesopotamia. By 642, confident from assembling a large army, Yazdegerd planned on another major offensive to reclaim Mesopotamia. This forced Umar to reassess his frontier policy. Despite his previous reluctance, the mobilization of Nahawand compelled him to engage. He appointed Hudhaifa ibn al-Yaman to lead the Kufa troops, and Abu Musa and Numan ibn Mukarin to join from their respective fronts. Though initially planning to lead the forces from Medina, Umar appointed Mughira ibn Shuwa in his stead, after counsel from his advisors. The consolidated Muslim forces met the Persian army at the Battle of Nahawand in December 642, a decisive engagement that effectively ended the Sasanian resistance. Numan ibn Mukarin actually died at the battle, and Hudhaifa ibn al-Yaman took over as the commander. The victory at Nahawand was followed by the rapid conquest of the Hamadan district, marking a significant expansion of Muslim control over former Persian territories. After this decisive battle of Nahawand, Caliph Umar adopted an aggressive policy aimed at full-scale invasion of the remaining Sasanian Empire, recognizing the battle as one of the most decisive in Islamic history. Following this devastating defeat at Nahawand, the last Sassanid emperor, Yazdegerd III, attempted to raise a new army in various parts of Persia, but he had limited success. All the time, Umar was hot on his tail, getting ready to finally capture him. Umar chose to strike immediately after Nahawand to capitalize on the psychological advantage, the demoralization of the Persians. He had to decide whether to attack Fars, Azerbaijan, or Isfahan first. He chose Isfahan, the heart of the Persian Empire, and this would disrupt the coordination among Persian garrisons and isolate Fars and Azerbaijan from Khorasan, the stronghold of Yazdegerd After capturing both Fars and Isfahan, simultaneous attacks would be launched against Azerbaijan and Sistan, the northeastern province, effectively isolating Khorasan. By January 642, preparations were complete. Umar's success depended on how effectively he could coordinate the attacks from Medina, 1,500 kilometers away. Thus he adopted a rather unique command structure, appointing several commanders, each for different missions. Commanders would revert to ordinary soldiers after completing their missions, reinforcing the message that command was based on competence. No jobs for friends, I see. On the eve of the campaign, Umar decided to boost morale by reinstalling the great Khalid ibn al-Walid as field commander. However, he didn't get far. Khalid's death in Emesa changed these plans somewhat. Umar then meticulously planned the campaign, appointing the best commanders and insisting on centralized control. He required commanders to consult with him before making any decisive moves, and detailed reports on their areas to formulate comprehensive battle plans, although they could make tactical decisions based on the battlefield conditions. This approach aimed to maintain tight control over the campaign, while allowing a good bit of flexibility on the ground. Following the death of Khalid, the Caliph appointed Abdullah ibn Uthman as commander for the invasion of Isfahan. Numan ibn Muqarrin led his troops from Nahawand to Hamadan, then 370 kilometers southeast to Isfahan, overcoming a Sasanian army and killing its commander. Reinforced by troops from Busra and Kufa under Abu Musa Ash'ari and Akhnaf ibn Qais, Numan besieged Isfahan, which eventually surrendered. They were just a little bit too hungry. In 651, Muqarrin, Numan's brother, advanced northeast to Ray, Iran. Now that's Nu'aym ibn Muqarrin, by the way, a different Muqarrin. About 320 kilometers from Hamadan lay the town of Ray, Iran, where they eventually laid a siege. There was fierce resistance raining down from the walls. They held out as long as they could, but eventually Ray also surrendered. Well, Nu'aym ibn Muqarrin then captured Qom with minimal resistance, securing the Isfahan region's boundaries. Meanwhile, Hamadan and Ray had rebelled, prompting Umar to send Nu'aym to quell these uprisings. After recapturing Hamadan through a bloody battle and defeating Persian forces outside of Ray, the Persians had no choice but to sue for peace. Nu'aym ibn Muqarrin then moved north to Tabaristan, south of the Caspian Sea, where the local ruler agreed to a peace treaty. The initial Muslim invasion of Fars began in 638, when Al-Ala ibn al-Hadrami, Rashidun, governor of Bahrain, after subduing some rebellious Arab tribes, seized an island in the Persian Gulf. Despite orders not to invade Fars, Al-Ala and his forces raided the province anyway. Well, his forces were initially repelled, and Umar replaced him with Sa'id ibn Abi Waqqas. Umar then instructed Utbah ibn Ghazwan to reinforce Kulaid, allowing him to retreat to Bahrain while other troops withdrew to Basra. Around 643, Uthman ibn Abi al-As captured Bishapur and secured a peace treaty. In 644, Al-Alar resumed attacks on Fars from Bahrain, but was repelled by Sharag, the Persian governor of Fars. Later, Uthman ibn Abi al-As established a base at Tawaj, overcame Shahrag near Ru-Shahir, and Hormuz ibn Hayal al-Abdi captured a key fortress. Excuse me, but the names are a little difficult sometimes. Following the ascension of Uthman ibn Affan as caliph, Bishapur declared independence under Sharag's brother, but they were quickly subdued. By 648, Abd Allah ibn al-Ashari had coerced Mahak, the governor of Estakar, into surrendering the city. However, a rebellion broke out in 649, which was quelled by Abd Allah ibn Amir. Estakar offered little resistance in the following year of 650, resulting in its sacking by the Arabs, who then went on to capture Ghor, Khazarun, and Siraf, while Yazdegerd fled to Kerman. Despite these victories, control over Fars remained tenuous, with ongoing local rebellions. In 643, the expedition to Kerman, led by Suhail ibn Adi, marched from Busra. This campaign coincided with those aimed at Sistan and Azerbaijan. Suhail passed through the Shiraz and Persepolis, joining forces with the other armies before engaging the local garrisons of Kerman, eventually subduing them after intense battle. The Arabs had already been raiding Sakistan during Umar's reign, but the first significant invasion occurred around 650. This was led by Abd Allah ibn Amir from Kerman. Under the command of Mujashi ibn Masud, the forces crossed the Dasht-e-Lut desert towards Sakistan, but were repelled with heavy losses, and they were forced to retreat. The following year, Abd Allah ibn Amir dispatched Rabi ibn Ziyad Harithi to Sakistan. Rabi first subdued the border town of Zalik, securing acknowledgement of Rashidun authority from its Deccan, that's a name for their ruler. He then proceeded to capture Karkuya and its renowned fire temple, as recorded in the Tariq-i-Sistan. A fire temple is what the Zoroastrians use to pray. It's one of their rituals. I have a rather old video on Zoroastrianism, which its visuals are a little embarrassing, but if you're interested, perhaps somebody else's video would be better. I don't like my old videos. Well, moving forward, Rabi besieged Zrang, the provincial capital. After intense combat, the governor, Aparviz, surrendered. Horrified by Rabi's gruesome use of dead soldiers' bodies to build himself a little throne to sit on. Yes, that happened. Well, to protect his people, Aparviz agreed to a peace treaty, submitting to a tribute of 1,000,000 dirhams and 1,000 slaves, each one bearing a golden vessel. 18 months later, after after Rabi was summoned to Basra and replaced by Rahman ibn Samura, Sakistan rebelled, overcoming the Muslim garrison at Zrang. Abd al-Rahman promptly crushed this revolt, also pushing into Zabulistan, where he captured Bust and other cities. Concurrently, in 651, the conquest of Iranian Azerbaijan commenced. Hudayfa ibn al-Yaman led the attack, marching from Ray to Zanjan, overcoming the Persians who bravely met him in battle. After seizing Zanjan, Hudayfa captured Ardabil and then advanced along the Caspian Sea's western coast to Bab al-Abwab, which he took by force. Upon being recalled by Uthman, Hudayfa was replaced by Bukayr ibn Abdullah and Utbah ibn Farkad, tasked with a dual assault on Azerbaijan. Bukayr, moving northward, faced a substantial Persian force led by Isfandiar, the son of Farrukhzad. After defeating Isfandiar, who then surrendered his estates and influence to encourage submission to Muslim rule, Bukayr continued his campaign. Meanwhile, Utbah ibn Farkad clashed with and defeated Bahram, Isfandiar's brother, who also sought peace. Consequently, Azerbaijan capitulated, agreeing to pay the stipulated jizya to the caliphate. Remember, jizya, the tax you had to pay for not being Muslim. Suhail ibn Adi's campaign in Kerman coincided with the efforts in Sistan and Azerbaijan. Marching through Shiraz and Persepolis, Suhail eventually subdued Kerman after a significant battle. The Arabs also began raiding Sakistan around 643, with major invasions occurring over the next several years, culminating in the submission of the region after the siege of the capital Zrang. The strategic planning by Caliph Umar involves simultaneous attacks across the northeast and west of the Persian Empire, targeting Khorasan and Armenia respectively. The conquest of Khorasan was especially pivotal, with Akhnaf ibn Qais leading the charge from Kufa through Ray and Nishapur, capturing Herat and eventually Merv without resistance. The conquest faced challenges including rebellions and the assassination of Caliph Umar by a Persian slave in 644, which of course didn't do many favors for the Arab-Persian tensions. His successor, Uthman ibn Affan, dealt with the ongoing rebellions across the former Sasanian territories, ultimately expanding Muslim rule into Transoxiana, Baluchistan, and the Caucasus, marking the fullest extent of the Muslim Eastern expansion for decades. Well, of course, we could go on and on about the Muslim expansions, and I believe I've done another video on the Muslim conquest of the Levant. Baldwin IV, the Leper King, the formidable noble that led his army into the glory of the chaotic era of the Crusades. Born in the kingdom of Jerusalem, this grand strategist was bound for the battlefield, etching his name onto the pages of history forever. Despite his crippling leprosy, his soldiers rallied around their king, in a time where the cross made its valiant stand against the crescent. Hello everyone, welcome to the channel. If you're new here, it's good to meet you. If you're coming back, it's good to see you again. And if you'd like to support the channel, hop on over to the Patreon and take a look. Otherwise, if you're inclined to do so, like, comment and subscribe, and we can get on to our topic for today, Baldwin IV. In the middle of the year 1161, a future king was born into a world of nobility and strife. His father, Amalric, held the titles of Count of Jaffa and Ascalon, and his mother was Agnes of Courtenay. This child, Baldwin, was welcomed into the fold of royalty with his uncle King Baldwin III humorously bestowing upon him the grandiose gift of the Kingdom of Jerusalem at his christening. This jest reflected the unlikely prospect of Baldwin's rise to the throne, as King Baldwin III was young and newly wed, presumably poised to have heirs of his own. However, fate had other plans, and by 1163 the king passed away without leaving behind any children, propelling Amalric closer to kingship. The path to the throne was, of course, fraught with obstacles, notably due to the kingdom's nobility's disdain for Agnes, Baldwin's mother. They viewed her potential influence with suspicion and general distaste, ultimately coercing Amalric into annulling his marriage on claims of being too closely related by blood. Despite this, Amalric managed to secure the legitimacy of his children, Sibylla and Baldwin, ensuring their place in the line of succession. Baldwin's childhood was marked by absence. His mother remarried and slowly drifted away from his life, and he rarely saw his sister Sibylla, who at this time had been taken away to be raised in a convent. When Baldwin was 6 years old, his father remarried, bringing Maria Comnene as a stepmother into his life. This new queen, ambitious and calculating, likely saw the young prince as a hurdle to her own offspring's prospects. Amidst these familial complexities, Baldwin's upbringing was distinctly noble, characterized by the martial and cultural education fitting for someone of his noble status. He was especially tutored by William of Tyre, a renowned cleric known for his wisdom and worldly knowledge. Under William's guidance, Baldwin displayed an unusual stoicism and a remarkable knack for learning, despite facing a mysterious ailment at this time that rendered his right arm insensate. Despite the looming shadow of illness, Baldwin grew into a young man of determination and optimism. He inherited his father's charismatic presence and was quick to learn, albeit with a stutter, but that never dampened his spirit. He showed a keen interest in history and tales of the old world, with an exceptional memory that held both grudges and gratitude alike. But, of course, the elephant in the room could not be ignored. The spectre of Baldwin's potential leprosy loomed large, influencing his father's decisions regarding the future of the kingdom. Amalric sought to secure the realm's future by arranging a marriage for Sibylla, Baldwin's sister, with the French Count Stephen I of Sanqueré, envisioning a regency that would safeguard the kingdom in the event of his early demise. However, this plan was disrupted by Amalric's untimely death from dysentery in the July of 1174, leaving Baldwin as the young heir to a kingdom encircled by adversaries and riddled with internal dissent. This narrative not only charts the early years of Baldwin's life, but also encapsulates the tumultuous era of the Crusader states, surrounded by a mosaic of cultures and religions, with the kingdom of Jerusalem at its beating heart. Baldwin's story is one of a young prince navigating the complexities of a royal succession, familial dynamics, and a debilitating condition, all set against the backdrop of the medieval Levant's political and military intrigues. Following the death of Amalric, the destiny of the kingdom of Jerusalem hung in a delicate balance. The High Court, the kingdom's assembly of nobles and clergy, gathered to ponder over succession to the throne. Despite no formal diagnosis at the time, whispers, concerns, and a good deal of raised eyebrows regarding young Baldwin's health began to circulate, fueled by the royal physician's suspicions that he may indeed have contracted leprosy. The kingdom faced a dire lack of male successors, and Baldwin was the only son of Amalric. Though the king had daughters from his second marriage, only Isabella had survived infancy. While the laws did not really bar women from ascending to the throne, the only other female heirs, Sibylla and the toddler Isabella, were simply considered unsuitable due to their ages and marital statuses, particularly since the latter was about 4 years old. Can't really have a 4-year-old king or queen in a tumultuous Crusader state. Now, the potential male heirs to the throne, all cousins of Amalric, were deemed politically incompatible for various regions. Prince Bohemond III of Antioch was preoccupied with his own dominion far to the north. Baldwin of Antioch served the Byzantine Emperor Manuel I Komnenos, and Raymond III of Tripoli was virtually a foreigner to the king's barons, having spent the last 9 years in Muslim captivity. Well, after 3 days of intense deliberation, the High Court arrived at a consensus. Baldwin IV, despite the looming shadow of his illness, was named king. This decision carried an implicit understanding a suitable husband would be sought for Sibylla to ensure the succession should Baldwin IV's health deteriorate. The coronation of Baldwin was conducted with an urgency that broke from the established traditions. Rather than waiting for a Sunday, as was customary for crowning medieval rulers, Baldwin was crowned on the 15th of July, 1174, in the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. This date was symbolically chosen to coincide with the 75th anniversary of the First Crusade's capture of Jerusalem, imbuing Baldwin's ascension with a sense of historical continuity and a sprinkling of divine favor. This moment marked the beginning of a new chapter for the young king and his embattled kingdom, set against the backdrop of the Crusader state's perpetual struggle for survival in the Holy Land. Now, until Baldwin reached the age of majority, the kingdom's stewardship fell to a series of regents, beginning with Miles of Blancy and transitioning to Count Raymond III of Tripoli, a closer kinsman to Baldwin. The period was marred, of course, by intrigue and violence, including the murder of Miles. Baldwin, despite his youth and deteriorating health, found himself shouldering the responsibilities of his station, especially in the regent's absence. The return of Baldwin's mother, Agnes, to court during Raymond's regency marked a significant turn in the young king's personal life. Historians and contemporary sources, particularly William of Tyre, have cast Agnes in a contentious light. Yet her rekindled relationship with Baldwin evolved into one of genuine affection and mutual support. Well, glad that his mother was back there, because he was about to need her. As Baldwin's condition began to progress, the fears of his leprosy were more or less confirmed, and the urgency to secure the royal lineage was intensified. This led to strategic marital arrangements for his sister Sibylla, aiming to strengthen ties with influential European nobility and ensure the kingdom's overall stability. On the momentous day of 15th of July, 1176, marking 2 years since his coronation, Baldwin IV stepped into adulthood and officially took the reins of the Kingdom of Jerusalem, thereby concluding Raymond's term as a regent. With the guidance of his mother, Baldwin appointed his maternal uncle, Jocelyn of Courtenay, as seneschal, a move that not only solidified familial alliances through Jocelyn's marriage to Agnes and Millie, but also signified a strategic shift in the kingdom's governance and foreign policy, especially towards the Egyptian ruler Saladin. We'll get back to him later. Now, under Baldwin's leadership, a proactive stance replaced Raymond's more cautious diplomacy. Rejecting a peace treaty with Saladin, Baldwin aligned with Jocelyn's perspective that the Sultan's expanding influence posed a threat necessitating containment. This period marked Baldwin's foray into direct military engagement, demonstrating remarkable personal courage, along with tactical acumen, despite his obvious physical limitations. Notably during a raid around Damascus and an intervention in Saladin's conflict with the Order of Assassins in the Bekaa Valley. Amidst these military endeavors, the kingdom's political landscape was also in flux. The marriage of William of Montferrat to Baldwin's sister Sibylla, despite noble descent, underscored the precarious balance of power and the complex interplay of local and foreign interests. Baldwin's proposal to resign the throne, although declined by William, illustrated the young king's dedication to the realm's stability over his personal ambition. The campaign against Egypt necessitated internal alliances, leading Baldwin to dispatch Reynald of Chatillon on a diplomatic mission to Emperor Manuel in Constantinople. The successful negotiation for Byzantine support in exchange for the significant concessions highlighted Baldwin's strategic foresight, but also set the stage for future complexities, including Reynald's marriage to Stephanie of Milly and the unfortunate passing of William of Montferrat from malaria. As Baldwin continued to contend with his own health issues and the loss of key figures, his decision-making in military and governmental appointments, such as entrusting Reynald over the Count of Tripoli, revealed his adeptness at navigating the kingdom's internal politics along with its external threats. Despite setbacks, including the withdrawal of Byzantine support due to the fractious behavior of European allies, Baldwin's tenure was characterized by an unwavering commitment to the Crusader state's survival and prosperity, marked by efforts to maintain alliances and seek new avenues for support, even in the face of debilitating illness and the complexities of medieval geopolitics. In the latter part of 1177, with the Frankish forces extended into northern Syria, Saladin perceived a strategic opening to advance into Baldwin's realm. Despite still grappling with the aftermath of malaria, Baldwin's resolve to confront Saladin showcased his indomitable spirit. As Saladin moved closer, Baldwin's initial defensive maneuver in Ascalon demonstrated both desperation and strategic cunning, culminating in an unexpected counterattack against Saladin's forces at Montegassard. This battle, marked by Baldwin's leadership from the very front lines, resulted in a significant victory for the young king, defying all odds and against a very numerically superior enemy. Saladin was embarrassed. However, Baldwin's strategic challenges were far, far from over. His decision to reinforce the kingdom's defenses by initiating the construction of Chastelet, despite previous commitments not to fortify that section of the border, illustrated a pragmatic approach to security, underscored by rejecting Saladin's monetary offer to halt construction. Furthermore, Baldwin's diplomatic engagement, as seen in the hosting of Michael the Syrian, underscored a broader strategy of consolidating support within the broader region. The ongoing conflict with Saladin continued to test Baldwin's military acumen and physical resilience. Encounters in 1179, from ambushes all the way to direct confrontations, highlighted the constant threats at the kingdom's borders and the personal risks that Baldwin was constantly facing. The loss of key figures like Humphrey II of Toron and the physical limitations imposed by his illness underscored the harsh realities of leadership in such turbulent times. The siege and eventual fall of Le Chastelet to Saladin's forces, despite Baldwin's effort to rally support, marked a setback in the continuous struggle for dominance in the region. Yet through these adversaries, Baldwin's reign was characterized by his relentless determination, setting a precedent of leadership amidst the complex and precarious landscape of the Crusader states. As the year 1177 drew to a close, the Kingdom of Jerusalem navigated through a series of pivotal events under Baldwin's rule. Following his sister Sibylla's widowhood, the kingdom entered a period of mourning that culminated in the strategic consideration of her remarriage, a matter of state importance given her position as the king's heir presumptive. Despite the interest from Baldwin of Ibelin, the king looked elsewhere, balancing court politics by permitting Balian of Ibelin to marry Queen Maria, thus avoiding conflict with the influential Ibelin family. In a significant move to secure the kingdom's future, Baldwin began to publicly associate Sibylla with acts of governance, subtly signaling her status as his successor. Baldwin sought a strong ally in marriage for Sibylla, reaching out to the King of France with candid reflections on his condition and the kingdom's vulnerability. The political landscape intensified in 1180, when prominent lords from Antioch and Tripoli appeared poised to challenge Baldwin's decisions regarding Sibylla's future. In a decisive countermove, Baldwin arranged her marriage to Guy of Lusignan, a choice that sidelined the ambitions of Baldwin of Ibelin and maintained the king's autonomy in governance. Baldwin's reign was characterized by such internal divisions within his court, contrasting the traditional, cautious approach of native barons and the Hospitallers with more aggressive stance on Western newcomers and the Templars. Despite historiographical debates over the nature and origins of these factions, the period following Sibylla's marriage to Guy saw the king navigating these complexities, ultimately leaning towards his maternal relatives and allies. In a bid for peace along the ongoing conflicts and his deteriorating health, Baldwin sought a truce with Saladin, allowing both sides to refocus their efforts elsewhere. This period also saw Baldwin reinforcing his domestic position by securing strategic marital alliances for his siblings, notably arranging for his half-sister Isabella's betrothal to Humphrey IV of Durand, further entrenching his political strategy and safeguarding the kingdom's future. During the period of truce with Saladin, Baldwin astutely consolidated the power of his maternal relatives, enhancing their positions through strategic grants and publicly aligning with Guy and Sibylla, reinforcing his domestic support network. However, the king's relationship with Raymond of Tripoli remained strained, fueled by suspicions of conspiracy and potential challenges to his authority. This tension reached a peak when Baldwin contemplated charging Raymond with treason over the Principality of Galilee, but was persuaded by the High Court to seek reconciliation instead, highlighting a delicate balance between power and influence within the kingdom. The ceasefire with Saladin, a crucial respite for the kingdom, was prematurely disrupted by Renaud's aggressive actions against a merchant caravan, setting the stage for renewed hostilities. As Saladin poised to extend his dominion into Aleppo, Baldwin faced the challenge head-on, opposing Saladin's ambitions and demonstrating a steadfast commitment to safeguarding the Crusader state's interests. The ensuing military campaigns underscored Baldwin's tactical acumen. Despite his leprosy continuing to get worse and worse, he led his forces to significant victories, such as the Battle of La Forbelay and the relief of Beirut from Saladin's siege. These successes were not only testament to Baldwin's strategic vision, but also to the loyalty and respect he commanded among his troops and allies, including the crucial support from the Italian maritime republics. As Saladin shifted his focus northward, Baldwin seized the opportunity to press into Damascus territory, showcasing his relentless pursuit of securing the kingdom's borders and asserting its presence in the region. The king's decision-making during these campaigns reflected a nuanced understanding of the politics of the time. Balancing military aggression with diplomatic consideration, he took a cautious approach towards Damascus. As Baldwin's health deteriorated significantly by 1183, leaving him unable to walk or even use his hands, and eventually leading to blindness due to corneal drying from an inability to blink. His resilience in the face of adversity continued to define his reign. Nothing stops him. Despite this incapacitating condition, he remained undimmed, particularly evident when he was forced to confront yet another military challenge posed by Saladin's movements southward after the latter's conquest of Aleppo in June. In response to this looming threat, and while battling a life-threatening fever, Baldwin displayed his unwavering commitment by summoning the High Court to his bedside at Nazareth. In a pivotal decision, he entrusted the regency to his brother-in-law, Guy of Lusignan, effectively making Guy the steward of the kingdom, while retaining the royal title and direct control over Jerusalem himself. This arrangement was underscored by Baldwin's insistence that Guy neither crown himself king nor divest any part of the royal domain during Baldwin's lifetime, reflecting a deep consideration for the kingdom's future and the delicate balance of power within. However, the transition was anything but smooth. Guy's lack of military experience and the resultant refusal of cooperation by the kingdom's most powerful lords and military orders underscored the challenges of leadership and legitimacy. Baldwin's subsequent recovery and return to Jerusalem highlighted the complex interplay between personal health, political power, and the strategic imperative of ruling a Crusader state. The siege of Kerak, coinciding with the wedding of Baldwin's half-sister Isabella and Humphrey of Toron, presented a critical military and familial crisis. Baldwin's decisive action to dismiss Guy from the regency in the light of the siege underscored not only the political fallout from Guy's perceived incompetence, but also Baldwin's deep personal involvement in the defense and governance of his realm. Leprosy or not, blindness or not, he was going to protect his kingdom, no matter the cost. The crowning of Baldwin's nephew, also creatively named Baldwin, as co-king, marked a strategic move to secure the succession and the future of the kingdom, even as Baldwin IV continued to lead and inspire his troops, exemplifying his role as a unifying figure. The lifting of the siege of Kerak, with Saladin's withdrawal upon hearing of Baldwin's approach, not only underscored the king's enduring influence, but symbolized a moment of triumph and unity for the beleaguered kingdom, even as the shadows of Baldwin's reign began to draw to a close. In his final years, Baldwin faced even more complex challenges concerning the regency for his young nephew, a dilemma that was only intensified by his determination to exclude Guy of Lusignan, Sibylla's husband, from claiming it. He'd already proved that he couldn't handle the job. Baldwin contemplated annulment of their marriage as a strategy to preempt Guy's regency. Engaging in discussions with Patriarch Heraclius about potentially declaring their marriage unlawful on the grounds of coercion. However, Sibylla stood by her husband. Her staunch support for Guy thwarted Baldwin's plans, highlighting deep personal loyalties that complicated the politics in the kingdom. Their marriage was not something to be bought and sold. At least, Sibylla would not allow that. Baldwin's resolve to assert his authority over Guy led to a dramatic confrontation at Ascalon. When Guy repeatedly excused himself from answering Baldwin's summons due to his ill health, and ultimately refused the king entry into the city, it was a blatant challenge to Baldwin's authority. The scene of Baldwin, physically weakened, but still determined, being denied entry at the gates of Ascalon before the eyes of its inhabitants, underscored the intense personal and political strife that had now gripped the kingdom. Baldwin's subsequent actions in Jaffa and Acre, aimed at curtailing Guy's power, revealed the depths of the conflict between royal authority and noble autonomy. The crisis reached a peak during the council in Acre, where Baldwin sought support for punitive measures against Guy. The intervention of the Patriarch and the Grand Masters, advocating for forgiveness to prevent civil war, highlighted the kingdom's internal divisions. The council's refusal to support Baldwin's proposed actions against Guy, influenced by the ecclesiastical and military leaders' departure, marked a significant moment of political isolation for the king. Reconciliation with the Patriarch and the Grand Masters by June of the same year, coupled with the diplomatic mission to Europe for aid, indicated Baldwin's capacity to navigate through the kingdom's internal division, always for its greater good. The repeated sieges at Kerak by Saladin and Baldwin's responses showcased further the king's relentless commitment to defending his realm, even after his physical condition continued to worsen. Most men at this point would have fell down and given up, but not Baldwin. His efforts to repair and fortify Kerak after Saladin's withdrawal reflected not only his strategic focus on defense, but also his personal investment in the well-being of his subjects. In the waning months of 1184, Baldwin was confronted with the grievous news of Guy of Lusignan's brutal action against the Bedouin of Darum, a group who was under royal protection that had been instrumental in providing intelligence on Egyptian movements. This act not only violated the established protection of these groups that was enjoyed under a royal edict, but also threatened the intelligence network that was critical for the kingdom's security. Guy had proved again how he was not the guy for the job. No pun intended. Actually, pun intended. Well, this event left Baldwin deeply troubled, contributing to a fever that marked the beginning of his final decline. Well, as he returned to Jerusalem, he could feel it. His health was worsening, and he found himself making a decision that would have once seemed unthinkable: appointing Raymond of Tripoli as regent. Despite a history of distrust and political rivalry, Baldwin recognized Raymond as the only viable option to ensure the kingdom's governance and the protection of his young nephew Baldwin V. His final act was to summon the High Court officially to appoint Raymond as the permanent regent for Baldwin V, ensuring a seamless transition of power and governance. He also mandated that homage be paid by both the young king and Raymond as regent, culminating in a crown-wearing ceremony at the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. These actions further highlight his meticulous planning for the kingdom's future, even as he stared in the face of his own mortality. Baldwin IV's death in early 1185 marked the end of a reign that was characterized by remarkable resilience in the face of personal illness and a kingdom under constant threat. He was respectfully laid to rest in the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, near his father, symbolizing a lineage of kingship that had navigated a complex and often perilous landscape. His passing ushered in a brief period of rule by his nephew Baldwin V, before the succession passed to Sibylla, and then unfortunately to Guy, setting the stage for the dramatic events that would lead to the kingdom's downfall following the Battle of Hattin. I don't want to blame Guy for it, but I'm going to blame Guy for it anyway. The subsequent loss of Jerusalem to Saladin in 1187, and the deaths of Sibylla and her daughters in 1190, left Isabella I as the sole heir to a kingdom greatly diminished. The legacy of Baldwin's reign, though marked by military and political strife, also reflects a profound dedication to the ideals and the survival of the Kingdom of Jerusalem, even in the face of these insurmountable odds. So what happened next? Well, the aftermath of Baldwin's reign, culminating in the Christian defeat at Hattin, indeed cast a shadow over his legacy, prompting historians to delve into the complexities and discord of his time on the throne. However, remember this: it's critical to recognize that under Baldwin's leadership, the Kingdom of Jerusalem not only maintained its territorial integrity, but experienced economic growth and spiritual enrichment. Baldwin's strategic foresight in countering Saladin's ambitions, his careful selection of ministers, and let's not forget his delegation of ecclesiastical patronage and financial management to trusted family members, it all came together to mark a diligent governance and a pure commitment to the kingdom's welfare. His decision not to abdicate until a suitable successor was in place, despite immense personal toll of his illness exemplified his dedication to the continuity and unity of the kingdom. All of this resolve was instrumental in preserving the fragile peace and cohesion within the realm during these chaotic and tumultuous times. The contrasting perspectives on leprosy during Baldwin's era, from Pope Alexander III's harsh judgment to a more compassionate Christian viewpoint that saw Christ in those afflicted, reflect the broader societal debates of the time. Baldwin's reign, in turn, played a role in gradually shifting attitudes towards leprosy within the kingdom, showcasing a remarkable level of acceptance and support from his subjects, despite the prevalent stigmas. You imagine all those young kids out there with leprosy, finally having someone to look up to, finally having a role model. If the king can have this, look just like me, and be so respected, well, maybe I can make something of myself too. His personal virtues, particularly his chastity and martial success against Saladin, not only bolstered his public image, but were also seen as manifestations of divine favor. The legacy of Baldwin is a testament to the multifaceted nature of leadership during the Crusades, where personal adversity, political acumen, and spiritual convictions intersected to shape the course of history. His tenure as king, marked by courage, honor, and deep commitment to his realm, well, it all remains a compelling chapter in the narrative of the Crusader states, offering valuable insights into the challenges and triumphs of medieval kingship. Perhaps there's a lot that we can learn from Baldwin. The Christianization of Anglo-Saxon England, which began in earnest in the late 6th century, marked a transformation of English religious, cultural, and political life. Initiated by Pope Gregory the Great, who sent the monk Augustine to Kent in 597 AD, the mission aimed to convert the pagan Anglo-Saxons to Christianity. Over the next several centuries, the spread of Christianity was gradual but profound, as it moved from the southern kingdoms to the more resistant north and east, blending local traditions with the new Christian practices. Hello, welcome to the channel. If you are new here, it's good to meet you, and if you're coming back, it's great to see you again. As always, if you like what I do, there's a Patreon link in the description, or assist me in getting to my 15,000 subscriber goal. I'm sure we're right around the corner. Like, subscribe, all the good stuff. Now, without further ado, please get yourself relaxed, and let's learn together about how Britain found itself to be such a Christian country. Christianity had been present in Roman Britain from the 3rd century onwards, introduced by merchants, immigrants, and soldiers, though many soldiers likely practiced Mithraism. The enforcement of the Diocletian persecution edicts in 303 was relatively relaxed, at least in the territories governed by Constantius Chlorus. Of course, things changed in the year 313, when Constantine, who ruled the Western Empire, and Licinius issued the Edict of Milan, legalizing Christianity across the Roman Empire. By 314, the structured organization of the British Christian community was evident when 3 bishops from Britain attended the Council of Arles. These bishops were Eborius of York, Restitutus of London, and Adelphius, whose diocesan location remains unknown. Their attendance not only underscored the established ecclesiastical framework within Britain, but it also indicated a dependency on the Gallic Church. Thus, the British Christian leadership, facing theological challenges, specifically Pelagianism, sought help around 429. In response to their plea, Germanus of Auxerre and Lupus of Troyes were dispatched to Britain. Germanus, once a high-ranking official, reportedly led British forces to victory against raiders from the Picts and the Saxons in a battle believed to have occurred near Mold in North Wales. This event highlights the active and influential role of Christian leaders in society, but also military affairs of early medieval Britain. While later on, in 595, under the rule of Ethelbert, Pope Gregory I initiated a mission to bring Christianity to the Anglo-Saxons on a large scale. At this time, Ethelbert, a pagan king from the region of Kent, was married to Bertha, a Christian princess from the Merovingian dynasty, the daughter of Charibert I. Now, their marriage stipulated that Bertha could bring her chaplain, Bishop Leodhard, to Kent. Together, they refurbished a Roman-era church in Canterbury, which may be today's St. Martin's Church, where Bertha practiced her faith freely. Despite Leodhard's presence, there was little success in converting the Anglo-Saxons, his historical significance underscored only by the discovery of a gold coin inscribed with his name. Bertha, on the other hand, her influence is noted in various historical accounts, including one by her biographer, suggesting that she played a role in encouraging Ethelbert to request missionary aid from Pope Gregory. Some modern historians also suggest that this request was likely supported by both Ethelbert and Bertha together, indicating a joint initiative from the Kentish court to embrace Christianity. In 597, following the directive of Pope Gregory, a Christian mission was finally established in Kent, which was then under the reign of King Ethelbert still. Thus, they were granted a base in Canterbury and utilized the existing Church of St. Martin. The church subsequently became the epicenter of their bishopric. Historic accounts, including those by Bede and Gregory, do not pinpoint the exact date of Ethelbert's conversion, but it is widely accepted that this would have occurred around the year 597. Of course, within a year of the mission's arrival, the conversion of subjects had markedly increased, a fact noted by Gregory in a letter to Ethelbert and Bertha in 601, where he references the king's baptism. But what about the reasons? Well, the specific motivations behind Ethelbert's embrace of Christianity, that remains a little bit of a mystery. As far as Bede is concerned, it was mainly for spiritual reasons, but modern historians suggest more pragmatic motives might have played a role, possibly to enhance diplomatic ties with the Merovingian courts, or simply to align more closely with the prevailing powers in Gaul. Additionally, embracing Christianity could have been seen as a means to modernize and consolidate administrative control across his kingdom. Evidence provided by Bede indicates that Ethelbert encouraged his subjects towards Christianity, but he did not coerce them, relying instead on softer powers like royal patronage and personal alliances to foster voluntary conversions. This method was necessary due to the significant pagan presence in Kent, which limited more forceful approaches. There was only so far you could push that lot. Ethelbert also celebrated the conversion of his subjects and treated Christian believers with particular favor, showing again the king's strategic and inclusive approach to fostering religious change within the realm. Indeed, if you join the club, you get the benefits. But, well, if you remain in the old ways, we're not going to beat you over the head for it. But you just don't get any extra cake after dinner. Now, Eadbald ascended the throne of Kent following the death of his father Ethelbert on the 24th of February in either 616 or perhaps 618. Ethelbert, who had been Christian from around the year 600, and his Christian wife Bertha, had significantly influenced the religious landscape of the region. However, prior to Eadbald's rise to power, Bertha had sadly passed away, and Ethelbert took a second wife, whose name remains unrecorded, but it was likely that she was a pagan. This assumption is supported by her subsequent marriage to Eadbald, her stepson, an action that's strictly prohibited by Christian doctrine. So, yeah, he married his stepmother. Far be it for me to push my morality on others. Bede documents that Eadbald initially rejected Christianity, causing significant disruption to the church's progress. This apostasy coincided with the death of Sabert, the Christian king of Essex, influenced by Ethelbert, whose own sons ousted Mellitus, the Bishop of London, and reverted back to paganism. Bede suggests that Eadbald suffered divine retribution for his infidelity to Christianity through frequent episodes of madness and even demonic possession, potentially indicating epileptic seizures. Well, eventually, Eadbald renounced his wife/stepmother and converted to Christianity. Eadbald's second wife, Eme, was of Frankish origin. The strong ties between Kent and Francia, particularly through trade and diplomacy, were likely influential in his conversion, and he did convert eventually. These links were further demonstrated when Eadbald's sister, Aethelberg, who also migrated to Kent, sent her children to the court of King Dagobert I in Francia. The influence of the Frankish council, and perhaps political pressure, may have been pivotal in Aethelbert's initial conversion, and similarly affected Eadbald's eventual acceptance of Christianity. Now, in terms of artifacts that we have, a few of them from an Anglo-Saxon cemetery in Fingalsham, including a bronze pendant and gilt buckle from the 6th and 7th centuries, hint at the region's lingering pagan practices, still holding on to the old ways, even if it was just in private perhaps. While these items, possibly connected to the worship of the Germanic god Woden, date back to the era known as the Pagan Reaction, and suggest ongoing religious and cultural tension during Eadbald's reign. Bede provides a comprehensive but somewhat contradictory account of Eadbald's early reign and religious orientation following Aethelbert's death on the 24th of February 616. And we're just going to go through that timeline explain a few of the dates from 616 onwards. So in 616, Eadbald ascends the throne upon his father Aethelbert's death, and initially he rejects Christianity outright, indulging in pagan practices, including marrying his stepmother in pure violation of church laws. Concurrently, Mellitus, the Bishop of London, is expelled by Cerbert's sons in Essex, and subsequently departs for Kent. Facing resistance in Kent, Mellitus, along with Justus, the Bishop of Rochester, flees to Francia. In the winter of 616 to 17, Archbishop Lawrence of Canterbury, contemplating a similar departure to Francia, is purportedly scourged by St. Peter in a vision. Displaying his wounds to Eadbald the following morning, he is so moved by the display, and thus he is persuaded to embrace Christianity. 617. Justus and Mellitus finally return from Francia, a year after their departure, with Justus being reinstated at Rochester. In the years between 619 and 624, Lawrence passes away, and Mellitus succeeds him as the Archbishop of Canterbury. During this period, Eadbald constructs a church that is consecrated by Mellitus. In the April of 624, Mellitus passes away, and Justus ascends as the Archbishop of Canterbury. Later in the year, following Justus' succession, Pope Boniface sends him a pallium, acknowledging Eadbald's conversion to Christianity in letters reportedly from one King Eadluald, possibly a miswriting of Eadbald. By 625, Edwin of Northumbria, the king of Deira, seeks to marry Eadbald's sister, Aethelberg. Edwin is stipulated to allow her to continue practicing Christianity, and to consider baptism as a condition for marriage. Thus, the 21st of July, 625, Justus consecrates Paulinus as the Bishop of York, and later in 625, Aethelberg travels to Northumbria with Paulinus, following Edwin's agreement to the marriage conditions. Easter, 626. Aethelberg gives birth to a daughter, Eanfled, in Northumbria. 626. Edwin conducts a military campaign against the West Saxons. Around this time, Pope Boniface writes to Edwin, urging him to convert to Christianity, citing Eadbald's conversion as a precedent. But he converted to Christianity. Why don't you? He also sends a separate letter to Aethelberg, encouraging her to aid in converting her husband, which I think is quite funny. It's essentially like, please, can you just talk to him? Just talk to him and convince him. It's much easier if you do it. He'll listen to you. Well, Bede's historical narrative, while authoritative, is not without its challenges. There is an alternative chronology that raises questions about the accuracy of the established timeline concerning King Eadbald's conversion. One D.P. Kirby. His re-evaluation hinges particularly on the content of correspondence from Pope Boniface, which suggests that news of Eadbald's conversion was recent at the time of writing. This assertion is critical, as it implies that Boniface, who was likely well informed of significant ecclesiastical developments, only acknowledged Eadbald's conversion shortly before the letter was composed. Thus, Kirby deduces that Eadbald's conversion must have occurred closer to 621, and no later than April 624. the latter date marking the latest possible conversion time, since it coincides with Mellitus's death, who had consecrated a church for Eadbald prior to his passing. Now, just to make things a little bit more complicated, we can also entertain the possibility that the figure Aduluald, mentioned in Boniface's correspondence with Justus, may not actually refer to Eadbald, but to a different ruler, potentially a sub-king or a junior king in western Kent named Aethelwald. This suggests a scenario where Archbishop Lawrence may have converted Eadbald, with Bishop Justus later converting Aethelwald. Additionally, Kirby challenges again the significance of the pallium sent to Justus. While it is traditionally viewed as a symbol of Justus' archiepiscopal status, the limited conditions for its use described in the letter do not uniquely elevate Justus, as similar conditions were also set for the Archbishop Augustine, indicating standard practice rather than a specific elevation or recognition. Moreover, Bede might have conflated what were originally two distinct letters from Boniface into a single narrative. This conflation could explain some of the chronological inconsistencies found in Bede's account. Thus, this analysis of the grammatical structure of the letters supports this view, suggesting a singular, unified composition, rather than two separate messages. Significantly, the letter to Aethelberg implies her marriage to Edwin of Northumbria had already occurred by the time of the news of Eadbald's conversion reached Rome, conflicting with Bede's earlier dating of Eadbald's conversion. This discrepancy in particular has led some to speculate that Aethelberg might have been married to Edwin before 625, and remained in Kent until her later travel to Northumbria. This speculation, and it is speculation, is supported by the sequence of correspondence, where Boniface's letter to Edwin and Aethelberg indicated news from the messengers, precedes his letter to Justus, which references direct communication from the king himself. Furthermore, the condition placed on Aethelberg's marriage, requiring Edwin to allow her to practice Christianity, comes into question under Kirby's revised chronology. It does seem more plausible that the marriage agreement, potentially controversial from the Church's perspective, occurred prior to Eadbald's conversion, suggesting that Aethelberg was already a Christian by that point. And lastly, the details surrounding Paulinus's role are re-examined under Kirby's framework once again. While traditionally believed to have been consecrated before accompanying Aethelberg to Northumbria, Kirby suggests that Paulinus may have initially traveled as a priest, or perhaps as a missionary, and only received consecration as a bishop sometime after 625, which is the latest plausible date for Aethelberg's marriage given the historical context. So, with all that in mind, here's a slightly reorganized and expanded version of the timeline based on the revised chronology. Starting in 616, Eadbald assumes the throne of Kent following Aethelberg's death and instigates a pagan backlash against the Christian influences established by his dad. Mellitus, the Bishop of London, and Justus, the Bishop of Rochester, depart from Kent to seek refuge in France due to increasing hostilities and the loss of royal protection. In 619, Archbishop Lawrence of Canterbury dies, and Mellitus assumes the role of leadership in archbishop, marking a continuation of the Christian leadership despite the prevailing pagan sentiment. In early 624, Eadbald, influenced by ongoing interactions and pressures from Christian factions, converts to Christianity under the guidance of Bishop Justus. The conversion prompts messengers to relay the news to Rome. Around the same time, the arrangement of Aethelbert's marriage to Edwin of Northumbria is negotiated. It is likely that this occurred prior to Eadbald's official conversion, hinting at political motivations intertwined with religious affiliation. Eadbald commissions the construction of a new church, where Archbishop Mellitus consecrates shortly before his death, symbolizing a renewal of Christian commitment in the kingdom. Which leads us to April of the same year, 624. Archbishop Mellitus passes away, and Justus succeeds him as the Archbishop of Canterbury, indicating a continued line of Christian leadership amidst the kingdom's religious turbulence. King Edwin of Northumbria consents in 624 to the marriage conditions laid out for Aethelberg, ensuring her freedom to practice Christianity. Aethelberg subsequently travels to Northumbria, accompanied by Paulinus, who acts as her spiritual guide and protector of sorts. Thus, Pope Boniface receives the word of Eadbald's conversion through messengers and writes letters to both Aethelberg and Edwin, expressing his spiritual support and encouragement for their roles in furthering the cause of Christianity. Later in the year of 624, news of Eadbald's conversion reaches Pope Boniface directly from the king himself, which prompts the Pope to write directly to Justus, sending him the pallium as a recognition of his archiepiscopal authority. This correspondence likely also addresses the recent death of Mellitus and the need for continued ecclesiastical stability in Kent. Now, 625, or perhaps 626, during the winter, Justus consecrates Paulinus as the Bishop of York, solidifying his ecclesiastical role and preparing him for his missionary work in Northumbria. This event marks a significant step in the Christianization of northern England. Now, back to Bede, because anything Anglo-Saxon, pretty much we have to go through Bede to get to it. So according to his Historia Ecclesiastica, Book 3, Chapter 8, you can look it up, Earcenbert of Kent was the first British monarch to issue decrees against pagan practices. And that's a big one, because before, people were generally left alone, which is obviously much better to leave everybody alone, but that's just not how it works most of the time, isn't it? Well, this king, Earcenbert, with this decree, he commanded the destruction of what he called idols, or pagan cult images, which is a clear sign of Christian influence taking root at a governmental level. Well, moreover, he mandated the observance of Lent. Everybody had to do it, integrating Christian customs into public and also civic life. The suggestion that these orders might have been formally recorded as part of Kent's legal codes, initiated under Aethelbert, is intriguing, but no such texts have survived, at least the ones that we've found. Well, this lack of documentation, coupled with Earcenbert's actions, suggests that despite King Eadbald's conversion 16 years earlier, the majority of the population remained steadfastly pagan as late as the year 640, no matter how much it frustrated the people in power. Well, to different parts of the country, moving to Essex, the period from 604 to 665 saw multiple shifts between Christianity and paganism among its rulers, a veritable seesaw of ecclesiastical manners. Seadbert, the king in 604, was baptized by Mellitus himself, marking an early acceptance of Christianity in the region. However, it didn't last for long, because following Seadbert's death in 616, his sons Sexred and Seward ascended to the throne and initiated a pagan resurgence, expelling Mellitus and prompting a return to the old gods and the old ways. This period of official paganism lasted all the way until 653, when King Oswy of Northumbria influenced Sigebert the Good to finally embrace Christianity, and this allowed Cedd to preach within the kingdom. Well, tragically, Sigebert was murdered by his own brothers in 660, and it was pretty much due to his pro-Christian policies. They just didn't like it. Well, this led to the coronation of Swithelm. Now, Swithelm was initially pagan, and very steadfastly so, but he converted to Christianity in 662, after much persuasion and debate from Aethelwald of East Anglia. Upon Swithelm's death in 664, the rule of Essex was divided between his cousins, Sigher and Seby. A plague in 665 caused Sigher to renounce his Christian faith, believing of course that the old gods were not pleased with him and sent a punishment. Thus he reverted to paganism, which of course led to a public resurgence of the old religious practices in his territories. In contrast, Seby remained a Christian ally. The situation prompted Wulfhere of Mercia to intervene, sending Bishop Jaruman to reconvert the populace under Sigher's rule. Additionally, Wulfhere arranged for Sigher to marry his niece Osith, although this marriage later ended in divorce. This chaotic period did end with Sigher as the last pagan king of Essex, at least for now. Who knows what the future holds? Now, on to another area of the Isles, East Anglia. In 604, the Christian baptism of Raedwald was facilitated by Mellitus in Kent, likely under the sponsorship of Aethelbert directly, marking a pivotal alignment with Kent's Christian leadership. The exact timing of Raedwald's conversion is unclear at this point, but it appears closely linked to Seadbert's conversion, and possibly coincided with the dedication of a church near Ely by Augustine, suggesting rapid succession of these events. Raedwald's newfound Christian status didn't fully resonate within his own household, especially with his wife and her pagan influences. This internal religious conflict is reflected in Raedwald's temple, which housed both a Christian altar, but also one dedicated to the pagan gods, showing the syncretic nature of his unique religious commitment. Raedwald, believed to be buried in the Sutton Hoo ship, where artifacts from both Christian and pagan contexts have been discovered, died in the year 624, leaving his son Orpwald to inherit a kingdom with a Christian foundation, yes, but a very fragile one at that. By 627, under the guidance of Edwin of Northumbria, Earpwald underwent a baptism, signifying the continuation of the Christian influence despite his initial pagan upbringing. His conversion was likely strategized by Edwin to consolidate Christian governance across the eastern English territories, including Essex. However, Orpwald's reign was abruptly terminated by a pagan named Ricbert, indicating either internal dissent within East Anglia or perhaps external pressures against Edwin's expanding influence. This assassination led to a temporary reversion to paganism under Ricbert's rule, suggesting a complexity between the religious conversion and political allegiance during this period, a very delicate act to balance. Following Earpwald's untimely demise, Sigebert returned from Gaul to claim the throne of East Anglia, likely utilizing his military acumen, for which he was later renowned, to secure his position. He shared governance with Ecgric, described as his cognatus, a term suggesting close familial ties, possibly indicating that Ecgric was either a son of Raedwald or Aethelric, son of Raedwald's brother Aene. Regardless of Ecgric's precise identity, Sigebert maintained a predominant influence throughout his reign, extending his religious patronage across the kingdom. Thus, Sigbert's ascent to power was significantly bolstered by his conversion to Christianity, aligning him with the few Christian kings of the time, such as Edwin of Northumbria and Eadbald of Kent, who maintained diplomatic ties with the Frankish courts on the continent. This religious shift was pivotal after Dagobert I's accession in Francia in 628, reinforcing the Christian foundations that supported Edwin's dominance. Sigebert likely played a role in encouraging Ecgric's conversion, further consolidating Christian influence. Thus, all this politics was greatly shaped by marital alliances, exemplified by Edwin arranging the marriage of his grandniece Herswith to Aethelric, potentially securing a Christian succession in East Anglia. Now, the ecclesiastical framework of East Anglia was profoundly influenced by Felix, a Burgundian missionary bishop, who arrived at the behest of Archbishop Honorius of Canterbury. This event likely marked the beginning of Sigbert's reign around 629 to 630. Felix established his episcopal seat at Dommoc, with possible locations being Dunwich or Walton, sites steeped in Roman heritage. Sigbert's efforts to foster educational and religious institutions included founding a school where boys could receive instruction in Latin, modeled after his experiences in Gaul, with Felix procuring educators akin to those in Kent. The ecclesiastical allegiance fostered by Felix underscored the Roman traditions of the East Anglian Church, although his training might have been influenced by Irish monastic practices encountered in Luxeuil. The arrival of Fursey, an Irish missionary around 633, before Aidan's mission to Lindisfarne, further diversified the spiritual landscape. Sigebert offered Fursey a monastic site at Knobesberg, now identified with Berg Castle. Felix and Fursey's concerted efforts in evangelization enriched the tapestry of the region, gaining commendations from notable ecclesiastical figures like Archbishop Honorius, showcasing a profound appreciation for their broad missionary work. Thus, Sigbert's reign was, at this point, now characterized by significant ecclesiastical developments and a firm Christian faith. Paulinus journeyed to Bernicia in 625 with the aim of converting King Edwin to Christianity. During this time, Edwin consented to the baptism of his daughter Eanfled and pledged to undergo baptism himself if his military expedition against Cuichelm of Wessex proved victorious. Bede documents that Edwin was ultimately baptized on the 12th of April 627, yet he seems to have made no concerted efforts to convert his people to Christianity. Edwin met his end in battle in 633. While following his demise, Osiric and Eanfrith, Edwin's cousin and nephew, ascended to the thrones of Bernicia and Deira, respectively. Both princes had previously embraced Christianity, while in exile among the Picts, but reverted to paganism upon reclaiming their royal titles. Their reigns, however, were short-lived, as they were both slain by Cadwallum ad Captfan of Gwynedd in 634. Cadwallon himself was defeated and killed later that same year by Oswald, Eanfrith's brother. Now this Oswald, who had accepted Christianity while exiled with the Scots, managed to convince his council to adopt the faith contingent on their triumph over Cadwallon. After this victory, Oswald sought to evangelize his kingdom and requested missionary aid to convert the staunchly pagan Northumbrians. The initial missionary efforts were, however, unsuccessful, with the first bishop sent to the region to Iona failing to make any conversions. In 635, Aidan arrived in Northumbria and dedicated his life to the Christian mission in the region. His persistent efforts gradually transformed the landscape of the region, and he continued his missionary work until his death in 651. Now in Mercia, King Penda allowed Christian missionaries to preach from 653 onwards, following his son Peada's baptism, a requirement for marrying Alfled, daughter of Oswy of Bernicia. Penda, however, was slain in battle against Oswy in 15th of November 655, leading to Peada's brief reign as Mercia's first Christian king. Unlike other regions, Mercia did not revert to paganism officially after Christianization. In Sussex, Aethelwulf was baptized in Mercia around or slightly before 675, likely as a prerequisite to his marriage to the Christian Queen Aoife of Huis. By 681, Bishop Wilfrid began converting the populace of Sussex, having been converted by Wulfhere of Mercia no later than 675, the very year of Wulfhere's death. Aethelwell granted Wilfrid land in Selsey to establish a monastery. Despite Aethelwald's cooperation with Christian missions, he too was killed in 685 during an invasion led by Ceadwalla of Wessex, who later seized control of Sussex also. Now the tale of Augustine's journey to Wessex to convert the populace, as recorded by the monk Gosselin, contrasts a little with Bede's account, which notes that the West Saxons remained staunchly pagan until Bishop Birinus began preaching in 635. The baptism of the joint kings, Cynegils and Cuichelm, with Northumbrian King Oswin as godfather, marked the beginning of Christianity in Wessex. However, Cynegils' son, Cainwell, initially rejected Christianity, resulting in his temporary expulsion by Penda. Cainwell's conversion occurred during his exile, under the influence of the Christian king Anna of East Anglia. After Penda's death in 655, Cainwell returned to Wessex, succeeded by his widow Ceasbur and later by Aeswine. The religious leanings of these rulers are a little unclear. Centwine, who ascended to the throne later, was pagan during his reign, but abdicated to become a monk. Caedwalla, king of Wessex from around 685, despite supporting Christian institutions and missions, remained unbaptized until the end of his reign. He undertook significant efforts, however, to spread Christianity, including the violent subjugation of the Isle of Wight in 686, forcing the conversion of its pagan inhabitants. After his conquests, Caedwalla abdicated in 688 to undertake a pilgrimage to Rome, where he was baptized shortly before his death in 689. His successor, Ine, implemented a law code in 695 that reflected his Christian beliefs, but also indicated a populace still resistant to Christian practices, necessitating laws to enforce baptism and tithing. Byzantine Emperor Basil II, whose reign from 976 to 1025 marked one of the heights of the Byzantine Empire. But you may know him better as Basil the Bulgar Slayer. This moniker was earned through his relentless and effective military campaigns against the nearby Bulgarian Empire, culminating in the Battle of Cladion in 1014, where his forces decisively crushed the Bulgarians. A victory that was so complete that Basil blinded thousands of captured soldiers, leaving one in every 100 with a single eye, forming a chain to lead the others back home. A brutal act that cemented his fearsome reputation, and one that, no doubt, brings you here. Hello and welcome to the channel. If it is your first time here, it's good to meet you, and if you're coming back, great to see you again. Surely you know what you're in for. As always, if you'd like to support the channel, there is a link in the description. Otherwise, the best thing you can do for me is like, comment, and subscribe, as this tells YouTube to push the video out further. So, with that being said, let us begin. Please get yourself relaxed and close your eyes, and we may continue our life of Basil the Bulgar Slayer. Born in 958, Basil was the eldest son of Romanos II and Theophano, a woman who was of Laconian Greek origin. Theophano, his mother, was actually the daughter of Crateros, who was reportedly a poor tavern keeper, and was possibly from the city of Sparta, which at that point was quite different to what you think it to be in the ancient times. Now Basil possibly had an elder sister, Helena, who was born 3 years before him, around the year 955. He was what the Greeks call a porphyrogenitos, which means born into the purple. The significance of the purple being the royal color. This poorly pronounced title was given to children born during their father's reign, a distinction which he shared with his own father, Romanos II, and grandfather Constantine VII. Romanos II, his father, who took the throne after the death of Constantine VII in 959, crowned Basil as co-emperor on April 22nd, 960. Basil's younger brother, Constantine, born in 960 or 61, was crowned in 962 or 63, and later ruled as Constantine VIII from 1025 to 1028. Romanos unfortunately died unexpectedly in the March of 963, at the age of 24, just 2 days after the birth of his youngest child, Anna. His death was, of course, widely suspected to be due to poisoning by hemlock, which is, by the way, the same poison that Socrates ingested, and I believe a Hungarian prime minister a few years ago. Look up that video if you dare. Well, chroniclers like Leo the Deacon and John Scilezes suggest that Theophano was actually involved in this poisoning, also noting her possible role in earlier plots against Constantine VII. Well, I suppose perhaps we will never really know. Well, following their father's death, Basil and his brother Constantine were still way too young to rule. The Byzantine Senate confirmed their positions as emperors, with Theophano as the nominal regent, but actual power shifted to Joseph Bringas. Theophano was distrustful of Bringas, and found an ally in Basil Lekepenos, an illegitimate son of Emperor Romanos I, not the second, the first, and he was also a eunuch, who had previously served under Constantine VII and Romanos II. Well, another opponent of Bringas was the celebrated general Nikephoros Phocas, fresh from victories in Crete and a raid into Cilicia and Syria, which culminated in the sack of Aleppo. In July, Phocas was declared emperor by his troops and advanced on Constantinople. With the populace's support, Phocas forced Bringas to flee, and Basil Lekepenos took over his position. Nikephoros Phocas was crowned on August the 16th, 963. In the same year, on September 20th, Phocas married Theophano, despite it being each spouse's second marriage, and also rather malicious rumors that he was the godfather to Basil or his brother. Well, despite Patriarch Polyectus of Constantinople's objections, the marriage was eventually declared valid. This legitimized Nikephoros' rule, and also his guardianship over Romanos' sons. Well, he did not last that long. He was assassinated in December 969 by, guess who? Theophano, and also his own nephew, John Zimisces, who then became Emperor John I. John I then moved to exile Theophano and married Theodora, Romanos II's sister. Upon John's death on January the 10th, 976, Basil became the effective and senior emperor. He immediately recalled his mother from her convent, marking the beginning of his direct rule. Thus Basil II emerged as a skilled soldier and horseman, and his military prowess proved him to be a capable general and decisive ruler. In the initial phase of his reign, Basil chose to, rather than act, just observe and learn, allowing administration to be managed by Basil Lekepinos, the president of the Byzantine Senate. Lekepinos was a cunning and talented politician who intended to use the young emperors as puppets for his own ends. During this period, Basil focused on mastering the intricacies of administration and military strategy. Now the emperors preceding Basil, Nikephoros II and John I, were indeed exceptional military leaders, but they lacked administrative skills. Toward the end of his reign, John I attempted to limit the power of the major landowners, a move that prompted speculation that he was poisoned by Lekepinos, who himself had amassed large estates, illegally, and of course feared repercussions because of it. The failures of Nikephoros and John left Basil facing significant challenges, particularly from Bardas Skleros and Bardas Phokas. These members of the influential military aristocracy of Anatolia possessed the resources and ambition to challenge his authority openly. Skleros and Phokas, both experienced generals, aspired to the imperial power held by Nikephoros and John, and aimed to reduce Basil to a mere figurehead. Displaying a ruthless determination, Basil took direct command in the field to quell the revolts that were led by Skleros in 979, and later those led by Phokas in 989. He was supported in these efforts by 12,000 Georgians from Tornikios and David III Kuropalates of Tau. The downfall of Lekepinos was marked in 985 between the two rebellions. He was accused of conspiring with the rebels and was stripped of his power, exiled, and all of those properties, they were confiscated. This action by Basil II not only subdued the immediate threats, but it also signaled a shift in his approach. No longer sitting back and observing, he was done with that. He took a more active and direct role in the governance and also the defense of the empire. The intricate dynamic between generals Phokas and Skleros significantly shaped the early part of Basil's reign. Initially, Phokas played a crucial role in quelling the rebellion led by Skleros. However, the tables turned when Phokas initiated his own rebellion, prompting Skleros to emerge from exile and support him. This complex relationship was further tangled when Phokas died in battle, leading to Skleros assuming control of the rebellion. Despite his earlier imprisonment by Phokas, Skleros continued the insurrection against Basil, albeit desperately. During this period, Basil's brother, Constantine, participated in only one military campaign, and displayed very little interest in politics, statecraft, or military affairs. The campaign concluded without combat when Scleros finally surrendered to Basil in 989. Although Scleros was allowed to live, he eventually died blind, a condition caused either by disease or more likely as a punitive measure for his role in the uprisings. It was these events that profoundly influenced Basil's governance approach. Following Scleros's defeat, Michael Psellos recounts that Scleros advised Basil with words that would shape his reign, to keep governors and generals under tight control, to avoid excessive delegation of power, and to remain insulated from outside influences, particularly from women in matters of state. Basil adopted these strategies, focusing on centralizing power and maintaining direct control over military and administrative matters. To strengthen his position and suppress the revolts effectively, Basil formed a strategic alliance with Prince Vladimir I of Kiev. In 988, Vladimir captured Chersones, a vital Byzantine base in the Crimean Peninsula. In exchange for military support, Vladimir demanded the hand of Basil's younger sister, Anna. Initially hesitant due to the prevailing Byzantine view of the northern European peoples as barbarians, and of course Anna's personal objection to being married to a non-Byzantine ruler, Basil was eventually swayed by the broader implications of the alliance. Now, Vladimir's interest in Christianity, explored through delegations sent to various nations, was not merely for marital alliance, but it was actually a genuine shift in the religious orientation for his people. Basil agreed to the marriage when Vladimir promised that he would convert to Christianity and baptize all of his subjects. The marriage of Vladimir and Anna thus took place in Crimea in the year 989, and the 6,000 Rus warriors Vladimir provided were instrumental in ending the rebellion. No one really asked Anna how she thought about it, though, I assume. Well, these troops later formed the Varangian Guard. You may have heard of them, an elite unit in Basil's army. This alliance and marriage, of course, had lasting implications far beyond the wedding and the end of the rebellion, and it set the stage for the Grand Duchy of Moscow to later declare itself as the Third Rome, claiming the political and cultural heritage of the Byzantine Empire. This period also marked significant consolidation of Basil's power, establishing him as a ruler who skillfully navigated the complexities of both internal politics and external alliances. Once Basil had successfully suppressed the internal rebellions that plagued his early reign, he redirected his focus towards the external adversaries. The civil wars had significantly weakened the empire's stance in the east, almost reversing entirely the territorial gains that were made by his predecessors, being Nikephoros II and John I, gained against the Fatimid Caliphate. In the years 987 to 988, Basil managed to negotiate a 7-year truce with the Fatimids, which facilitated a prisoner exchange and established mutual recognition of protection for Christians and Muslims under the rule of the opposing side. Additionally, the agreement led to the Fatimid Caliph's name being recited in the Friday prayers in Constantinople, replacing that of the Abbasid Caliph. This truce held until the death of the influential Fatimid vizier Yaqub ibn Kilis in 991. The new Fatimid Caliph, Al-Aziz Billah, adopted a more aggressive policy, appointing Manjut Takin as the governor of Damascus and signaling a shift in the Caliphate's approach towards the Byzantine territories. Manjut Takin began his aggressive campaigns by attacking the Hamdanid Emirate of Aleppo, which at the time was still a Byzantine protectorate. His forces defeated a Byzantine army under Michael Bortzes in June of 992 and laid siege to Aleppo, but the city held firm. By 993, after 13 long and grueling months, Manjut Takin's campaign stalled due to supply issues, and ultimately he was forced to retreat back to Damascus. But you know what they say, you can't keep a good man down. In 994, Manjut Takin resumed his offensive, achieving a significant victory too at the Battle of the Orontes in September. This defeat necessitated Basil's direct intervention. The next year, 995, in the month of April, Basil rapidly moved his army across Asia Minor to Aleppo in a march of just 16 days. The exaggerated reports of his army's size caused more than a little bit of panic among the Fatimid forces. Manjut Takin, caught off guard with his cavalry dispersed, chose to retreat to Damascus again, without engaging in battle. The Byzantines then made unsuccessful attempts to besiege Tripoli, and successfully occupied and fortified Tartus with Armenian troops. The warfare persisted, as the Byzantines backed an anti-Fatimid uprising in Tyre. In 998, under the new leadership of Damian Dalasenos, the Byzantines attacked Apamea, but were defeated by the Fatimid general Jaish ibn al-Samsama on the 19th of July, 998. This setback drew Basil back into the conflict. He arrived in Syria in October of 999 and stayed for 3 months, with his forces raiding as far as Heliopolis. Despite placing a garrison at Larissa and burning minor forts near Abu Qubais, Mayas, and Arka, his campaign achieved limited strategic success, failing again at Tripoli and ultimately not threatening Emesa. Basil's plans were disrupted by developments in Georgia following the assassination of David III Kuropalates, which prompted his departure to Cilicia in January. Another round of diplomacy led to a 10-year truce in 1000 between the Byzantines and the Fatimids. During the reign of Al-Hakim bi Amir Allah, who was more focused on internal affairs, relations remained generally peaceful. Funny how things remain peaceful when you have a policy of minding your own damn business. Well, even events like the acknowledgement of Fatimid suzerainty by Abu Muhammad Lulu al-Kabir of Aleppo in 1004, and the Fatimid-backed installation of Aziz al-Dawla as emir in 1017, didn't manage to reignite hostilities. al-Hakim's persecution of Christians, and the destruction of the Church of the Holy Sepulchre in 1009, well, that certainly strained relations, but once again did not lead to immediate military conflict. These developments showed the complexity of military action, diplomacy, and shifting alliances that characterized Basil's approach to handling these challenges and threats posed by the Fatimid Caliphate, not only in wartime, but this somewhat peacetime that balanced on the edge of a knife. The conquest of Bulgaria. That's what you're all here for, isn't it? Well, we're finally there. Of course, if you can't fight the Fatimids, you've got to fight somebody. Well, Basil II aimed to reassert Byzantine control over those lost territories, particularly focusing on Bulgaria, which was under the rule of King Samuel, one of his most formidable opponents. John I in previous times had partially subdued Bulgaria, following an invasion by Sviatoslav I of Kiev. But Samuel and his brothers, well, they maintained their own independent control over certain smaller parts of the country, and Basil did not like that. Since 976, the Bulgarians had conducted raids into Byzantine territories. In an effort to destabilize the Bulgarians, the Byzantine government facilitated the escape of the captive Bulgarian emperor Boris II. This strategy, however, failed to create the desired dissension among the Bulgarians, prompting Basil to take direct military action. Around 986, he led a formidable army, reportedly around 30,000 men, into Bulgaria and besieged the modern city of Sofia. I believe that's the capital of Bulgaria. Do correct me if I'm wrong. However, facing losses and doubting the loyalty of some of his governors, Basil decided to lift the siege. On his return to Thrace, he fell into an ambush, and thusly suffered a significant defeat at the Battle of the Gates of Trajan. Basil, however, did manage to escape, thanks to his Varangian Guard, remember them, and he sought to weaken Samuel by attempting to turn his brother Aaron against him through a marriage proposal involving Basil's sister Anna. Well, this plan fell apart when Aaron realized that the woman sent to him was an impostor and not the real Anna. By 987, Samuel had eliminated Aaron as a potential rival. Another of Samuel's brothers, David, was killed in 976 by the Vlachs, who were guarding caravans between Prespa and Castoria. Despite capturing the titular Bulgarian Emperor Roman in 991, Basil lost control of Moesia to the Bulgarians. While Basil was preoccupied with internal rebellions and stabilizing the eastern frontier, Samuel expanded his territory from the Adriatic to the Black Sea, effectively recovering most of the lands held by Bulgaria before Sviatoslav's invasion. He also launched damaging raids deep into Byzantine territory, reaching as far as central Greece. In 996, Byzantine general Nikephoros Oranos countered with a victory over a Bulgarian raiding party at the Battle of Spercheios in Thessaly, with Samuel and his son Gabriel narrowly escaping capture. Well, by 1000, Basil was back, and he was ready to focus on a comprehensive war of conquest against Bulgaria. That year, the Byzantine generals Nikephoros, Xiphias, and Theodorokanos captured the former Bulgarian capital, Great Preslav, along with Lesser Preslav and Pliskova. The following year, 1001, operating from Thessalonica, Basil regained control of Vodena, Veroia, and Servia. That following year, he stationed his army in the Philippopolis and seized control of the military road from the western Hamios Mountains to the Danube, effectively severing the connection between Samuel's Macedonian heartland and Paristrion. After this, Basil laid siege to Vidin, which eventually capitulated, but they put out a pretty lengthy resistance. In response to the Byzantine campaign, Samuel launched a large-scale raid of his own into the heart of Byzantine Thrace and unexpectedly captured the major city of Adrianople. After turning homeward, laden with extensive plunder, Samuel was intercepted near Skopje by a Byzantine army commanded by Basil himself, whose forces stormed the Bulgarian camp, defeating the Bulgarians and recovering the plunder from Adrianople. Skopje surrendered shortly after the battle, and Basil treated its governor, Romanos, with overt kindness. In 1005, the governor of Dyrrhachium, Ashot Taronites, surrendered his city to the Byzantines as well. The defection of Dyrrhachium completed the isolation of Samuel's core territories in the western highlands of western Macedonia. Samuel was forced into an almost entirely defensive stance. He fortified the passes and routes from the coastline and valleys held by the Byzantines to the territory remaining under his control. Over the next few years, the Byzantine offensive began to slow, and after no significant gains were made, although an attempt by the Bulgarians to counterattack in 1009 was defeated at the Battle of Creta, east of Thessalonica. In 1014, Basil was ready to launch a campaign aimed at destroying Bulgarian resistance once and for all. Thus, on the 29th of July, 1014, at the Battle of Cladion, he and his general, Nikephoros Xiphias, outmaneuvered the Bulgarian army, defending one of his fortified passes. Samuel avoided capture due to the valor of his son Gabriel. But after crushing the Bulgarians, Basil was not quite satisfied with a normal victory. He decided to exact a little bit of vengeance in a very interesting way, capturing 15,000 prisoners and blinding 99 of every 100 men, leaving one man with one eye in each cohort to lead the rest back to their ruler. This act of cruelty was partly because in Byzantine eyes the Bulgarians were rebels, and blinding was the usual punishment for being a rebel. Well, the other reason is, too, kind of multifaceted. You see, it's like this. First of all, you get rid of all of the soldiers, Instead of taking them prisoner, well, you send them back, but they can never fight again. But through blinding all of them in this way, well, they're not just a burden upon themselves, but think of almost 15,000 blinded men being sent back to their home city. Someone has to take care of them. I mean, the Bulgarians aren't going to kill all of their own soldiers, aren't they? What an interesting way to cripple an enemy. A very cruel way, but hey, credit where it's due. I bet the soldiers did not see that coming. Well, as for Samuel, yes, he might have gotten away, but reportedly when all of these 15,000 blinded men began showing up, all with their hands on their shoulders like one big, horrible, macabre conga line, he was so struck by the sight of it that he just couldn't believe it. He went into shock, and he died 2 days later, on October the 6th, because apparently this sight gave him a stroke. Not good. Well, Bulgaria did continue to fight for 4 more years, fueled by Basil's cruelty, but they did submit in 1018. This submission resulted from continued military pressure and a successful diplomatic campaign aimed at dividing and suborning the Bulgarian leadership. This victory and the later submission of the Serbs fulfilled one of Basil's goals as the empire regained its ancient Danubian frontier for the first time in 400 years. Now, word had certainly gotten around about what happened to the Bulgarians. Therefore, the rulers of the neighboring Croatia, Krasimir III and Goslav, who were previously allies of Bulgaria, accepted Basil's supremacy to avoid the same fate. Old Basil, well, he was quite delighted and warmly received their offers of vassalage. He even awarded them the honorary title of Patrikios. Croatia remained a tributary state to Basil until his death. Well, before returning to Constantinople, Basil celebrated his triumph in Athens, of all places. He showed considerable statesmanship in his treatment of the defeated Bulgarians, at least the ones that he wasn't gouging the eyes out of. He gave many former Bulgarian leaders court titles, actually, positions in provincial administration, and high commands in the army. He sought to absorb the Bulgarian elite into Byzantine society, and that was exactly what happened. Well, because Bulgaria did not have a monetary economy, at least in the same extent as Byzantium, Basil decided to accept Bulgarian taxes in kind. However, this policy was reversed by his successors, leading to significant Bulgarian discontent and rebellion later in the 11th century. Campaigns against the Khazar successor states. Though the Kievan Rus had significantly diminished the power of the Khazar Khaganate in the 960s, the Byzantines had not fully capitalized on the resulting power vacuum to reassert their dominion over Crimea and the Black Sea regions. By 1016, Byzantine ambitions turned towards these areas. Basil, in a combined effort with Mstislav of Chernigov, launched a military campaign against Crimea, much of which was under the control of the Khazar successor kingdom, led by George Zul, based in Kerch. According to Kedrenos, this campaign was successful. Zul was captured, his kingdom destroyed, and the Byzantines subsequently occupied southern Crimea. Byzantine-Georgian Wars. The stability of the Byzantine Empire was significantly challenged by internal rebellions and external threats. A full-scale rebellion was initiated by Bardas Skleros in 976 that spread all across Asia Minor. It was during this period that Basil was supported by the Georgian prince David III of Tau, who played a crucial role in the loyalist victory at the Battle of Pankaleia. For this support, David was granted a lifetime membership to Raid Shadow Legends. No, I'm just joking. A lifetime rule over key territories in Eastern Asia Minor. However, the relationship between Constantinople and the Georgian rulers was complex and often fraught with distrust, especially after David's perceived rebuff during Bardas Phocas's revolt in 987. After the failure of this revolt and the death of David of Tau in 1001, Basil inherited key provinces, including Tau, Fasciane, and Speri, which were reorganized into the theme of Iberia, with its capital at Theodosiopolis. This inheritance forced Bagrat III, the Georgian Bagratid ruler, to recognize the new territorial arrangements. Bagrat's son, George I, however, harbored ambitions to restore the Kuropalates' succession to Georgia. In 1015 to 1016, amidst the campaigns in Tau and alliances with external powers like the Fatimid Caliph al-Hakim, George posed a challenge to Byzantine authority. With Bulgaria subdued in 1018 and al-Hakim well and truly deceased, Basil was ready to launch a significant campaign against Georgia. By late 1021, Basil led a large Byzantine army, reinforced by the formidable Varangian Guard, into Georgian territory. The Byzantines advanced, recovering Fasciane and pushing beyond Tau into the heart of Georgia. George I responded by burning Oltisi to deny its use to the enemy and retreating to Kola. A significant confrontation occurred near the village of Shirimni at Lake Palakazio on September the 11th, where Basil achieved a victory, yet a costly one, but it did prompt George to retreat even further. Basil then plundered the region and withdrew to Trebizond for the winter. Despite several attempts at negotiation, the conflict continued on. George received reinforcements and even allied with Byzantine commanders Nikephoros Phocas and Nikephoros Siphias, and it's a different Nikephoros Phocas, by the way, during their short-lived insurrection against Basil. In December, amidst all of this chaos, the Armenian king Senekerim of Vaspurakan, facing pressures from the Seljuk Turks, surrendered his kingdom to Basil. In early 1022, Basil launched a final offensive and decisively defeated the Georgians at the Battle of Svindax. Facing threats from both land and sea, George was compelled to agree to a treaty, that ceded significant territories back to the Byzantines. As part of the treaty terms, George's infant son, Bagrat, was also taken hostage by Basil. Little harsh, isn't it? Well, he's young. I'm sure he'll forget about it. Well, Basil was greatly admired by his army, because he actually spent most of his reign right there with them, rather than merely sending orders from Constantinople like other people, many of his predecessors. This direct leadership fostered a strong loyalty within the ranks, enhancing his influence over both political and church matters. He also adopted the lifestyle of a soldier, one of the boys, even eating the same daily rations as his troops, which was probably the bravest thing he could have done. Basil also took under his protection the children of deceased army officers, providing them with shelter, food, and education. Many of these children grew up to become soldiers and officers themselves, effectively replacing their fathers in the ranks. Among these, actually, was Isaac Komnenos, who rose to become emperor, by the way, much later. Video on him soon. Maybe. See how we go. Basil also secured the annexation of sub-kingdoms in Armenia, and a promise that its capital and surrounding regions would be willed to Byzantium following the death of its king. In 1021, he negotiated the cessation of the kingdom of Vaspurakan from its king, Sennacherib John, in exchange for estates in Sepastia. These territories were heavily fortified, creating a robust frontier in the highlands. Additionally, Byzantine forces restored much control over southern Italy, which had been lost over the previous 150 years. At the time of his death, on December the 15th, 1025, Basil was preparing a military expedition to recover Sicily. His death marked the end of the longest reign of any Byzantine or Roman emperor up to that point. At his death, the Byzantine Empire's territories stretched from southern Italy to the Caucasus and from the Danube to the Levant, its greatest extent since the Muslim conquest 4 centuries earlier. Although initially intended to be buried in the last available sarcophagus in the rotunda of Constantine I in the Church of the Holy Apostles, Basil later requested that his brother and successor, Constantine VII, bury him in the Church of St. John the Theologian, outside the walls of Constantinople. The words on his tomb read thusly: "From the day that the King of Heaven called upon me to become the Emperor, the great overlord of the world, no one saw my spear lie idle. I stayed alert throughout my life and protected the children of the new Rome, valiantly campaigning both in the west and at the outposts of the east. O man, seeing now my tomb here, reward me for my campaigns with your prayers." And with that, we reach the end of our biography of Basil II, or his more popular name, the Bulgar Slayer. Well, I'd like to thank you for joining me, and I'd like to thank Stark Factory, JC, and Jeffrey for being top-tier patrons. 3 Chads. Thank you very much. If you would like to do the whole Patreon thing, well, you know what to do. It's in the description. Edward I of England, known as Edward Longshanks, due to his imposing height and long legs, a formidable monarch whose reign was from 1272 to 1307, marked by ambitious administrative reforms and military campaigns. His rule is notably remembered for his efforts to consolidate the territories of Wales and Scotland under English dominance, leading to extensive campaigns in both regions. A conquest that culminated with the construction of an iron ring of massive stone castles that secured English control. In Scotland, his attempts to enforce authority culminated in the Wars of Scottish Independence, famously opposed by figures such as William Wallace and Robert the Bruce. Hello and welcome to the channel. If you are new here, it's good to meet you, and if you're coming back, it's great to have you back here again. As always, if you like what I do and wish to support the channel, Patreon link is in the description. Otherwise, help me reach my goal of 10,000 subscribers by subscribing to the channel and liking the video, as that helps push it out a little better. Now, with that out of the way, let's get on to our topic for today. Please take a deep breath, relax, and we can begin our full biography of Edward Longshanks. Edward was born during the evening of the 17th to the 18th of June on 1239 at the Palace of Westminster. He was the son of Eleanor of Provence and King Henry III. This name, Edward, was unusual among aristocracy post-Norman conquest, and it was chosen by his father in homage to Edward the Confessor. The celebrations of his birth were, of course, elaborate and widespread, culminating in his baptism at Westminster Abbey 3 days later. Known as the Lord Edward until his accession in 1272, he was raised in the company of his cousin, Henry of Almaine, son of King Henry's brother, Richard of Cornwall, who remained his lifelong companion and close friend. His early upbringing was managed by Hugh Giffard initially, and later by Bartholomew Peche, after Giffard's death in 1246. Well, in terms of education, it was pretty typical for a noble of his time. We're talking about topics such as military strategy, though specific details are scarce, along with the general education in rhetoric and philosophy, theology, the like. Throughout his childhood, he faced several health challenges, notably in the years 1246, 47, and 1251. But regardless of that, he managed to develop into a strong and athletic individual, standing at an impressive 6 feet 2, that's 188 centimeters for those living in civilized countries, which earned him the nickname Longshanks. His physical prowess was an asset in his military and equestrian activities, and despite a reported lisp, he was apparently a very persuasive speaker. In response to fears of a Castilian attack on the English-held territory of Gascony, a marriage was arranged in 1254 between the then 15-year-old Edward and Eleanor of Castile, then 13, the half-sister of King Alfonso X of Castile. Their wedding took place on the 1st of November 1254 in the Abbey of Santa Maria la Real de las Huelgas in Castile, solidifying a political alliance that included a renunciation by Alfonso of claims in Gascony, and also subsequent land grants to Edward always helps grease the wheels a little. This union later enabled Edward to inherit the county of Ponthieu in 1279, but we'll get to that a little later. Henry III had granted Edward extensive lands, including parts of Wales, Ireland, and Gascony in 1254, though he retained significant control over these, particularly the income from Ireland. Edward's real authority in Gascony was somewhat limited, as Simon de Montfort had already been drawing income from the region. After his marriage to Eleanor, the couple entered Gascony, where Edward began to assert more political independence, proclaiming himself as its prince and lord. From 1254 to 1257, Edward's actions were heavily influenced by his mother's Savoyard family, especially her uncle, Peter II of Savoy. After 1257, his affiliation shifted towards the Lusignan group led by his father's half-brothers, including William de Valence. This alignment with the foreign-born Lusignans was pretty unpopular among the established nobility, and this set the stage for future conflicts among the barons. Chroniclers like Matthew Paris critiqued Edward's circle for their disruptive behavior, casting Edward's leadership qualities in questionable light during these formative years. Edward began demonstrating his political autonomy as early as 1255, notably siding with the Solar family against the Colombe family in Gascony. This stance conflicted with King Henry III's preference for mediating between local disputes, showing Edward's early streak of independence. By the May of 1258, discontent with royal governance led to provisions of Oxford, aimed at primarily curtailing the influence of Edward's political allies, the Lusignans. Initially, Edward resisted these reforms staunchly in support of his allies. However, his stance evolved significantly by the March of 1259, when he formed an alliance with Richard de Clare, the 6th Earl of Gloucester, and a prominent reformer. By the October of that same year, Edward openly declared his support for the baronial reform movement led by Simon de Montfort, the Earl of Leicester. This apparent shift may have been strategic, aligning with Leicester to help bolster his position in Gascony. When King Henry III departed for France in November, Edward's actions verged on insubordination. He appointed several reformers to key positions, leading his father to suspect a possible coup. Upon Henry's return, the father and son were estranged until reconciled through the efforts of Richard of Cornwall and Archbishop Boniface. In November of 1260, Edward's alignment shifted again as he rejoined the Lusignans, who were then exiled in France. Returning to England in 1262, he experienced financial disputes with some of the Lusignans, leading to further estrangements. King Henry then assigned him to military campaigns in Wales against Lewin ap Gruffudd in 1263, which achieved very minimal success and saw Edward's forces surrounded and besieged. Things began to change again with the return of Simon de Montfort in England in 1263, reigniting baronial demands for reform. As the king appeared somewhat likely to capitulate, Edward adopted a more decisive role in defending royal prerogatives. He reconciled with previously alienated allies, including Henry of Almaine and John de Warenne, the 6th Earl of Surrey, and successfully captured Windsor Castle from the rebel forces. The series of events culminated in the Mise of Amiens, brokered by King Louis IX of France in 1264, which decisively favored the royalist cause, but also set the stage for further conflicts. From 1264 to 1267, during the Second Barons' War, Edward took an active role in the conflict against the baronial forces led by Simon de Montfort. The hostilities began when Edward captured Gloucester, which was under rebel control. Following this, Edward engaged Robert de Ferrers, the 6th Earl of Derby, and managed to negotiate a truce. However, Edward later breached this agreement by launching an assault and capturing Northampton from Simon de Montfort the Younger, subsequently initiating a punitive expedition against Derby's territories. The pivotal Battle of Lewes occurred on the 14th of May, 1264, where Edward commanded the right flank. He initially achieved success by routing Leicester's London forces, but his decision to pursue the fleeing enemy led him away from the main battle. Upon his return, he discovered that the rest of the royalist forces had been crushed. Consequently, Edward and his cousin Henry of Almaine were captured and handed over as hostages under the terms established by the Mise of Lewes. Edward remained a prisoner until the March of 1265, under close watch, even following his release. His escape on the 28th of May while horse riding in Hereford marked a turning point. He promptly joined forces with Gilbert de Clare, the 7th Earl of Gloucester, who had recently switched allegiances to support the king. Together, they easily recaptured Worcester and Gloucester. Edward's military campaign continued as he intercepted Leicester, who was attempting to unite with his son Simon and their new ally Llewellyn. Edward's strategic movements led him to Kenilworth Castle, catching Simon the Younger by surprise, before he decisively confronted Leicester at the Battle of Evesham on the 4th of August, 1265, a battle that concluded with Leicester's defeat and subsequent death, marking a significant victory for the royal forces. Edward's tactics throughout the summer of 1265, such as the breach of truce with the Earl of Derby, earned him a reputation for being somewhat, how can we say, untrustworthy. Regardless, his subsequent military successes and leniency towards defeated enemies helped him regain respect and admiration. The conflict extended beyond Leicester's death, with Edward addressing remaining pockets of resistance. He negotiated a settlement with Simon the Younger in Lincolnshire and led to a successful operation against the Cinque Ports. The protracted siege at Kenilworth Castle, which only yielded the following dictum of Kenilworth, highlighted the ongoing instability. Edward's political role expanded during this period. He was appointed Lord Warden of the Cinque Ports in 1265, and took on significant governmental responsibilities as steward of England. Despite his involvement in domestic politics, Edward was primarily focused on organizing his impending crusade, showing a swift shift in priorities away from the internal strife of the Second Barons' War. In a grand ceremony on the 24th of June 1268, Edward made public the commitment to embark on a new crusade, alongside his brother Edmund Crouchback, funny name, isn't it, and his cousin Henry of Almaine, as well as other former foes, such as John de Vesci, the 7th Earl of Gloucester, although Gloucester ultimately decided not to participate. This move came after domestic stability had finally been restored, with the main hurdle to the crusade being financial constraints. They simply just did not have enough money, and crusades were notoriously expensive. Just ask Constantinople. Well, King Louis IX of France contributed a loan of about £17,500 to the cause. However, additional funds were of course necessary, and this led to the levy of a direct tax on the laity in the May of 1270, and this was significant since it was the first tax since 1237, which Parliament actually sanctioned in exchange for the reconfirmation of the Magna Carta and restrictions on Jewish money-lending. Thus, Edward set sail for France on the 20th of August 1270. The initial plan of the crusade was to aid the Christian stronghold of Acre in Palestine. However, upon the French King Louis and his brother Charles of Anjou, the King of Sicily, redirecting the crusade attack to Tunis, the campaign was disrupted by an epidemic that claimed Louis on August the 25th. By the time Edward had showed up to Tunis, a treaty with the emir had already been signed by Charles, and there was simply no further action to take. So they all just went home. Despite plans to resume military affairs in the following spring, a severe storm dissuaded further campaigning by Charles and Philip III, Louis's successor. Undeterred, Edward sailed from Sicily and landed at Acre on the 9th of May 1271. Upon arrival, Edward found the Christian forces in Acre under significant pressure from the Muslims, led by the Mamluk Sultan Baibars. Despite the limited impact on his forces, Edward's presence bolstered the city's defense, and he conducted a series of military engagements, including a raid, albeit a futile one, at St. Georges-de-l'Ebène, and a strategic but ultimately unsuccessful raid on Carcun, a potential launch point for the recapture of Jerusalem. Diplomatic efforts to align with the Mongols against Baibars yielded a temporary distraction, but ultimately no strategic advantage. With the situation growing ever more and more desperate, a 10-year truce with Baibars was signed by Hugh III of Cyprus in May of 1272. The following month, Edward survived an assassination attempt by the Nizari Ismailis, allegedly under orders from Baibars. They say allegedly, but it was pretty obvious. Though he did kill the assassin, the attack left Edward severely weakened, hastening his decision to conclude the crusade. Thus, Edward departed Acre on September 24th, 1272, and learned of his father's death upon reaching Sicily. He did not take the news well. Despite the personal loss, though, he didn't rush back to England. He took a different route through Italy and France, where he visited Pope Gregory X and paid homage to Philip III. His travels included a stop in Savoy to affirm feudal allegiances. His return to Gascony to address administrative and rebellious challenges showcased his interest in governance and feudal management. Thus, Edward's European journey concluded with his return to England on August 2nd, 1274, 2 years after he heard of his father's death, and subsequently his coronation on August 19th of the same year at Westminster Abbey, where he notably removed his crown post-ceremony to signify his intent to restore the full authority and territories of the crown. Llywelyn ap Gruffudd found himself in a relatively favourable position after the Barons' War, with the 1267 Treaty of Montgomery acknowledging his control over the 4 cantrefs of Perfedwelad, and sorry about my Welsh pronunciation, and formally recognizing his title as the Prince of Wales. However, conflicts persisted, particularly with some marcher lords such as the Earl of Gloucester and Roger Mortimer, among others. The situation was worsened in 1274, when Llywelyn's younger brother Dafydd and another Welsh prince by the name of, and I'll do my best, Gruffydd ad Gwenwynwyn, after a failed attempt on Llewellyn's life, defected to the English side. Llewellyn's refusal to pay homage to King Edward, citing ongoing hostilities and Edward's sheltering of his adversaries, and plans to marry Eleanor, daughter of Simon de Montfort, made tensions a lot more tense. Now, it leads us to November 1276, where Edward I responded by declaring war on Llywelyn. The campaign initially involved leaders like Roger Mortimer and included significant forces, reflecting Edward's comprehensive approach to the conflict. Despite early successes, Llewellyn faced internal weaknesses among his followers. By the July of 1277, Edward had launched a full-scale invasion, amassing a large army that faced very little resistance and led to Llewellyn's quick capitulation. Thus, the Treaty of Aberconwy later that year significantly reduced Llewellyn's territory to the land of Gwynedd and curtailed his power, though he was allowed to retain the title of Prince of Wales, so small victories, take it where you can get it. However, the war reignited in 1282 under different circumstances. It was characterized by broader Welsh support and a stronger nationalistic fervor spurred by opposition to the new English laws, which were not very popular. The conflict began with a revolt led by Dafydd ap Gruffudd, and quickly saw other Welsh leaders, including Llywelyn, join. The Welsh initially saw success, such as the defeat of the English forces at the Battle of the Llandeilo Fawr. However, the campaign turned against the Welsh with the capture and subsequent execution of Dafydd and the death of Llywelyn at the Battle of Orowyn Bridge, which marked significant blows to Welsh independence. Edward I's conquest led to the Statute of Rhuddlan in 1284, integrating Wales into the English legal framework and initiating a policy of English settlements, and extensive castle building, supervised by the master architect James of St. George. These castles, such as Beaumaris and Caernarfon, were not only military bastions, but they also served as symbols of Edward's authority and intent to maintain dominion over Wales. The birth of Edward's son, the future Edward II, at Caernarfon Castle in 1284, was likely a staged event to cement the symbolism of English permanence in Wales. In 1301, the child was made the first English Prince of Wales, a title intended to signify the integration of Wales under English governance and provide the prince with a substantive role in the English aristocracy. Edward's aspirations for another crusade influenced much of his foreign policy until 1291, aiming to orchestrate a pan-European crusade by preventing conflicts among European rulers. A key issue was the tension between the French Capetian House of Anjou, ruling southern Italy, and the Crown of Aragon in Spain. The Sicilian Vespers uprising in 1282 against Charles of Anjou, where the Sicilians sought aid from Peter III of Aragon, led to the Aragonese War. During this conflict, Charles of Anjou's son, Charles of Salerno, was captured, escalating tensions and raising the threat of a broader European war. Edward intervened to mediate between France and Aragon in Paris in 1286, facilitating a truce that included the release of Charles of Salerno. Despite Edward's efforts, the fall of Acre to the Mamluks in 1291 was a significant setback to his crusading plans, marking the end of the era of Christian strongholds in the Holy Land. Edward also devoted considerable attention to Gascony, his French duchy. In 1278, he appointed a commission to investigate governance there, leading to widespread administrative changes. His personal visit in 1286 was marked by a serious accident in which he survived a fall from a tower, an event followed by the expulsion of Jews from the region, ostensibly as a gesture of thanks for his survival. The status of Gascony as part of the Kingdom of France continually posed diplomatic challenges, notably in 1294, when Edward's refusal to appear before the French King Philip IV to discuss maritime conflicts led to the temporary forfeiture of the duchy. Thus, Edward's engagement with the Mongol Empire was another facet of his international policy, aimed at forming an alliance to reclaim the Holy Land, and he wasn't the first one with that idea. Both sides were trying to get the Mongols to do as they wanted them to do. Well, contacts included receiving Mongol envoys in Gascony in 1287, and sending his own ambassadors to the Mongols, reflecting a serious consideration of a Mongol-European alliance that, if came to fruition, could certainly turn the tide in the Near East. Well, the death of his wife, Eleanor of Castile, in November of 1290, had a profound effect on Edward, who commemorated her with the Eleanor crosses, marching each overnight stop of her funeral procession. The political necessity later led him to marry Philip IV's sister Margaret in 1299, a union simply meant to secure peace with France. The marriage concluded, and the protracted Anglo-French conflicts that had drained the resources and achieved little, culminating in a peace that saw the partial return of Gascony to English control in 1303. By the 1280s, the relationship between England and Scotland was marked by relatively peaceful coexistence, at least compared to before. The issue of homage was less contentious compared to Wales, and in 1278, King Alexander III of Scotland, who was also Edward's brother-in-law, paid homage to Edward. But this was understood to be for Alexander's English lands only. The real complications began following the death of Alexander III in 1286, who left behind his 3-year-old granddaughter, Margaret, as his sole direct heir. Under the Treaty of Bergam, it was agreed that the young Margaret would marry Edward's son, Edward of Carnarvon, ensuring Scotland's independence from English overlordship, despite the union. However, Margaret's untimely death in Orkney in 1290 during her journey from Norway to Scotland precipitated a succession crisis, known as the Great Cause, with no clear heir to the Scottish throne. Amongst the numerous claimants, John Balliol and Robert de Bruce were the primary contenders. Thus, the Scottish nobility requested Edward's involvement in the adjudication, but not as an arbitrator. This decision was to be made by 104 auditors, appointed equally among the claimants, and Edward, who would choose the final 24 from among Scotland's most senior political figures. Initially indifferent to the matter of suzerainty at Bergam, Edward now seized the opportunity to assert some of his authority, insisting on being recognized as Scotland's feudal overlord if he could indeed resolve the dispute. The Scots were not happy with this, and they resisted it, arguing that without a king they lacked the authority to agree on such terms. The issue was, however, temporarily resolved when the claimants agreed to temporarily cede authority over Scotland to Edward until a king could be chosen and agreed upon. In November of 1292, and after quite a lengthy process and debate, John Balliol was finally declared king. Edward's dominance over Scotland did not end with Balliol's coronation, however. He overstepped his bounds by agreeing to hear appeals against decisions made by the Scottish guardians during the interregnum, and further strained relations by demanding Balliol attend the English Parliament to answer charges in a legal dispute, which was, of course, an affront to Scottish sovereignty. Stay in your lane. Well, Edward's subsequent demand for Scottish military support against France was the last straw, leading Scotland to ally with France and attack Carlisle, albeit unsuccessfully, but they were still rather angry. In retaliation, Edward invaded Scotland in 1296, capturing Berwick-upon-Tweed in a very savage assault, and crushing the Scottish resistance at the Battle of Dunbar. Edward then took symbolic control by removing the Stone of Destiny to Westminster and deposing Balliol, who was imprisoned in the Tower of London. English administrators were installed to govern Scotland. Though Edward's campaign was initially successful, this dominance was not to last. Edward was known far and wide for his formidable and sometimes volatile temperament. One incident vividly illustrating this intimidating presence involves the Dean of St. Paul's, who collapsed and died from fright before he could protest Edward's heavy taxation in 1295. Another case involved the 14th century Archbishop of York, whose death was attributed to Edward's severe treatment of him. Edward's fierceness was not just a matter of hearsay. His explosive anger was also directed towards his own family, as demonstrated when he allegedly pulled out clumps of his son Edward of Carnarvon's hair in rage over the young man's request for an earldom for his favourite, Piers Gaveston. Despite the fierce aspects of his character, Edward could show a softer side, especially towards his family. He was known to be particularly close to his daughters, often bestowing lavish gifts upon them during their visits to court. His reputation as a king, however, was shaped by his strong leadership qualities rather than his warmth and gentle feminine side. Described by a contemporary song as a leopard, known for its powerful and unpredictable nature, Edward was both respected and feared, which contributed to the lack of armed rebellions during his reign. Nobody was really wanting to go up against him. Edward was seen by his contemporaries as embodying the ideal of kingship, excelling as a soldier and adhering to the chivalric codes of the time. He was also devoutly religious, regularly attending chapel, generously distributing alms and showing deep reverence for the Virgin Mary, and also St. Thomas Becket, who he was a great fan of. His commitment to the royal touch ritual, believed to cure scrofula, further cemented his role as a traditional medieval monarch. Records indicate that he might have touched over 1,000 people annually to heal them. What records don't indicate is the success rate of this medical procedure. His relations with the Church, however, were complex and often strained. Edward frequently clashed with the archbishops of Canterbury, and even with the papacy over issues such as ecclesiastical taxation, reflecting the ongoing tensions between secular and religious authorities. If there's one thing the Church does not like, it is being taxed. Now, Edward's fascination with the Arthurian legends also played its own role in its cultural and political activities. He made a pilgrimage to Glastonbury Abbey to open what was believed to be the tomb of King Arthur and Guinevere, and he retrieved what he believed to be Arthur's crown from Lillywhyn after conquering North Wales. His Welsh castle-building campaign was heavily influenced by the Arthurian myths, both in design and geographic choice. Edward also organized the Round Table events, complete with tournaments and feasts, drawing deliberate parallels between his court and that of King Arthur to enhance his own status and kingship in the eyes of his subjects and contemporaries. Immediately after becoming king, he acted to restore order and strengthen royal authority, which had somewhat diminished during his father's reign. One of his first actions was a comprehensive overhaul of administrative personnel, including Robert Burnell as Chancellor in 1274, a position Burnell held until 1292. That same year, Edward replaced many local officials, such as escutors and sheriffs, to prepare for a nationwide inquest. This inquest aimed to address grievances against royal officials and identify crown lands lost under Henry III's rule. The outcome of the inquest was documented in the 100 Rolls, somewhat reminiscent of the Domesday Book, and these documents formed the basis for later legal proceedings, known as quo warranto. These proceedings were designed to challenge the basis, or warrant, of liberties held without royal sanction. The Statutes of Westminster in 1275 and 1285, and the Statute of Gloucester in 1278 implemented these changes, particularly increasing the pleas of quo warranto handled by the itinerant justices. This extensive review of liberties caused quite a bit of alarm among the aristocracy, who argued that long-standing practice should suffice as evidence of entitlement. A compromise in 1290 established that any liberty practiced since Richard the Lionheart's coronation in 1189 was legitimate. Although few liberties were reclaimed by the crown, Edward succeeded in affirming the principle that all liberties certainly did originate from the crown. This period also saw a significant shift in legislative reform, marking one of Edward's most impactful contributions. These reforms began with the baronial movement, including the Statute of Marlborough in 1267. Post-inquest legislation included the Statute of Westminster, which reinforced loyal prerogatives and restrictions on liberties, and the Statutes of Montmen in 1279, addressing land grants to the Church. The subsequent legislation, such as the Statute of Merchants in 1285 for debt covery, the Statute of Winchester in the same year for local security, and Quia Emptores in 1290 for land ownership disputes, set a new foundation in English law. Edward's legislative efforts culminated with the Great Statutes, concluding around the death of Robert Burnell in 1292. His reign was also marked by significant financial and administrative reforms, beginning with a complete overhaul of the coinage system. By 1279, Edward had introduced new and higher quality coins, including the unsuccessful groat, and innovated the minting process itself, shifting from stamping coins from sheets to cutting blanks from a silver rod, a technique introduced by the moneyer William Turnemier. This method was not only more efficient, but also curtailed the prior practice of minting coins with the moneyer's name, reflecting a move toward a greater centralization under the crown's control. Despite these improvements, English coins were heavily counterfeited in the Low Countries and illegally exported, leading to a ban in 1283, which Edward enforced by mandating the public to exchange old coins for new ones in 1280. While this was a little bit difficult logistically, when it was said and done, it did manage to stabilize the currency. So, job well done. The financial demands of Edward's military campaigns required diverse revenue sources, including customs duties on wool, England's main export, and taxes on movable property. Negotiations in 1275 secured a permanent wool duty from domestic merchants, and in 1303 from foreign merchants too, in exchange for trading rights. With the revenue managed by the Riccardi bankers of Lucca until their bankruptcy in 1294 due to the confiscation of their assets by the French king. This led to Florentine Frescobaldi taking over as the crown's financiers. Now, speaking of money, can't go past the Jews, can't we? They were the moneylenders of the time, weren't they? And Edward, well, he did not like them, let's put it that way. His reign saw financial exploitation, and eventually the complete expulsion of all the Jews in England. Now, permitted to practice usury, unlike Christians. If you don't know what usury is, that's charging interest on loans. And, in all fairness, the interest they were charging was, more often than not, quite ridiculous. The Jews became a crucial financial resource, albeit one that Edward taxed heavily, forcing them to sell debt bonds at a loss, which benefited the crown and its courtiers. In 1275, facing parliamentary discontent, Edward prohibited Jews from lending with interest and encouraged other occupation through the Statute of Jewry. By 1279, under the guise of combating coin clipping, Edward had all Jewish household heads arrested, leading to about 300 executions and substantial fines extracted from the survivors. Now, what they found that the Jews were doing, allegedly, was clipping the edges off the coins to take the little bits of gold off, melt it down, and either sell the gold or the silver, or simply mint new counterfeit coins. This is the reason why in our modern days you'll see those little lines on the edges of the coins. It comes from this practice many years ago. Well, this period saw repeated financial exploitation, reducing the Jews' utility to the crown by 1280 and setting a stage for their expulsion in 1290. This expulsion, justified by Edward as a religious act in honor of the crucified, was part of a deal with Parliament to secure a massive lay subsidy. What he means by in honor of the crucified is that the Jews effectively were always getting the blame for the murder of Jesus Christ, or rather the betrayal of him. The Romans never got the blame, though. But the Rome was where the Pope lived, so figure that one out. Well, it was a political move that saw the Jews despoiled, and their properties granted to royal favorites, and it was an unprecedented thing in its permanency, and it wasn't reversed until the 1650s. So that's about 300 years. Edward even funded the renovation of the tomb of little Saint Hugh to align with this expulsion, blending the religious justification with political expediency. Well, enough about that. Edward's reign was also marked by a significant financial strain due to the continuous warfare of the 1290s, necessitating the imposition of multiple lay subsidies that did manage to raise over £200,000 between 1294 and 1297. This financial burden was compounded by prices, including the seizure of wool and hides, and the imposition of an unpopular additional duty on wool known as the maltolт, which was perceived as an unjust levy. The fiscal demands led to widespread resentment and eventually catalyzed serious political opposition, initially from the clergy rather than the lay populace. In 1294, Edward's demand for half of all clerical revenues was met with some resistance, but the king enforced compliance through threats of outlawry, securing the necessary grants. However, The situation escalated when Archbishop Robert Winchelsea, who had been absent in Italy, returned in 1295, and was immediately confronted with another royal demand for clerical taxes. This tension between ecclesiastical and royal authority intensified in 1296, with the issuance of the papal bull Clericus Laicos, which prohibited clergy from paying taxes to lay rulers without the Pope's explicit consent. When the clergy cited this bull to refuse Edward's tax demands, the king responded by declaring them outlaws. That ought to show him. Winchelsea was, of course, forced to navigate a very complex situation, ultimately advising clerics to act according to their conscience, leading to partial compliance with Edward's taxation. Resistance from the lay nobility emerged more gradually. The critical point came in 1297 at the Salisbury Parliament, where the Earl Marshal Roger Bigod and the Earl of Hereford Humphrey de Bohun challenged Edward's right to demand military service for campaigns outside of England, specifically objecting to service in Gascony when the king was in Flanders. Their resistance culminated in the drafting of the Remonstrances, which articulated grievances particularly about the high level of taxation. Edward's persistence in taxing the nobility without broader consent led to a significant confrontation when Bigod and Bohun physically prevented the collection of taxes at the Exchequer. As Edward prepared for a campaign in Flanders, England teetered on the brink of civil war. However, the Scottish victory at the Battle of Stirling Bridge on September 1297 shifted the political landscape, uniting Edward and the English magnates against a common enemy. In response to this external threat, and indeed then it was external, in terms of there was no United Kingdom, Edward agreed to sign the Confirmatio Cartarum, which reaffirmed the Magna Carta and the Charter of the Forest, securing support of the nobility for his Scottish campaign. Despite these concessions, Edward's challenges persisted, particularly with maintaining the commitments he made under the previous agreements. Over time, the death of key opponents like de Bohun and the negotiation of favorable terms with others like Bigod eased Edward's political struggles. His ongoing conflict with Archbishop Winchelsea over clerical taxation was also resolved in his favor with the election of the more sympathetic Pope Clement V, who suspended Winchelsea from office. Edward's initial military success in Scotland in 1296 did not secure a lasting peace, as resistance quickly re-emerged under leaders like William Wallace and Andrew de Moray. William Wallace, of course, being the title character of the Braveheart films that you're all so familiar with, which are good films. I don't care if they're not historically accurate. I'm not one of those people who's going to sit there and dig my heels in and not enjoy it just because they're wearing kilts or just because the colors are wrong on the English uniform. I'm not one of those people. Just enjoy the movie. Well, despite a major victory at the Battle of Falkirk in 1298, Edward failed to capitalize on this success, and ongoing guerrilla attacks by the Scots continued to thwart the English war effort. Eventually they captured and executed William Wallace in 1305, which was intended as a decisive blow to the Scottish resistance, make them all feel scared and frightened. But it didn't. The rise of Robert the Bruce as King of Scotland in 1306 revitalized the Scottish struggle for independence, catching Edward completely off guard and marking the beginning of a new and formidable phase of the opposition. In February 1307, Robert the Bruce renewed his campaign for Scottish independence by gathering forces and, by May, defeating Aymer de Valence at the Battle of Loudon Hill. Edward I, determined to quell Bruce's uprising, mustered his strength and marched north. However, his health was failing. He had developed dysentery during the journey. By the 6th of July, Edward had reached Berge-by-Sands near the Scottish border, where his condition worsened. The following day, as his servants attempted to help him sit up and eat, he died in their arms. Legends and narratives about Edward's final wishes vary. One tradition claims he requested his heart to be taken to the Holy Land with a crusading force. Another tale, less substantiated, suggests he desired his bones to be carried on future military campaigns against the Scots. A more historically credible account from the Chronicles states that, on his deathbed, Edward charged important barons like Henry de Lacy, 3rd Earl of Lincoln, and Guy de Beauchamp, the 10th Earl of Warwick, to guide and protect his son, specifically instructing them to ensure that Piers Gaveston, who he had exiled, did not return. This directive was, however, ignored by his son Edward II, who recalled Gaveston almost immediately after his succession. Edward I's remains were transported south, and lay in state at Waltham Abbey before being interred at Westminster Abbey on the 27th of October. The funeral, relatively modest by royal standards, reflected the financial constraints at the time, costing a total of £473. His tomb, a simple Purbeck marble sarcophagus, lacked the regal effigy typically associated with monarchs, possibly also due to these fiscal limitations. In 1774, the Society of Antiquaries in London opened Edward's tomb, noting the preservation of his body and measuring his height. His tomb bears the inscription, added in the 16th century by Abbot John Feckenham, which reads in English, "Here is Edward I, Hammer of the Scots, 1308. Keep the troth." This refers to his reputation as the Hammer of the Scots, a nickname reflecting his military campaigns in Scotland, though this was not an epithet used in his own time, but rather added later on. The French Wars of Religion, lasting from 1562 to 1598, were a series of excruciatingly brutal conflicts in France, marked by intense religious and political strife between the Catholic majority and the Protestant Huguenots. This period featured several key events, including the infamous St. Bartholomew's Day massacre of 1572, where thousands of Huguenots lost their lives. The wars reflected deeper power struggles within the French nobility, particularly among the Catholic Guisers, Bourbons, and Montmorency Chatillons, who exploited religious divisions to enhance their power. The hostilities finally concluded with the Edict of Nantes in 1598, issued by Henry IV, which granted significant rights to the Huguenots aiming to stabilize and unify France under a more tolerant and centralized regime. Hello there and welcome to the channel. If it's your first time here, it's good to meet you. And if you're coming back, it's good to see you again. As always, if you like what I do and want to support the channel, link to Patreon's in the description. Or, if you want to help me get to 6,000 subscribers, we are very close to getting there. Click that subscribe button and like the video to get YouTube into gear pushing it out. Now, without further ado, get yourself relaxed, take a very deep breath, and let's begin our full history of the French Wars of Religion. Let's try and trace the roots all the way back in the 14th century Italy. Renaissance humanism, emerging in 14th century Italy, reached France in the early 16th century, aligning with the rise of Protestantism. This movement stressed the importance of returning to the original sources, the ad fontes, initially concerning on reconstructing secular Greek and Latin texts. It did evolve to include the study of translation and New Testament and the Church Fathers' works, aiming for significant religious reform. Humanist scholars contended that biblical interpretation required knowledge of the original Greek and Hebrew, rather than relying solely on the Latin Vulgate Bible translation from the 4th century. In 1495, Aldus Manutius utilized the printing press, a new invention for Europe, to produce affordable, portable editions of literature in Greek, Latin, and of course vernacular languages, democratizing access to knowledge. By 1519, the impact of printing was evident as John Froben published and widely distributed Martin Luther's works, indicating the rapid dissemination of religious ideas. And if you want to know all about Martin Luther, I've got a video on him in the biographies playlist. By 1521, the Circle of Meaux, formed by reformers like Jacques Lefebvre and Guillaume Brissonnet, focused on enhancing preaching and general religious life. Notables such as François Vatable and Guillaume Boudet, with their expertise in Hebrew and classics, supported this initiative. Lefebvre's works pushed for a literal Bible interpretation and underscored Christ's centrality, aligning closely with Martin Luther's teachings. The circle also included Marguerite de Navarre and Guillaume Farel, who later influenced John Calvin in Geneva. Despite their eventual banishment from Geneva in 1538 over conflicts about government and ecclesiastical relations, Calvin returned in 1541, refining and firmly establishing Calvinism. Now, the Reformation was partly motivated by the clergy's corruption, which Luther vehemently criticized, a sentiment amplified by the printing press's ability to spread such critiques far and wide. For instance, Marguerite's Heptameron highlighted clerical immorality, and Farel's writings on prayer challenged the clergy's role in obstructing genuine faith, emphasizing salvation as a divine gift and the importance of personal understanding in prayer. The revival of classical learning in Italy greatly influenced Francis I of France, who was drawn to ancient literature and subsequently established royal professorships in Paris. However, his enthusiasm for classical revival did not extend to religious reform. After the Concordat of Bologna in 1516, where Pope Leo X granted Francis increased control over the French Church, allowing him to appoint clergy and tax church property, the French king upheld the traditional religious structures, unlike the religious upheavals occurring in Germany. The French nobility, benefiting from the status quo, largely supported these existing arrangements. Despite personal reservations, Francis initially tolerated the spread of Martin Luther's ideas. In France during the late 1520s, partly due to the ambiguity in defining Catholic orthodoxy at the time, which, more often than not, blurred the lines of heresy. Francis navigated a cautious path amidst emerging religious divisions. However, in January of 1535, Catholic authorities firmly categorized Lutherans alongside heretical Zwinglians, prompting John Calvin, a native of Noyon, Picardy, to flee France in 1535 due to increasing persecution. Settling in Basel, Calvin published his seminal Institutes of the Christian Religion in 1538, laying down the foundations of Calvinism, which quickly spread throughout France and beyond. Lutheranism found significant followers among the French commercial classes, but the nobility predominantly drove the swift expansion of Calvinism. Notably, Condé encountered Calvinism during a stop in Geneva upon returning from a military campaign, and was influenced by a sermon he heard there. Jeanne d'Albret, the Queen of Navarre, converted to Calvinism in 1560, influenced possibly by Theodore de Beze. Alongside Condé and her husband Antoine of Navarre, she and their son Henry of Navarre emerged as prominent Huguenot leaders. The French monarchy maintained a stance of neutrality in religious matters. That was until the affair of the placards in October 1534, a pivotal moment when Protestant radicals publicly denounced the Catholic belief in the Eucharist by posting placards in Paris and other cities, including one on the door of King Francis I's bedroom, reportedly. This blatant security breach, I don't know how they got in, and the content of the placards incited the king's anger and shifted Protestantism into the realm of very clearly defined heresy. Francis, criticized for his previous leniency, responded by executing those involved in the incident on the 21st of February 1535 in a public display at Notre Dame de Paris, witnessed by both the king and the Ottoman embassy. That ought to impress the guests. The 1540s saw an intensified crackdown on Protestantism, pushing Protestant worship underground. In a notorious episode in October 1545, Francis ordered the brutal suppression of the Waldensians at Merindol, a village in southeastern France. This group, which had connections to proto-Protestantism dating back to the 13th century, and had recently aligned with the Reformed Church, was targeted for its increasing militancy. The ensuing massacre of Merindol led to the death of many villagers and widespread condemnation. also the destruction of about 22 to 28 surrounding villages, and the men that survived were very unfortunately conscripted as galley slaves. Now, if you don't know what a galley slave is, the galley is the deck on a ship that has the rowing oars. So effectively, you're thrown down there in that hot, humid, sweaty compartment with 50 to 60 other guys, and you just have to row the boat all day. Not a good job. Now, Francis I passed away on the 31st of March, 1547, and his son, Henry II, ascended to the throne, continuing and intensifying his father's policies of religious repression. Believing firmly in the heretical nature of all Protestant beliefs, Henry enacted the Edict of Chateaubriand on the 27th of June, 1551, which significantly restricted Protestant worship and authorized the confiscation of property from those who were labeled as heretics. From his exile in Geneva, John Calvin became a pivotal figure in organizing and leading the Reformed Church of France. Calvinism appealed widely, crossing both social and occupational lines, and spread in a highly regionalized manner without a clear geographical pattern. Despite facing persecution, the number of Calvinists, including a significant portion of the French nobility, grew substantially. By the onset of the religious wars in 1562, historians estimate that France had around 2 million Calvinists, supported by 1,200 to 1,250 congregations, representing a formidable challenge to the French monarchy. Well, Henry wasn't around for too long. His sudden death in July of 1559 led to a power vacuum in France, which the adolescent Francis II struggled to manage. His uncle, the Duke of Guise, swiftly capitalized on this instability, leveraging his familial ties. He was the uncle of Francis II's wife, Mary, Queen of Scots, to dominate the royal court. Within days of Francis II's coronation, the English ambassador noted the overwhelming influence of the Guise family at court. In a bold move on the 10th of March 1560, a faction of discontented nobles led by Jean du Barry plotted to abduct the young king to diminish the Guises' control. The plot, however, was uncovered before it could be executed, leading to severe repercussions, including the execution of du Barry and the many alleged conspirators. The Guise family also had suspected Louis I of Bourbon, the Prince of Condé, of involvement, leading to his arrest and a subsequent death sentence. However, he was later freed amid the chaos following Francis II's unexpected death in December of 1560. Very lucky for him. This period also saw the rise of the term Huguenot to describe French Protestants. Following incidents of Protestant iconoclasm in cities like Rouen and La Rochelle during 1561. These acts of iconoclasm, involving the destruction of Catholic imagery, led to retaliatory violence against Protestants across France. Upon the death of Francis II on the 5th of December 1560, his mother, Catherine de' Medici, assumed the regency for her younger son, Charles IX. With the kingdom financially depleted by the Italian wars, Catherine aimed to balance the competing noble factions. She navigated the politics by securing the release of Condé in exchange for Antoine of Navarre's withdrawal from a claim to the regency. Catherine had faced considerable challenges in addressing religious tensions. Options included continuing her husband's harsh suppression of Protestantism, or simply adopting Protestantism to appease the rising Calvinist forces within the kingdom. Ultimately, she opted for the moderate path, slightly easing persecution without fully embracing Protestant demands for full religious freedom. This moderate stance was reflected in her handling of the Estates General convened in December 1560, which failed to resolve religious disputes, but did agree on pardons for past religious offences. Catherine further sought to placate religious tensions by issuing the Edict of Saint-Germain in 1562, granting limited rights to Protestant worship, and I use the term limited. However, this very fragile peace was shattered when the Duke of Guy's forces massacred Protestant worshippers in Vassy on the 1st of March 1562, and this was the event that really ignited the French wars of religion. Took us a while to get there, but the background is important. Now, the situation in regions like Guyenne became increasingly volatile, with figures such as Jean d'Albret and Antoine of Navarre influencing the rise of Calvinism among the nobility, marking a region a focal point for religious conflict. While traditional explanations for the escalation of violence in Guyenne have emphasized the socio-economic factors and influence of radical preachers, like Thomas Illyricus, recent scholarship has highlighted the politicization of religious divisions as a primary catalyst for the violent outbreaks that characterized the late 16th century France. The initial mobilization of the Huguenots prior to the Vassy massacre intensified following the violent event, affirming their fears that they could not depend on the Edict of Saint-Germain for protection. In a defiant response, led by Condé, a group of Protestant nobles took decisive action by capturing Orléans on the 2nd of April 1562, signaling the start of open rebellion. This action set off a chain reaction, with Protestant forces quickly seizing control of key cities along the Loire, such as Angers, Blois, and Tours, and even attacking Valence in the Rhône. The situation escalated further when Lyon was overtaken on the 30th of April. The city's Catholic institutions were not only looted, but also destroyed. In Toulouse, efforts by the local Huguenots to align the city with Condé sparked violent confrontations with Catholic residents, leading to street battles and a death toll of over 3,000, predominantly Huguenots. Similarly, massacres targeting Huguenots occurred in Sens on the 12th of April and Tours in July. As violence surged, the crown, influenced by the Guise faction, rescinded the Edict of Saint-Germain. The conflict then saw significant battles at Rouen, Dreux, and Orléans. During the siege of Rouen, From May to October 1562, the crown forces retook the city, though it was at the cost of Antoine of Navarre's life due to wounds. The Battle of Dreux in December saw the capture of both Condé by royal forces and Montmorency by the opposing side. The Siege of Orleans in February of 1563 culminated in the assassination of Francis, Duke of Guise, by Jean de Poltrot de Mere, sparking further unrest and leading Catherine de' Medici to negotiate the Edict of Amboise on the 19th of March 1563, which ended the siege but didn't manage to satisfy either party. Continuing tensions and the perceived inadequacy of the Edict of Amboise prompted Catherine to focus on consolidating royal authority. This effort included the recapture of Le Havre from the English control, following its occupation under the terms of the Treaty of Hampton Court with Elizabeth I of England. With the English expelled in July 1563, Charles IX was declared of age in August, formally ending Catherine's regency, although she did remain very influential. Between 1564 and 66, Charles and Catherine conducted a grand tour of France to reinforce the royal authority. During this period, Catherine and Jean d'Albret engaged in negotiations that somewhat failed to ease the religious tensions. The iconoclasm in Flanders and the strategic military positioning of Spanish forces under Philip II heightened the French Protestant fears of renewed Catholic aggression. Discontent led to the Surprise of Meaux, an unsuccessful Protestant attempt to seize Charles. In reaction, cities like La Rochelle joined the Protestant cause, and significant violence against Catholics occurred, such as the Michelade in Nimes. These events precipitated the Second Religious War, marked by the Battle of Saint Denis, where Montmorency was killed. The conflict continued with the Peace of Longjumeau in March of 1568, which briefly reinstated the concessions of the Edict of Amboise. However, the deep-seated hostilities were so entrenched that even after the truce was declared, the siege of the Protestant stronghold, Puy-Lorenz, continued for an additional week, illustrating the persistent and bitter divisions. Following the Peace of Longjumeau, Catholic groups throughout France openly defied the conciliatory measures by forming confraternities and leagues in the summer of 1568. The escalating tension prompted Huguenot leaders like Condé and Coligny to flee the court, fearing for their safety, as many of their adherents faced violence and murder. The situation managed to worsen in September, when the Edict of Saint-Maur severely restricted Huguenot freedoms, essentially revoking their right to worship completely. Well, they weren't going to take that sitting down, so it all led to further strife. In November, William of Orange entered France with an army to aid the Protestants. However, struggling with financial issues, he negotiated with the French crown, accepting money and safe passage out of the country in return for withdrawing his forces. I suppose everybody has their price. Meanwhile, the Huguenots, undeterred, rallied a substantial force under Condé, with additional support from southern French forces led by Paul de Morvans and German Protestant militias, including 14,000 raiders commanded by the Calvinist Duke of Zweibrücken. After the Duke's death in battle, his troops continued to fight under the Huguenot banner, funded in part by a loan secured by Jean d'Albret's crown jewels and substantial financial support from Queen Elizabeth of England, influenced heavily by Sir Francis Walsingham. The Catholic forces, under the future King Henry III, then Duke of Anjou, were reinforced by troops from Spain, the Papal States, and Tuscany. This formidable alliance faced the Protestants as they laid siege to cities like Poitiers, Saintonge, to secure Rochelle, followed by assaults on Angoulême and Cognac. This conflict reached a critical point at the Battle of Jarnac on the 16th of March 1569, where Condé was killed, leaving Admiral de Coligny to lead the Protestant forces. Coligny's leadership extended to protecting the young Henry of Condé and Henry of Navarre, both presented by Jean d'Albret as the rightful Huguenot leaders. Despite a minor victory at La Roche-la-Belle, the Huguenots failed to capture Poitiers and suffered a major defeat at Moncontour on the 30th of October 1569. Coligny then led a strategic retreat to the southwest, where he joined forces with Gabriel, Comte de Montgomery. In the spring of 1570 they launched a devastating raid through southern France, reaching as far as La Charité-sur-Loire. The extensive military campaigns, coupled with the burgeoning royal debt and Charles IX's inclination towards a peaceful resolution, culminated in the Peace of Saint-Germain-en-Laye on the 8th of August 1570. This agreement, largely negotiated by Jean d'Albret, reinstated certain freedoms to the Huguenots, marking yet another attempt to quell the religious strife that had already deeply scarred France. Following St. Bartholomew's Day massacre in 1572, the French monarchy pursued a strategy aimed at national reconciliation, focusing significantly on a matrimonial alliance between the Protestant and Catholic nobility. This was embodied in the proposed marriage between Henry of Navarre, son of Jean d'Albret and the Protestant king Antoine of Navarre, and Margaret of Valois, the Catholic sister of King Charles IX. Despite Jean d'Albret's reservations about potential religious compromises, the marriage contract was finalized in March of 1572. Now, Admiral Gaspard de Coligny, a prominent Huguenot leader who had been marginalized during the Civil War, saw his fortunes reversed with the Peace of Saint-Germain-en-Laye. Welcomed warmly at the royal court in the August of 1571, Coligny used his reinstated position to advocate for a French intervention in the Spanish Netherlands, aiming to unify Catholics and Huguenots against a common enemy. However, the French council, including King Charles IX, was reluctant to provoke a direct conflict with Spain, leading to Coligny's departure from court due to its reportedly unwelcoming atmosphere. The August of 1572 wedding of Navarre and Margaret in Paris was another significant event, drawing many high-ranking Huguenots to the city. Days after the wedding, an assassination attempt on Coligny escalated tensions, with Huguenot nobles suspecting involvement by the House of Guise, and of course demanding justice, a justice that Charles promised they would have. Fearing the potential for a potential Protestant retaliation or civil war, the royal court, under Catherine de' Medici's influence, decided to eliminate the Huguenot leadership preemptively. In the early hours of the 24th of August, 1572, organized groups, including one led by the Duke of Guise, murdered Coligny and other Huguenot leaders. These killings ignited widespread violence across Paris and subsequently other French cities, with thousands of Huguenots massacred over several days. The official narrative framed the massacre as a preemptive action against a purported Huguenot coup, leading to celebrations by figures like Philip II of Spain and Pope Gregory XIII, who viewed it as a thwarting of Protestant sedition. Well, the massacre severely weakened the Huguenot political force, prompting many to emigrate or convert to Catholicism out of survival, while there were others who consolidated in strongholds like La Rochelle, but the majority of them chose to keep their heads down. Despite the brief military responses that followed, including the sieges by Catholic forces, the subsequent Edict of Boulogne in 1573 curtailed Huguenot freedoms significantly. This edict limited Protestant worship to private residences within only 3 cities and restricted public religious ceremonies. In the turmoil following the death of Charles IX in the May of 1574, and with the Duke of Anjou, recently crowned King of Poland, absent, the French court was engulfed in yet another power struggle. The Duke of Alençon, Charles's youngest brother, became a center of patronage for the Huguenots, who rallied around him. The failed coup of Saint-Germain in February 1574, which aimed to liberate the imprisoned Huguenots leaders, Condé and Navarre, coincided with a successful Protestant uprising in regions like Lower Normandy and the Rhone Valley, once again reigniting the French wars of religion. 3 months after Henry of Anjou's coronation as King of Poland, Charles IX passed away, prompting Henry's covert departure from Poland and return to France. Upon his return, he confronted the defection of the Montmorency Damville, and was crowned King Henry III in February 1575. Amidst these challenges, the escape of Alençon from court in September of 1575 threatened to consolidate opposition forces against the monarchy. The Crown, seeking stability, hastily negotiated a truce with Alençon and the invading forces of John of Casimir of the Palatinate, even promising a large sum to deter their further advances. By May 1576, Henry III was compelled to agree to the Edict of Beaulieu, or the Peace of Monsieur, granting substantial concessions to the Huguenots. However, the peace was short-lived due to the formation of the Catholic League by the ultra-Catholic Duke of Guise, a staunch defender of Roman Catholicism, along with his relatives who wielded significant territorial influence. The League quickly garnered support among the urban middle classes. King Henry III initially attempted to control the Catholic League, aiming for a negotiated peace. However, his efforts were thwarted by the Guise, who preferred a more aggressive approach. The conflict came to a head during the Estates General at Blois in December of 1576, where the predominantly Catholic Assembly pressured the king to renew hostilities against the Huguenots, yet refused to fund the war. The inability of the Estates General to resolve these tensions led to the Huguenots taking up arms again by the end of 1576. Despite the Guise faction's support from the Spanish crown, the Huguenots managed a strong base in the southwest and had covert support from foreign Protestant states, although practical military aid was limited. This stalemate led Henry III to retract many of the Edict of Beaulieu's concessions with the Treaty of Bergerac in September 1577, reaffirmed shortly afterward by the Edict of Poitiers. This ongoing discord saw Henry's brother, the Duke of Anjou, continuously involved in disruptive activities, particularly through his participation in the Dutch Revolt. This period was marked by widespread arming among both Catholics and Protestants, ostensibly for self-defense, leading to further regional instability. The cycle of conflict persisted until the Treaty of Flakes in November of 1580, negotiated by Anjou, which halted the fighting, albeit temporarily. The delicate balance in French politics unraveled rapidly following the death of the Duke of Anjou in 1584. As King Henry III had no direct heirs, the line of succession pointed to Henry of Navarre, a Protestant, under Salic law pretenses. The potential accession of a Protestant king alarmed the Catholic factions, leading to the Treaty of Joinville between the Duke of Guise and Philip II of Spain. This treaty ensured Spanish financial support for the Catholic League, aiming to continue the Civil War and suppress Protestant influence in France. Faced with intense pressure from the Catholic League and lacking adequate funds, Henry III was compelled to issue the Treaty of Nemours in July of 1585, which not only suppressed Protestantism, but also disqualified Henry of Navarre from succession. Of course, this act of obvious suppression led to immediate warfare, with Navarre seeking assistance from Protestant powers like Elizabeth I of England and various German princes to support his cause. The political climate in Paris grew increasingly volatile, culminating in the Day of the Barricades on the 12th of May 1588. The Parisians rose up, barricading the streets to protect the Duke of Guise from perceived royal hostility, forcing Henry III to flee from the capital. The control of Paris fell to the Committee of 16, who imposed almost complete control over the government in favor of the Catholic League. In a desperate bid to regain authority, Henry III convened the Estates General at Blois. However, the situation escalated when Henry, suspecting the Guises of inciting the Duke of Savoy's invasion and manipulating the Estates General, decided to eliminate the Guise threat. The 23rd of December, 1588, in a dramatic confrontation at the Château de Blois, the Duke of Guise and his brother, the Cardinal, were assassinated by royal guards. This bold action, however, had a dramatic backfire. The Duke's popularity made him a martyr for the Catholic cause, and the Catholic League, led by the Duke's brother, the Duke of Mayenne, intensified its opposition. The Sorbonne even declared it just and necessary to depose Henry, legitimizing regicide. In July of 1589, the conflict reached its peak when a Dominican friar assassinated Henry III at St. Cloud. On his deathbed, Henry named Henry of Navarre as his successor, urging him to convert to Catholicism to avoid further conflict. Though Navarre promised to uphold the Catholic faith, his Protestant background made his succession controversial among Catholics. In 1589, France was once again starkly divided along religious lines following the death of Henry III. Henry IV, a Protestant, controlled southern and western France, while the Catholic League, led by the Duke of Mayenne as Lieutenant General, dominated the north and the east, including a significant part of rural Normandy. Early in his reign, Henry IV aimed to consolidate his rule by taking Paris, the stronghold of the Catholic League, which was fiercely resistant to a Calvinist king. Thus, Henry IV's campaign began with a strategic victory at the Battle of Arques in September 1589, followed by a series of successful military engagements that allowed him to sweep through Normandy. Despite the Catholic League's efforts to vilify Henry by spreading tales of Protestant atrocities in England, Henry continued his push towards Paris. The pivotal Battle of Ivry on the 14th of March 1590 marked yet another significant victory for Henry, bolstering his forces to besiege Paris. However, the siege was a grueling affair. Despite the Parisians' desperate resistance, it was ultimately lifted by the intervention of a Spanish army led by the Duke of Parma. This pattern repeated in Rouen, where, after initial setbacks, the siege was lifted in early 1592 due to Spanish intervention. The Duke of Parma, a formidable opponent, was later neutralized as a threat when he was wounded and withdrew to Flanders, falling ill and dying in December of the same year. Parallel to these events, Philippe Emmanuel, Duke of Mercoeur, and a leader within the Catholic League, sought to carve out an independent domain in Brittany. Leveraging his wife's hereditary claims, he declared his son as the Prince and Duke of Brittany, and aligned with Philip II of Spain, aiming to place the Spanish Infanta on the Brittany throne. Despite initial successes, including a victory at the Battle of Créon in 1592, Mercoeur's forces were eventually overwhelmed by combined Franco-English efforts. In a significant engagement in November of 1594, English forces led by Martin Frobisher and John Norris captured the strategically crucial Fort Crozon near Brest, dealing a critical blow to the Spanish and League ambitions in the area. Throughout these chaotic years, Henry IV faced not only military challenges, but also the formidable task of navigating the complex politics of a France deeply divided by religious conflicts. His strategic alliances and military victories gradually solidified his position, moving France towards a semblance of unity and stability under his rule. After years and years of relentless conflict, and with Paris remaining resolutely Catholic, Henry IV realized that his Protestant faith was a significant barrier to securing his reign. In a pragmatic shift aimed at solidifying his control, he converted to Catholicism in 1593, famously justifying his decision by remarking, "Paris is well worth a mass." His conversion facilitated his coronation at Chartres in 1594, as the traditional coronation site in Reims was still under the control of League members, who doubted his sincerity and continued to resist him. Nonetheless, Henry's formal acceptance into the Catholic Church in March of 1594, and his subsequent entry into Paris marked a turning point, leading to the capitulation or reconciliation of many other towns. Even the Pope, Clement VIII, formally absolved Henry, lifting his excommunication in exchange for Henry's commitments to enforce the Tridentine decrees, restore Catholicism in Béarn, and appoint only Catholics to high offices. Well, despite these concessions, Henry's conversion raised concerns among Protestant nobles who had hoped for more significant religious reforms rather than a mere tolerance under a Catholic boot. Their support for Henry, now complicated by his apparent shift in religious allegiance, was not guaranteed. In 1595, with the internal religious conflict still simmering in the pan, and external threats from Spain exploiting all of these divisions, Henry IV decided to declare war on Spain. This move was strategically aimed at demonstrating to both Catholics and Protestants that his conversion had not made him a Spanish puppet, and that Spain was using religion to undermine French sovereignty. The conflict, known as the War with Spain, creative name, I know, stretched from 1595 until the signing of the Peace of Vervins in 1598. During this period, Henry aimed to reclaim territories controlled by Spanish-backed Catholic forces, engaging in significant battles such as the capture of Amiens after a lengthy siege in 1597. Concurrently, the situation in Brittany needed a resolution. In early 1598, Henry personally led a campaign against the Duke of Mercoeur, a prominent leader of the Catholic League in Brittany, who capitulated in March 1598. This victory, followed by Mercoeur's exile and the strategic marriage of his daughter to Henry's illegitimate son, the Duke of Vendôme, helped secure Brittany and further consolidate Henry's power. The Edict of Nantes, promulgated in April of 1598, marked the formal end of the Wars of Religion. It granted substantial rights to the Huguenots, establishing a form of civil unity that was less about genuine religious tolerance and more of a pragmatic truce between the faiths. While the edict was a pivotal step in restoring peace and promoting civil unity, it was met with resistance in some quarters, necessitating Henry's personal intervention at the Parliament to ensure its passage in January 1599. Henry IV's reign was then characterized by efforts to rebuild and unify a fractured and impoverished kingdom, with the support of his chief advisor, the Duke of Sully. Despite the relative peace and the formal end of the religious wars, tensions lingered, influencing French politics for years to come. Henry's rule, however, was rather rudely interrupted by his assassination in the May of 1610. Now, this Edict of Nantes, established in 1598, marked a significant milestone in French history, providing substantial rights and protections to the Huguenots. However, these concessions were perceived by some as creating a state within a state, increasingly became a source of friction throughout the 17th century. The demographic impact of sustained conflicts and emigration was notable, with the Huguenot community declining from 10% to 8% of France's population. The reign of Louis VIII saw ongoing tensions and conflict related to these freedoms. In an effort to assert Catholic dominance, Louis decided to reintroduce Catholicism to certain regions, which of course triggered a Huguenot uprising. The resulting Peace of Montpellier in 1622 drastically reduced the number of fortified Protestant towns to just 2, being La Rochelle and Montauban. This was followed by another war and the significant Siege of La Rochelle in 1627–28, where royal forces under Cardinal Richelieu conducted a grueling blockade lasting 14 months. The siege finally ended in 1629 with the Peace of La Rochelle, which, while revoking the military and pastoral privileges granted by the Edict of Nantes, left the Huguenots' religious freedoms intact. Now, during the minority of Louis XIV and throughout the remainder of Louis XIII's reign, the enforcement of the edict varied, reflecting the fluctuating religious and political situation in the region. By 1661, Louis XIV began to exert greater personal control over his government, and increasingly neglected the edict's provisions. His hostility towards Huguenots intensified, culminating in 1681 with the implementation of the Dragonnades policy. This policy aimed to coerce Huguenot families into converting to Roman Catholicism, or emigrating through the billeting of dragoons, who would intimidate and harass them. The situation for the Huguenots became dire in 1685, when Louis XIV formally revoked the Edict of Nantes through the Edict of Fontainebleau, marking Protestantism as something illegal in France. This revocation forced many Huguenots to flee France for more tolerant nations, such as England, Brandenburg Prussia, the Dutch Republic, Switzerland, and, of course, the Americas, significantly depleting France's industrial and intellectual resources. Despite the official suppression of Protestantism, significant numbers of Huguenots remained, particularly in the isolated Cevennes region of the massive Central. Known as the Camisards, these Protestants openly revolted against the government in 1702, resulting in a protracted conflict known as the Camisard Revolt, which lasted for 13 years, finally ending in 1715. This rebellion was characterized by guerrilla warfare and severe repression, eventually winding down when the government largely ceased its active pursuit of the Camisards, allowing them to finally live in relative peace. William Shakespeare is widely regarded as one of the greatest writers of the English literary tradition. His extensive body of work includes 154 sonnets, 39 plays, and 2 narrative poems, spanning tragedy, comedy, and historical genres. His masterpieces, such as Hamlet, Romeo and Juliet, and A Midsummer Night's Dream, have profoundly influenced literature, theatre, and the English language. In fact, he introduced over 1,700 new words to the language. His profound insights into human nature and emotion, combined with his innovative use of language and verse, ensure that his works are celebrated, studied, and performed around the world more than 4 centuries after his death. Hello and welcome to the channel. If you're new here and it's your first time, it's great to meet you. And if you're coming back, it's good to see you again. As always, the best way to support the channel is by enjoying the content. Liking and subscribing is a level up from that, and those who wish to go beyond may refer to the description. You'll find where you need to go. Now, with that being said, let us begin. Take a deep breath and relax, and we can begin our biography of William Shakespeare. Born in Stratford-upon-Avon, that being the town of Stratford upon the Avon River, William Shakespeare was baptized on April 26, 1564. His precise birth date is unknown, but it is traditionally observed on St. George's Day, that's April 23rd, and coincidentally that is the same date that he passed away later in 1616. He was the 3rd child and eldest surviving son of a family of 8, which was a pretty normal size of a family at that time. Born to John Shakespeare, an alderman and successful glove maker from Snitterfield. His mother was Mary Arden, a member of a wealthy landowning family. So you could say that he was well and truly middle class. It is widely believed that Shakespeare was educated at the King's New School in Stratford, a free school that was established in 1553 and situated about a quarter-mile from his home. Despite the variability in the quality of grammar schools during the Elizabethan era, their curricula were fairly consistent, if you could find one. Students received a rigorous education centered around Latin texts as standardized by a royal decree. At the age of 18, Shakespeare married a woman by the name of Anne Hathaway, who was 26 at the time. The marriage license was issued by the Diocese of Worcester's Constitutory Court on November the 27th, 1582. The following day, the bonds were posted by 2 of Hathaway's neighbors to ensure there were no legal barriers to their marriage. The haste of the wedding is suggested by the Chancellor's decision to read the banns once rather than the usual 3 times. 6 months after the wedding, their daughter Susanna was baptized on May 26, 1583. Twins Hamnet and Judith followed, baptized on the 2nd of February 1585. However, poor little Hamnet died at the age of 11, with his burial noted on August 11, 1596. Pretty common back in those days to have a lot of children and not feel too bad about it. Many of them simply wouldn't make it through. Just a fact of life, a very unfortunate one, but a fact nonetheless. Post the birth of his twins, Shakespeare's life becomes a little less documented, until he emerges on the London theatre scene in 1592. The period between 1585 and 1592 is often referred to as Shakespeare's lost years. Various anecdotal stories do exist about this time. For example, Nicholas Rowe, who was Shakespeare's first biographer, shared a local legend from Stratford that Shakespeare fled to London to avoid prosecution for poaching deer from the estate of Squire Thomas Lucy, whom he later ridiculed in a satirical ballad. Another 18th century story describes Shakespeare starting his theatrical career by managing horses for the theatre patrons in London. John Aubrey suggested that Shakespeare had been a country schoolmaster. Some 20th century scholars speculated he worked for Alexandra Houghton of Lancashire. He was a Catholic landowner who mentioned a one William Shakeshaft in his will, which was a common name in Lancashire at the time. Now, the only record of Shakespeare during this period is his appearance on what is called a complaints bill from a Queen's Bench court case dated Michaelmas, term 1588, and October 9th, 1589. And these years, of course, are just filled with stories largely based on hearsay. Illustrates the mystery surrounding his early adult life. But I suppose that's not really what he's remembered for. Well, his exact beginning as a writer is also unclear, but it seems by 1592, several of his plays were known to be staged in London. This attention led to a critical remark from playwright Robert Greene in his works Groat's Worth of Wit, where Greene mocks Shakespeare as an upstart crow, suggesting he was overreaching by comparing himself to university-educated writers such as Thomas Nash and Christopher Marlowe, known at the time as the University Wits. Greene's use of shake scene in his critique clearly points to Shakespeare, making this one of the earliest mentions of Shakespeare's work in the theatre. Thus his career likely started sometime between the mid-1580s and just before Greene's public rebuke. Well, from 1594 onwards, William exclusively wrote for the Lord Chamberlain's Men, a theatre company he partly owned, and which became London's premier group. After the death of Queen Elizabeth in 1603, they received a royal patent from King James I, and were renamed the King's Men. The year of 1599 was notable for Shakespeare. He and his partners built the Globe Theatre on the Thames South Bank, that's the main river that goes through London, and took over the Blackfriars Indoor Theatre in 1608. His financial successes from these ventures allowed him to purchase New Place, which at the time was Stratford's second largest house, in 1597, and invest in local tithes in 1605. Shakespeare's works started appearing in quarto editions from 1594, with his name boosting sales by 1598. He continued acting in his and others' plays beyond his writing success. Notably, the 1616 edition of Ben Jonson's works list him as an actor in several plays, indicating he maintained his acting roles alongside writing. However, evidence like his absence from the 1605 Volpone cast suggests a gradual end to his acting career. Yet, he is listed in the first folio of 1623 as a principal actor in many plays, some staged after Volpone. Traditions and some speculative sources say he played roles like the ghost of Hamlet's father, and parts in As You Like It and Henry V. Shakespeare balanced his life between London and Stratford throughout his career. He lived on and off in various parts of London, from St. Helens, Bishopgate in 1596, moving to Southwark by 1599, and then to an area quite nearby to St. Paul's Cathedral in 1604, where he rented from Christopher Montjoy, a rather prolific wig maker. Critics often agree that Shakespeare collaborated with other playwrights throughout his career, particularly in the early formative stages and in the late creative stages. His earliest works include Richard III and the three parts of Henry VI, crafted during the early 1590s amidst a trend for historical drama. While the exact dates of Shakespeare's plays are challenging to pinpoint, it is believed that Titus Andronicus, The Comedy of Errors, The Taming of the Shrew, and The Two Gentlemen of Verona may also be from his early period. These initial historical plays, drawing heavily on Raphael Holinshed's 1587 Chronicles of England, Scotland, and Ireland, seem to support the legitimacy of the Tudor dynasty by showing the chaos of weak or corrupt leaders. Shakespeare's style in these early works shows the influence of other dramatists like Thomas Kyd and Christopher Marlowe, as well as the conventions of medieval drama and the works of Seneca. His play, The Comedy of Errors, was influenced by classical models, but no clear source has been identified for The Taming of the Shrew, at least not as of yet. This play possibly linked to a separate play of the same name, and may be derived from a folk tale, along with The Two Gentlemen of Verona, which hints at endorsing several unfortunate aspects, such as the R-word. It's posed a few challenges for modern critics, directors, and audience due to its narratives on taming a woman's independent spirit. Well, in the mid-1590s, Shakespeare's early comedies, known for their tight double plots and precise sequences, evolved into the romantic atmosphere of his acclaimed works, like A Midsummer Night's Dream, a blend of romance, magic, and humor. His next comedy, The Merchant of Venice, presents the vengeful Jewish moneylender Shylock, reflecting the era's prevalent views, but potentially appearing a little derogatory today. Well, I suppose offense is going to depend on who's taking it. This was followed by the wit of Much Ado About Nothing, the rural charm of As You Like It, and the festive spirit of the Twelfth Night. After the poetic Richard II, Shakespeare introduced prose comedy into the histories of the later 1590s with Henry IV, Part 1 and 2, followed by Henry V. Here the character of Falstaff emerges as a friend to Prince Hal, showcasing a blend of comedic and rather serious tones, paired with the narrative depth of Shakespeare's more mature works. This period includes the tragedies, Romeo and Juliet, a portrayal of passionate adolescence and love leading to death, and of course Julius Caesar, which introduced a new form of drama, as described by modern James Shapiro, where various strands of politics, character, inwardness, contemporary events, and even Shakespeare's own reflections on the act of writing began to infuse each other. In the early 17th century, Shakespeare penned the problem plays, namely Measure for Measure, Troilus and Cressida, and All's Well That Ends Well, alongside several of his best-known tragedies. Critics often view these tragedies as the pinnacle of his art. The character Hamlet, known for the soliloquy, "To be or not to be, that is the question," is one of Shakespeare's most analyzed and, of course, well-known. In contrast to Hamlet's introspective nature, characters like Othello and Lear seem to act impulsively, which leads to their downfall. These tragedies often focus on such fatal errors or flaws, disrupting order and leading to the demise of the hero and those around him. In Othello, for example, the jealousy stirred by Lago leads to the tragic killing of Othello's innocent wife, Desdemona. In King Lear, titular character's design to relinquish his power sets off a chain of events leading to the murder of his own daughter, Cordelia, and of course the blinding of the Earl of Gloucester, described by critic Frank Kermode as offering neither the characters nor the abundance any relief from its cruelty. In Macbeth, ambition drives the titular character and his wife to murder the rightful king and usurp his throne, leading to their eventual destruction. This play integrates a supernatural element into its framework. His final major tragedies, Antony and Cleopatra and Coriolanus, showcase some of Shakespeare's finest poetry, and according to T.S. Eliot, are among his most successful tragedies. T.S. Eliot also commented that, and I quote, "Shakespeare acquired more essential history from Plutarch than most men could from the whole British Museum." In this last phase, Shakespeare turned to romance or tragic comedy, a mix of tragedy and comedy, finishing plays like Cymbeline, The Winter's Tale and The Tempest, as well as the collaborative work Pericles, Prince of Tyre. These plays, less grim than the earlier tragedies, end with reconciliation and forgiveness for potentially tragic mistakes. Some critics view this change as evidence of a more peaceful outlook in Shakespeare's final years, though it may simply reflect theatrical trends. He also worked with John Fletcher on two more plays, Henry VIII and The Two Noble Kinsmen. These collaborations and his final plays suggest a culmination of Shakespeare's evolving artistry, ending with a focus on redemption and reconciliation in his later works. In the late 19th century, Edward Dowden reclassified 4 of Shakespeare's later comedies as romances, due to their unique blend of comedic and tragic elements, though many scholars today refer to them as what is called tragicomedies, and the term has been widely adopted, not just for Shakespearean works. Shakespeare's early plays were performed by various troupes, as indicated by the 1594 quarto of Titus Andronicus, which lists 3 different companies. Following the plagues of 1592 to 93, his plays were primarily performed by his own troupe, probably because the other troupes were all dead. I'm just speculating. Well, first they were performed at the Theatre, creative name, I know, and then at the Curtain in Shoreditch, which is north of the Thames. The public's enthusiasm for Shakespeare's characters, like Falstaff and Hal, made the plays extremely popular. A dispute with their landlord, actually, led the company to dismantle the theatre. That was the name of the venue, not the venue itself, and reuse its timbers to construct the famous Globe Theatre on the south banks of the Thames at Southwark in 1599. The Globe, which opened in the autumn of that year, was a rather innovative playhouse, built by and for actors, where many of Shakespeare's most celebrated plays, including Hamlet, Othello, and King Lear, were performed. The renaming of the Lord Chamberlain's men to the King's men in 1603 marked the beginning of a close relationship with King James I. Court records from 1604 to 05 show that the King's men performed several of Shakespeare's plays, including 2 renditions of The Merchant of Venice. Post-1608, the troupe split their performances between the Globe in the summer and the indoor Blackfriars Theatre in the winter. The more elaborate staging possible at the Blackfriars, combined with the Jacobean trend for lavishly staged masks, allowed Shakespeare to introduce more sophisticated stage effects. In Cymbeline, for instance, Jupiter descends amidst thunder and lightning, marking a shift in theatrical presentation. Key actors in Shakespeare's company included Richard Burbage, who originated roles such as Richard III, Othello, Hamlet, and King Lear; William Kempe, known for his comedic roles like Peter in Romeo and Juliet, and Dogberry in Much Ado About Nothing; and later Robert Armin, who took over from Kemp around 1600 to play parts like Touchstone in As You Like It, and the Fool in King Lear. In 613, an eyewitness account by Sir Henry Wotton describes a performance of Henry VIII with, and I quote, "many extraordinary circumstances of pomp and ceremony." Sounds like my kind of show. On the 29th of June in that same year, 1613, apparently a cannon had misfired and set the attached roof of the Globe on fire. Of course, the Globe's roof was a thatched one, which is notoriously inflammable. Well, the entire theatre ended up burning down. But they did reconstruct it, and today it still stands on the banks of the Thames. You can go visit it. It kind of sticks out among all the modern buildings in London, a testament to the old architecture, although I'm sure they won't be firing any cannons in or at the building anytime soon. Well, in 1623, John Hemmings and Henry Condell, fellow actors from the King's Men, and close friends of Shakespeare, compiled and published the First Folio, which was a comprehensive collection of Shakespeare's plays. This edition is significant because it includes 36 plays, 18 of which that had not previously been published. The plays that had appeared before this folio were only available as quartos, which were of course notoriously inexpensive and often inaccurately printed. The First Folio criticizes these earlier versions as stolen and surreptitious copies. Alfred Pollard, referring to some of these early quartos as bad quartos due to their erroneous and often distorted texts, possibly reconstructed from the actor's memories or audience notes. Significant textual variations are found among the surviving versions of the plays, attributable to a mix of printing mistakes, notes from actors or the audience, and even potential revisions by Shakespeare himself. Notably, plays like Hamlet, Troilus and Cressida and Othello might have been revised by Shakespeare between their quarto and folio editions. In the case of King Lear, the text of the 1608 quarto and the 1623 folio are so different that they are often published separately to avoid any confusion, and you can see this in the Oxford Shakespeare edition. Well, during 1593 and 94, a plague led to the closure of theatres, prompting Shakespeare to shift his focus, and while he was trying to figure out what to do, he decided on Raid Shadow Legends. No, I'm just kidding. I had to put a raid joke in there. He switched his focus to poetry, rather. He published 2 narrative poems, Venus and Adonis, and the R-word of Lucrece. You know, I can't say that word on YouTube. They don't like it. Dedicating them to Henry Wriothesley, the Earl of Southampton. Venus and Adonis depicts the goddess Venus's unrequited love for the beautiful youth Adonis, while the R-word of Lucrece tells the tragic story of the title character, who is R-worded by the lustful Tarquin. Both poems, drawing from Ovid's Metamorphoses, explore the themes of lust and its moral consequences, and become quite popular during Shakespeare's lifetime. A Lover's Complaint, another narrative poem about a seduced young woman, and The Phoenix and the Turtle, an allegory about the death of a mythical phoenix and his love a turtle dove, were also attributed to Shakespeare. In 1599, 2 of his sonnets, 138 and 144, were published without his permission in a work titled The Passionate Pilgrim. The Sonnets of Shakespeare, a collection of 154 poems, were published in 1609, marking his last non-dramatic work to appear in print. These sonnets, written throughout his career for a private audience, reflect deep themes such as love, passion, beauty, mortality, and time. Francis Meres mentioned Shakespeare's Sugred sonnets in 1598, suggesting they were shared privately among friends before their official publication. The sequence of the sonnets in the published version doesn't appear to follow Shakespeare's original order, and seems to be divided into 2 contrasting series, one about a dark-complexioned woman, creatively titled The Dark Lady, and another about a fair young man, titled The Fair Youth. This division has led to much speculation about the identities of these individuals, and whether they are real or fictional, or if the narrative voice is actually Shakespeare himself. Wordsworth famously said that Shakespeare unlocked his heart with these sonnets. The 1609 edition of the sonnets publication was dedicated to a Mr. W. H., described as the only begetter of the poems. The identity of this Mr. W. H., whether he is the mysterious patron or perhaps an orchestrator in getting the sonnets published, remains unknown. This dedication could have been penned by Shakespeare, or perhaps the publisher, Thomas Thorpe, whose initials appear on the dedication page. The sonnets are lauded for their exploration of love, desire, procreation, and themes of mortality. Well, at the outset of his career, the early plays, including The Two Gentlemen of Verona and Titus Andronicus, adhered to the more conventional styles and rigid structures of the day, characterized by stylized language and extended metaphors. Critics have pointed out that these grandiose speeches sometimes slowed the action, with verse that could appear overwrought or perhaps even stilted. Shakespeare, however, quickly began to modify these classical forms and suit his own dramatic purposes, certainly taking the basics and tweaking them and changing them to his own style. An early indication of this evolving process is evident in Richard III's opening soliloquy, which recalls the medieval drama's vice, but also anticipates the deeper self-reflection seen in his later plays. His approach didn't shift overnight, however. Rather, Shakespeare blended tradition and innovative styles throughout the course of his career, with Romeo and Juliet and Richard II demonstrating a particularly effective mix of these techniques. And also, go and watch my video on Richard II. It was, if I do say so myself, a banger. Well, by the mid-1590s, including works like A Midsummer Night's Dream, his poetry had become quite a bit more natural, adjusting metaphors and imagery more closely to the narrative's requirements. Shakespeare's preferred verse form was blank verse, written in unrhymed iambic pentameter. This structure typically meant that each line was made up of 10 syllables, with an emphasis on every second syllable. The blank verse in his early plays, while quite nice to read, was often a little monotonous, with lines frequently pausing at their end. Over time, Shakespeare began to break this pattern, introducing more rhythmical variety and depth. This evolution is particularly evident in Julius Caesar and Hamlet, where he disrupts the flow to mirror the character's emotional turmoil. For instance, in Hamlet, Shakespeare writes, and I'll read a little bit from it now, "Sir, in my heart there was a kind of fighting that would not let me sleep. Methought I lay worse than the mutinies in the bilboes. Rashly, and praised be rashness for it, let us know. Our indiscretion sometimes serves us well." As he moved into the late tragedies, his style grew even more varied and intense, as seen in Macbeth, where the language shifts rapidly among metaphors and similes, demanding more from the listener to piece together the full and deeper meaning. His later works, including the romances, feature abrupt plot shifts and complex sentence structures, creating a sense of spontaneity and fluidity. Shakespeare was not only a poetic genius, but he also had a pragmatic sense of theatre. He often adapted stories from classical sources such as Plutarch's Lives and Holinshed's Chronicles, reshaping each narrative to broaden its appeal and present multiple perspectives. His skill in plot design meant that his plays could endure substantial adaptation or translation without losing their intrinsic drama. I'm sure we've all seen the adaptation of Romeo and Juliet. You know, the one you probably watched in high school with Leonardo DiCaprio and I forgot the other person that was in it. Wasn't Kate Winslet, wasn't it? Maybe she was in Titanic, I'm not sure. But yes, it was adapted for modern times, but the story was still there. It was the same story with a different coat of paint, and Shakespeare's stories are very easy to do this with. Well, in his later years, particularly in his Romance works, he revisited the more formalized styles of his earlier works, enhancing the theatrical illusion. Throughout his career, he developed characters with more nuanced motivations and distinct speech patterns, while maintaining elements of his earlier style in subsequent plays. Nicholas Rowe was the first biographer to note the tradition, which Samuel Johnson later echoed, that Shakespeare retired to Stratford a few years before his death. In 1608, he was still active as an actor in London. Cuthbert Burbage mentioned that after acquiring the lease of the Blackfriars Theatre from Henry Evans in 1608, the King's Men, which included Hemmings, Condell, Shakespeare, etc., were stationed there as players. Of course, the bubonic plague's presence in London throughout 1609 and repeated closures of public playhouses, over 60 months closed between May 1603 and February 1610 due to the plague, meant that actors often lacked work. I suppose some things never change. Rare was complete retirement at this time. Shakespeare continued his visits to London in 1611 to 1614. In 1612, during the Bellot versus Montjoy case, he testified about the marriage settlement of Montjoy's daughter, Mary. In March 1613, he purchased a gatehouse in the former Blackfriars Priory, and from November 1614 he spent several weeks in London with his son-in-law, John Hall. After 1610, his writings began to slow down, and we don't have any works, at least ones we've discovered, that are attributed to him post-1613. His final 3 plays were collaborations, likely with John Fletcher, who succeeded him as the King's Men's House playwright. Thus Shakespeare retired in 1613, before the Globe Theatre burned down during that performance of Henry VIII on the 29th of June. Shakespeare then passed away on the 23rd of April 1616, at the age of 52, which is pretty young, for someone with money at least. Back in those days, if you were poor dying at 52, well, that was normal. But usually, the better off you were, the better living standard you would have, cleaner home. Well, unfortunately, Shakespeare didn't live that long. But as they say, the candle that burns twice as bright only burns for half the time. Well, he died shortly after drafting his will, which began by declaring him ironically in perfect health. No contemporary source that we have clarifies his death's cause or nature. About 50 years later, John Ward, the vicar of Stratford, wrote in his notes, "Shakespeare, Drayton, and Ben Jonson had a merry meeting, and, it seems, drank too hard, for Shakespeare died of a fever he contracted there." And this was a believable scenario, since Shakespeare was indeed quite acquainted with both Jonson and Drayton. Tributes from other writers reference his relatively abrupt demise, such as, "We wondered, Shakespeare, that thou went'st so soon from the world's stage to the grave's tiring room." He left behind his wife and 2 daughters. Susanna married the physician John Hall in 1607, and Judith wed Thomas Quinney, a vintner, 2 months before Shakespeare's death. On the 25th of March, 1616, Shakespeare signed his last will and testament. Thomas Quinney, his new son-in-law, was found guilty of fathering an illegitimate son by Margaret Wheeler, who died in childbirth. Thus, the court ordered Quinney to do public penance, bringing embarrassment to the Shakespeare family. His substantial estate was left primarily to the eldest daughter, Susanna, with the condition that it be passed intact to the first son of her body. The Quinney's 3 children all died without marrying. The Hall's only child, Elizabeth, married twice, but died without children in 1670. And with that, Shakespeare's direct lineage was ended. His will makes scant mention of his wife, Anne, likely already entitled to 1/3 of his estate. However, he notably bequeathed her "my second best bed," a legacy that has sparked quite a bit of speculation. Some scholars interpret the bequest as an insult, while others believe that the second best bed had significant matrimonial value. Well, Shakespeare was interred in the chancel of the Holy Trinity Church 2 days after his death. His grave's stone slab is inscribed with a curse moving his remains, which was carefully heeded during the church's 2008 restoration. And it goes like this: "Good friend, for Jesus' sake forbear to dig the dust enclosed here. Blessed be the man that spares these stones, and cursed be he that moves my bones." Prior to 1623, a memorial monument was erected on the north wall of the church, featuring a half-effigy of Shakespeare writing. The plaque compares him to Nestor, Socrates, and Virgil. Numerous statues and memorials worldwide commemorate Shakespeare, including funeral monuments in Southwark Cathedral and the Poets' Corner in Westminster Abbey. So we all know that Shakespeare's work has profoundly influenced later theatre and literature. It's left an impact on the dramatic potential of character development, plot construction, language, and just the whole genre. For instance, before Romeo and Juliet, romance was not considered a suitable subject for tragedy, at least not in the Western tradition. Look back on Chinese plays, and it's pretty much all tragedies. Soliloquies, once primarily used to convey information, were transformed by Shakespeare, into this new method for exploring deep character thoughts. But his influence extends beyond drama and into poetry, where the Romantic poets tried unsuccessfully to revive Shakespearean verse drama. It's been remarked that all English verse dramas from Coleridge to Tennyson are merely feeble variations on Shakespearean themes. At least that's what critic George Steiner has stated, and some are inclined to agree with him. John Milton, a pivotal English poet post-Shakespeare, also praised him, saying in that beautiful old language, "Thou in our wonder and astonishment hast built thyself a lifelong monument." His impact is also evident in the works of novelists like Thomas Hardy, William Faulkner, and the great Charles Dickens. Herman Melville's soliloquies in Moby Dick are heavily influenced by Shakespeare, with Captain Ahab echoing the tragic heroism of King Lear. Over 20,000 musical compositions have been inspired by Shakespeare, including Felix Mendelssohn's Overture for A Midsummer Night's Dream and Prokofiev's Romeo and Juliet's ballet. And it's not just that. He's got his fair share of opera inspiration. Giuseppe Verdi's Macbeth, Othello, and Falstaff stand in high critical regard on their own, comparable to their Shakespearean sources. Well, visual arts, too, have drawn from Shakespeare, with Romantics and pre-Raphaelites finding inspiration in his plays. William Hogarth's 1745 portrayal of David Garrick as Richard III established the genre of theatrical portraiture in Britain, and even Sigmund Freud, the psychoanalyst who, in my opinion, thinks too much, that is possible, used Shakespearean characters, particularly from Hamlet, to frame his theories of human psychology. Well, to a more modern arena of expression, in film, Shakespeare's narratives have also been widely adapted, in ways that you might not think as well. Are you aware of Akira Kurosawa, the Japanese director? Well, his Throne of Blood and Ran reimagined Macbeth and King Lear, respectively. Max Reinhardt's A Midsummer Night's Dream, Laurence Olivier's Hamlet, and even Al Pacino's Looking for Richard show the range of Shakespeare's influence. Orson Welles' works, especially his portrayal of Falstaff in Chimes at Midnight, are also celebrated for their Shakespearean adaptations. Shakespeare's language also played a significant role in shaping modern English. In fact, Samuel Johnson, in his pioneering of a dictionary of the English language, relied quite heavily on Shakespeare. Phrases like "with bated breath" from The Merchant of Venice and "a foregone conclusion" are now commonplace in English. In fact, because it is so fun, I'm just going to read through a few, not all of course, but a few of the little phrases we have in the English language that are from Shakespeare. You might be surprised. All that glitters isn't gold. Be all and end all. It's all Greek to me. More sinned against than sinning. A method in the madness. Too much of a good thing. The lady doth protest too much. Foregone conclusion. Hot-blooded. Flaming youth. Each dog will have his day. clothes make the man. And finally, witching time of the night. And perhaps you are listening in that witching time of the night where your eyes become heavier and you drift off to a good dream. Perhaps in your part of the world, and at the time you are listening, it will be midsummer. Well, drift off to that midsummer night's dream then, in keeping with our theme for the video. The Wars of the Roses, a series of dynastic conflicts in England between the houses of Lancaster and York, both branches of the royal Plantagenet family. A war that unfolded between the years of 1455 and 1487. The name, the War of the Roses, comes from the emblems associated with the two rival houses, being the red rose for Lancaster and the white rose for York. The struggle was ignited by both political and economic issues, leadership disputes, and the quest for control over the throne of England, peaking with battles like Towton, which was among the bloodiest fought on English soil. The wars concluded with the ascent of Henry Tudor, that being Henry VII, at the Battle of Bosworth Field, which effectively ended Plantagenet rule and marked the beginning of the Tudor dynasty. Hello and welcome to the channel. If you're new here, it's good to meet you. If you're coming back, welcome to another one. As always, if you like what I do, there's a Patreon link in the description. Otherwise, trying to hit 6k subs, and we're quite close. A like, comment, and subscribe will certainly help me get there. Now, with that out of the way, let's begin. First, a deep breath, and make yourself comfortable. Let's start from the very beginning. The House of Plantagenet, originating from Anjou in France, ruled England from 1154 until 1485, concluding with the War of the Roses and the ascent of the Tudor dynasty under Henry VII. This period marked a significant transformation in England's governance and national identity, propelled by conflicts with the French, Scots, Welsh, and Irish, and of course the formalization of English as the primary language. The Plantagenet reign saw the establishment of legal and feudal reforms, most notably the Magna Carta, I'm sure you're familiar with, which balanced the power of the monarchy with defined obligations to the realm. These reforms contributed to the emergence of a rather complex justice system and a budding sense of English nationhood. Now, during the 15th century, the Plantagenets endured defeats in the 100 Years' War, and of course faced mounting internal strife, marked by the widespread revolts and the rise of powerful noble factions. The internal discord culminated in our very topic for today, this War of the Roses, which pitted the two houses, Lancaster and York, against one another. Well, the subsequent Tudor period after this brought about a more centralized royal authority, sidestepping many of the challenges that had plagued the late Plantagenet rulers. So, speaking of these issues, we arrive to an issue itself, being Edward III. One of the notable Plantagenet kings. He had several sons who played significant roles in the nobility and the historical narrative of England. His creation of dukedoms for his sons introduced a new class of nobility that held substantial political and military power that was independent of the crown. This move laid the groundwork for what would become known as bastard feudalism, where nobles maintained private armies and could exert significant influence or opposition to the monarch. The term bastard feudalism, coined in the late 19th century, describes the evolution from traditional feudal levies to a system where nobles maintained loyalty through personal retainers rather than through feudal obligations. It was this shift that allowed nobles like John of Gaunt and later figures such as Richard of York and Warwick the Kingmaker to amass significant military and political power, challenging the authority of monarchs like Richard II and Henry VI. The House of Lancaster's claim to the throne was primarily through the aforementioned John of Gaunt, deriving legitimacy from a preference for the male line of succession. In contrast, the House of York's claim was rooted in descent from both the male and female lines, tying back to Lionel, Duke of Clarence. This divergence in claims fueled the rivalries and conflicts that characterized the Wars of the Roses, illustrating the complexity of lineage, feudal loyalty, and power in late medieval England. So, effectively to sum up, the creation of these dukedoms, while giving a little bit of people a bit of how can we put it, putting their mind at ease, giving them a little bit of power and sending them on their way to a different part of the country, it came back to bite them, as they all thought that they were the ones to take the throne. And, well, disputes in these sorts of matters begin a lot more wars than religions do, in my opinion. Just like when a relative dies and there's an argument over the will. It's pretty much the same thing on a larger scale. Now, the question of succession following the death of Edward III in 1377 significantly contributed to the conflicts. Edward III was preceded by his eldest sons, that being Edward the Black Prince and Lionel of Antwerp, creating uncertainty over who was truly the rightful heir. Edward's grandson, Richard II, ascended to the throne as a child amidst this uncertainty, leading to a reign marked by regency and unrest. Edward's third son, John of Gaunt, and his descendants through the male line were initially favored in the line of succession over the descendants of Lionel of Antwerp, though who were through the female line. This set the stage for more dynastic disputes. Now, Richard II, his rule began under the influence of regencies dominated by his uncles, particularly John of Gaunt. His reign saw significant challenges, including the Peasants' Revolt of 1381, which I just completed a full video on if you're interested. Also, his approach to governance was characterized by a shift towards absolute monarchy, which alienated the aristocracy and led to repeated conflicts with Parliament. Richard's aesthetic and peace-oriented policies contrasted sharply with the militaristic and administrative styles of his predecessors. His peace negotiations with France, which would have positioned England as a lesser power, were unpopular and rejected by the Parliament. His marriage to Isabella of Valois was part of these peace efforts, but did little to secure his position. Oh, and I should mention that Isabella was 6 years old at the time when she was married off to Richard II. There is a rather disturbing painting of this event. Ugh. Anyway, in 1399, the confiscation of the lands of John of Gaunt's exiled son, Henry Bolingbroke, following Gaunt's death, triggered Bolingbroke's return from exile, and ultimately led to Richard's deposition. Bolingbroke's ascent to the throne as Henry IV marked the beginning of the Lancastrian dynasty. Well, Richard II's reign didn't last for too long. It ended in controversy and a little bit of tragedy, with his likely death in captivity. His policies and the manner of execution have been debated by historians, with some suggesting a possible personality disorder influencing his later actions. Of course, I'm going to make a full video on Richard II, which will be interesting, to say the least, so look forward to that. But either way, his legacy, heavily shaped by Shakespeare's portrayal and subsequent historical interpretation, remains complex, to say the least. Now on to Henry IV, whose early reign was marred by challenges and rebellion, starting with the Epiphany Rising in 1400, which was aimed at reinstating Richard, but it ended in the execution of the conspirators and Richard's mysterious death soon after. Well, in Wales, Owain Glyndwr spearheaded a significant rebellion that persisted beyond Henry's reign, only concluding in 1415. The Tudor family, linked to Glyndwr by marriage, later emerged as pivotal figures in the later Wars of the Roses. Now the House of Percy, dissatisfied with Henry's governance, staged multiple uprisings, notably at Shrewsbury in 1403 and Bramham Moor in 1408, both of which were quelled, resulting in the leaders' deaths. Henry IV's death in 1413 brought his son Henry V to the throne, who sought to stabilize his rule through military endeavors, notably in France. This Henry V leveraged French support for Glyndwr as a pretext for the 1415 invasion of France, culminating in the significant victory at Agincourt and the subsequent campaigns that solidified the Lancastrian claim to the French throne. The Treaty of Troyes in 1420 marked a high point, designating Henry as the heir to the French throne through his marriage to Catherine of Valois. Domestically, the failed Southampton plot in 1415 aimed to replace Henry V with Edmund Mortimer, but it was thwarted by Mortimer's loyalty. This incident underscored ongoing domestic threats to Henry's rule, despite his international success. Well, upon Henry V's death in 1422, his infant son, Henry VI, quickly ascended the throne, leading to a period of regency. The young king's reign saw the rise of Richard of York, who possessed significant claims to the throne through both York and Mortimer lines, and became a formidable figure due to his vast estates and rather impressive wealth. During his early reign, Henry VI found himself amidst a court life with political machinations and rival factions. His uncle, Humphrey, the Duke of Gloucester, aspired to be named Lord Protector until Henry reached maturity. Gloucester's ambition was not merely for power. He sought the approval of the populace, positioning himself as a champion of the common man. However, his plans were consistently held back by Cardinal Henry Beaufort, another influential figure at court, who frequently summoned John, Duke of Bedford, and Henry's regent in France, to mediate disputes or protect his position from Gloucester's challenges. The situation abroad was equally turbulent. The French, under the inspiration of Joan of Arc, had achieved significant victories at Orléans and Patay, effectively reversing many of the English gains from Henry V's campaigns. These losses culminated in the coronation of Charles VII in Reims on July 17, 1429, a significant blow to the English claims in France. Henry VI was crowned shortly thereafter on November 6th, a symbolic move meant to reaffirm his legitimacy and also to counteract Charles VII's coronation on the mainland. Around the same time, Henry's mother, Catherine of Valois, remarried to Owen Tudor, and their sons, Edmund and Jasper Tudor, would later play pivotal roles in the war. Henry's coming of age in 1437 should have marked the transition to a more stable rule, but the death of Bedford in 1435 and Beaufort's withdrawal from public life left a vacuum that William de la Pole, Earl of Suffolk, swiftly filled. Suffolk, favoring diplomacy over military confrontation, became a dominant force at court, often clashing with the Gloucester faction and militarily inclined Richard of York. Suffolk's influence peaked with the Treaty of Tours in 1444, which he engineered to secure the peace with France through Henry's marriage to Margaret of Anjou in exchange for the territories of Maine and Anjou. Suffolk's elevation from Earl of Marquess and subsequently to Duke was a testament to his favor with the king. However, the secrecy surrounding the territorial concessions of the treaty bred suspicion and discontent among the English populace and nobility, particularly Richard of York, who saw his military efforts and resources being diverted to support Suffolk's diplomatic endeavors. In 1447, Suffolk's machinations led to the arrest of Gloucester for treason. His subsequent death, under suspicious circumstances, likely in prison, stirred further unrest among those opposed to Suffolk's policies. Furthermore, Richard of York was removed from a key military role in France and assigned to the less influential position of Lord Lieutenant of Ireland, effectively sidelining him from immediate political influence. As England's political stability deteriorated, the Duke of Suffolk, William de la Pole, became increasingly influential at the court of King Henry VI. However, his handling of foreign policy, particularly the loss of Maine and Anjou to France as part of the marriage agreement between Henry VI and Margaret of Anjou, made him very unpopular. The public and many nobles pointed the finger at him and held him responsible personally for these territorial concessions, which were perceived as national humiliations. The military setbacks in France, including the disastrous defeat at Formigny in April of 1450, further eroded Suffolk's standing. The same year, he faced the wrath of the House of Commons and was impeached. Henry VI intervened to mitigate the punishment by exiling him for 5 years instead of allowing his imprisonment. However, Suffolk was intercepted by pirates while en route to Calais and was executed in 1450, a clear indication of his unpopularity and also the volatile nature of English politics. Well, the downfall of Suffolk did not lead to a restoration of stability as a lot of people wanted. Instead, Edmund Beaufort, the Duke of Somerset, took over as the leader of the peace faction at court, advocating for a diplomatic resolution to the ongoing conflicts in France. Somerset's position was precarious, as military failures continued and his close association with Queen Margaret of Anjou aroused suspicions and rumors of an affair, particularly after the birth of the royal couple's son, Prince Edward, in 1453. Well, it was further complicated by the Jack Cade Rebellion in 1450, a significant uprising in the region of Kent. The rebels, led by the rebellion's namesake, Jack Cade, issued the Complaint of the Poor Commons of Kent, accusing the government of corruption and mismanagement. Although the rebellion was suppressed, its underlying causes and grievances lingered and were later adopted by Richard, the Duke of York, as part of his critique against the government's failures. Richard of York's return from Ireland and his subsequent imprisonment highlighted the deep divisions within the English nobility. These tensions were exacerbated by Henry's apparent mental health issues, which led to periods of incapacity and ineffective leadership. Could you imagine having a ruler with mental health issues that led to periods of ineffective leadership? How could they let that happen? Well, this instability culminated in the First Battle of St. Albans in 1455, a direct confrontation between the Yorkists and the Royalist forces led by Somerset. And this, 23 minutes into the video indeed, marks the beginning of the Wars of the Roses. Yes, it was quite a wind-up to that, I know, but it's important to set the background. Well, Henry VI's recovery from his mental breakdown in 1455 temporarily shifted the balance of power back to his loyalists, leading to the release and the restoration of Somerset and the exile of Richard of York. However, the political and military situation remained as volatile as before, with ongoing feuds, such as those between the Nevilles and the Percys, further complicating the governance of the country. In the intricate weave of the 15th century politics, the Yorkist leaders, Richard Neville, the Earl of Warwick, and Richard, the Duke of York, managed to capture Henry VI during this aforementioned Battle of St. Albans, setting a decisive course for a new war. This victory not only secured Henry VI as a pawn in their political maneuverings, but also led to significant casualties among their Lancastrian adversaries, including the influential Edmund Beaufort, 2nd Duke of Somerset, and Henry Percy, the 2nd Earl of Northumberland. The death of these key figures allowed York to be reinstated as the Lord Protector, signifying a temporary Yorkist ascendancy in English politics. Warwick's command over the strategically vital port of Calais further fortified the Yorkist position. This control provided him not only with a military stronghold, but also with the ability to conduct naval raids, which, while contentious, underscored his naval skill and only served to add to his reputation. Despite Queen Margaret of Anjou's attempts to curb his influence, Warwick's successful anti-piracy measures, and his unauthorized naval attacks against Castilian and Hanseatic forces underscored his defiance of royal authority, which actually enhanced his stature greatly within Yorkist circles. However, there was a shift in 1456, when Henry VI resumed his personal rule, diminishing York and Warwick's influence. This period of relative stability was short-lived, as the ongoing feud between the Neville and Percy families flared up again. The situation was further complicated by Warwick's provocative actions in 1458, which included attacks on foreign fleets, leading to his and York's summons to London to answer for their actions. Fearing imprisonment, or perhaps worse, they consolidated their forces and prepared for a conflict. The tension culminated in the Battle of Blore Heath in 1459, where Yorkist forces, under the command of the Earl of Salisbury, secured a victory against a larger Lancastrian force. This victory was pivotal, reaffirming Yorkist military capabilities despite the growing Lancastrian opposition, which had been actively recruiting and arming under Queen Margaret's direction. The Yorkist leaders' decision to flee to Calais in the face of a reinvigorated Lancastrian campaign led by Queen Margaret marked a strategic retreat, but it also set the stage for a significant Yorkist counteroffensive. The control of Calais played a crucial role in maintaining Yorkist strategic options, enabling them to gather resources and plan their return to England with a more strengthened military force. Now, by late 1460, Warwick, Salisbury, and Edward of March, later King Edward IV, had returned to England, quickly gathering support and capturing Henry VI at the Battle of Northampton. The victory provided the Yorkists with another opportunity to assert control over the government. The subsequent political maneuvering saw York making a bold claim to the throne, which, while initially shocking to the assembly, led to the Act of Accord. This agreement stipulated that York and his descendants would succeed Henry VI, a compromise that reflected the Yorkist leaders' consolidation of power, but also sowed the seeds for further conflict, as it was unacceptable to staunch Lancastrian supporters, and that included Queen Margaret. The death of Richard of York marked a pivotal moment in the Wars of the Roses, dramatically altering the Yorkist leadership and also their strategy. Queen Margaret, alongside the Lancastrian supporters such as Henry Holland, the 3rd Duke of Exeter, and Jasper Tudor, rallied troops in Wales and the West Country, securing additional military support from Scotland and France in exchange for territorial concessions, a testament to the international dimension of the conflict. Richard of York's decision to leave the safety of Sandal Castle and engage the Lancastrians was the event that directly led to his death, and significant Yorkist losses at the Battle of Wakefield on 30th of September 1460. This defeat not only resulted in York's death, but also the capture and execution of his allies, including his son, the Earl of Rutland, and the influential Earl of Salisbury. The events necessitated a rapid reorganization of Yorkist leadership under Edward, the Earl of March, Richard of York's son, who inherited not only the dukedom of York, but also his father's claim to the English throne, and he felt just as strongly about the latter. Now, in early 1461, Edward decisively defeated the Lancastrian forces at Mortimer's Cross, leveraging celestial phenomena to boost troop morale and adopting the sun in splendor as his heraldic symbol. Despite his victory, the Lancastrians achieved a strategic advantage with their success at the Second Battle of St. Albans, releasing King Henry VI and reasserting his rule. The dynamic shifted quickly, however, as Edward VI was proclaimed king in London, an indication of his popularity and also the city's rejection of the Lancastrian claim. His physical presence and charismatic leadership contrasted sharply with Henry VI's perceived weakness, helping Edward solidify his position even more. Edward and Warwick's subsequent march north culminated in the Battle of Towton, the largest and bloodiest ever fought on English soil, resulting in a decisive Yorkist victory that effectively annihilated the Lancastrian leadership and confirmed Edward's sovereignty. Thus, King Edward IV's reign, following his coronation on the 28th of June 1461, marked a period of consolidation. His decision to pardon many attainted Lancastrians showed a strategic effort to stabilize his reign by reconciling with former foes, allowing them to even retain their properties and former titles, which helped pacify potential sources of dissent. Warwick, known as the King-Maker, enjoyed immense benefits from Edward's rise, gaining vast lands, titles, and key positions such as High Admiral of England and Steward of the Duchy of Lancaster. In fact, his influence extended to international diplomacy, successfully securing a truce with Scotland and solidifying Yorkist control in Ireland, demonstrating his pivotal role in both domestic and foreign affairs. However, this did not mean everything was stable. In 1462, Margaret of Anjou made attempts to reclaim lost ground by capturing key northern castles with French support, though these efforts were transient, showcasing the ongoing volatility. By 1463, the next year, internal conflicts resurfaced as northern England rose in support of Henry VI, leading to further confrontations, and the significant Battle of Hexham in 1464, where Yorkist forces decisively defeated the Lancastrians. This victory led to the capture and execution of prominent Lancastrian leaders, and even the capture of Henry VI, who was then imprisoned in the Tower of London, effectively quelling any significant Lancastrian resistance. Edward's marriage in 1464 to Elizabeth Woodville was a pivotal event that shaped much of his subsequent reign. This union was controversial due to Elizabeth's relatively modest social background and the secrecy surrounding their wedding. This marriage alienated Warwick, who felt sidelined and betrayed after promoting a French alliance and a royal marriage to solidify peace and international support, Edward's choice undermined Warwick's position and inflamed tensions within the Yorkist alliance. The rise of the Woodville family into prominent positions further strained relationships with the nobility, particularly Warwick, who saw his influence waning as the Woodvilles ascended in court. Things became increasingly complex as Edward pursued an independent policy, favouring an alliance with Burgundy over France, contradicting Warwick's diplomatic efforts and leading to further alienation. Thus, Edward's actions set the stage for future conflicts, not only with the Lancastrian adherents, but with his own court, which was filled with disgruntled nobles, led by Warwick and supported by Edward's own brother, George the Duke of Clarence. And they were all conspiring against him. In the turbulence of 1469, England was shaken by uprisings and power struggles, culminating in significant clashes and the temporary capture of King Edward IV. A rebellion in Yorkshire under Robin of Redesdale, coupled with another revolt, demanded the restoration of Henry Percy as Earl of Northumberland, demonstrated widespread dissatisfaction with Edward's rule. These revolts were ostensibly aimed at removing perceived evil counsellors around the king, but were fueled by more deep factional manipulations by Warwick and George, who sought to exploit the unrest for their own gain. Warwick and Clarence's machinations included marrying Clarence to Warwick's daughter Isabel in Calais, a strategic move to consolidate their power base against Edward. Upon returning to England, they aligned themselves with the Yorkshire rebels, leading to a significant confrontation at the Battle of Edgecote, where prominent royal supporters were killed and Edward was captured. The capture highlighted the fragility of Edward's position, and of course this formidable challenge posed by Warwick and Clarence. The initial success of the rebels, however, did not translate into a stable government. The lack of broader support for Warwick and Clarence, combined with ongoing disorder, forced them to release Edward, who quickly went back to his royal duties. The political instability persisted, leading to further conflicts such as the Battle of Losecoat Field, where Edward decisively crushed a rebellion influenced by Warwick and Clarence, solidifying his control and forcing his adversaries into a temporary exile. The situation escalated further when Warwick, in a remarkable turn of alliances facilitated by Louis XI of France, reconciled with his bitter enemy Margaret of Anjou, in a bid to restore Henry VI to the throne. This alliance was sealed by the marriage of Warwick's daughter Anne to Edward of Westminster, Margaret and Henry's son. In September 1470, using a two-pronged invasion strategy and exploiting internal royal conflicts, Warwick successfully deposed Edward, leading to a brief reinstallation of Henry VI, a period that was known as the re-adeption of Henry. However, the restored Lancastrian regime was short-lived. Internal divisions, the lack of solid support, and external pressures quickly undermined Warwick's control. Edward, with substantial support from Burgundy, returned to England in 1471, gathering forces rapidly and gaining crucial allies, including the defection of Clarence back to his side. The climactic battle at Barnet in April 1471 saw the end of Warwick, and marked a decisive turn in the Wars of the Roses in the favour of Edward IV. The battle was characterized by tragic miscommunication among the Lancastrian forces, and a fierce assault by Edward's troops capitalizing upon it, leading to Warwick's death and a crippling blow to the Lancastrian cause. Edward's return to power was solidified by his decisive victories and strategic political maneuvers, which included plenty of reconciliations and also retributions against his enemies. However, he did not last too long. The death of Edward IV in April 1483 marked the end of his influential reign, initiating a period of profound uncertainty and instability in England. Edward's decision to appoint his brother Richard, the Duke of Gloucester, as Lord Protector for his young son Edward V set the stage for significant power struggles. Now, Richard of Gloucester's role as Lord Protector was meant to be a temporary arrangement until Edward V came to age. However, things shifted as Richard took steps to consolidate power around himself. Who could have seen that coming? Within a short period, Richard moved to isolate his young nephews and arrest their loyal supporters. By the June of 1483, Richard had successfully declared the children of Edward IV all illegitimate, based on accusations of a pre-contract of marriage between Edward IV and a different woman prior to his marriage to Elizabeth Woodville, thus completely disqualifying Edward V from the throne. Well, it seemed to have worked, because on the 26th of June 1483 Richard was proclaimed king, notably King Richard III, significantly altering the course of English history. The rapid change in governance led to widespread speculation and discontent among various factions within the realm. The mystery regarding the fate of Edward IV's sons, known historically as the Princes in the Tower, fueled further discontent, as they disappeared under mysterious circumstances. The country effectively made a collective eyebrow raise, and they were widely believed to have been murdered. Now, Richard III's reign faced immediate challenges, including invasions and rebellions, which was the style at the time. Notably, Henry Tudor, the Lancastrian claimant with a rather tenuous claim to the throne, that being said, gathered support in France and launched an invasion in 1485. The culmination of these conflicts occurred at the Battle of Bosworth Field on the 22nd of August 1485, where Richard III was actually killed. Well, this was the top moment of the Wars of the Roses, and we'll talk about it in a little bit more detail. Now, Henry VII worked to consolidate his power and heal the divisions caused by decades of civil war. He married Elizabeth of York, the daughter of Edward IV, thus uniting the houses of Lancaster and York, marking the beginning of a relatively stable period in English history. Of course, this all had to come crashing down. The conspiracy against Richard III rapidly gained momentum, supported by both disenfranchised Yorkists and those with Lancastrian sympathies, who saw Henry Tudor a viable alternative to the controversial Richard. Of course, he wasn't as controversial as Richard II with his 6-year-old wife, but ugh. Anyway, the discontent was fueled by the mystery surrounding the fate of the Princes in the Tower, Richard's nephews, which cast a long shadow over his reign for rather obvious reasons. The disappearance of Edward V and Richard of Shrewsbury provided a focal point for opposition, as it embodied the fears and suspicions many held about Richard's methods and intentions. Now, as we've said, Henry Tudor's claim to the throne was tenuous at best, but his promise to marry Elizabeth of York, the daughter of Edward IV, offered a potential unification of the warring houses of York and Lancaster. This alliance was intended to reconcile the divide that had led to decades of civil war, offering a new vision for a stable and united England. Elizabeth Woodville's backing of Henry Tudor, despite her previous allegiance to the House of York under Edward IV, was more of a strategic move. It reflected the pragmatic shifts in loyalty that characterized the turbulent politics of the time, and highlighted the adaptability of political figures who were only seeking to survive, but if they could, thrive amid the shifting allegiances and fortunes of the Wars of the Roses. The Duke of Buckingham, once a staunch supporter of Richard III, played a pivotal role in the growing conspiracy due to personal grievances and ambitions that were not satisfied under Richard's reign. His defection to the Tudor cause was significant, as it not only deprived Richard of a key ally, but also lent substantial legitimacy to the rebellion. Things were not looking good for Richie. Now, the convergence of these disaffected parties under the banner of Henry Tudor underscored the broad base of the opposition to Richard, and set the stage for the climactic conflict at the Bosworth Field. It was here the forces of Richard III and Henry Tudor would ultimately clash, determining the fate of the English crown and marking the definitive end of the Plantagenet dynasty. The Battle of Bosworth Field not only ended Richard III's brief reign, but also marked a decisive turning point in English history, signaling the final conclusion of the Wars of the Roses and the emergence of the Tudor dynasty. His victory, Henry Tudor's that is, was less about his claim to the throne, which was pretty tenuous, and more about his ability to consolidate support across factions, weary of decades of civil strife. Also, generally, people were just a little bit sick of fighting each other, I think, and they didn't really care which side won, as long as they could just go back to having normal lives. Well, at least, that's what I assume the common people would be thinking. War definitely takes a toll on you. Now, Henry Tudor, now Henry VII, inaugurated a period of relative stability and the centralization of power in the monarchy, a contrast to the feudal conflict that had been characterizing much of the 15th century. His marriage to Elizabeth of York effectively united the warring houses of Lancaster and York, symbolizing the end of dynastic conflicts and the beginning of a bright new era in English governance. The significance of the Battle of Bosworth Field extends beyond its immediate military outcome, as it reshaped the English monarchy and set the stage for the political transformations of the Renaissance and the cultural transformations of the Reformation that would sweep through Europe. This new Tudor era, beginning with Henry Tudor, Henry VII, would see the strengthening of the administrative capabilities of the state, the expansion of overseas exploration, and significant shifts in religious policies. Henry VII's reign brought about more important changes in governance, including the establishment of the Court of the Star Chamber, which helped reduce the influence of the nobility by centralizing legal authority. His economic policies, often categorized by heavy taxation and stringent control over the nobility's financial powers, laid the groundwork for later successors and also challenges of his successors, including Henry VIII and Elizabeth I. Videos on them very soon. Thus, this Battle of Bosworth Fields represents not merely the end of a period of bloody conflict, but also the beginning of a bright new dawn. Perhaps not as bright as it should be, but certainly brighter by contrast. Now, Henry's response to the various uprisings and pretenders throughout his reign shows once again the fragility of his hold on the throne and his determination to establish a stable dynasty. His actions to suppress revolts and manage claims against his rule were part of a broader strategy to solidify Tudor legitimacy and stabilize England after decades of civil war. And speaking of these rebellions, by pardoning the one Lambert Simnel, a figurehead of a rather significant rebellion, Henry not only neutralized a threat, but he also displayed a kind of magnanimity that could appease potential Yorkist sympathizers. His decision to employ Simnel in a humble but stable position within the royal household allowed him to demonstrate both mercy and the absolute futility of opposing his reign. This act was a clear message to other would-be pretenders and their supporters about the futility of their claims and the potential benevolence of the Tudor regime. Perkin Warbeck's claim presented a more direct challenge, however, as it drew on international support and prolonged Yorkist factionalism. Henry's eventual capture and execution of Warbeck and the simultaneous execution of Edward Plantagenet, the Earl of Warwick, marked a harsher but decisive action to eliminate viable Plantagenet threats. The execution of Warwick, a genuine Plantagenet, with a legitimate, albeit pretty weak, claim to the throne, underscores the lengths to which Henry was prepared to go to secure the future of his dynasty. This act extinguished the direct male Plantagenet line, sending a stark warning to anybody considering supporting claims against the Tudors. Moreover, Henry's strategic marriages for his children, notably the marriage of his eldest son Arthur to Catherine of Aragon, and the betrothal of his daughter Margaret to James IV of Scotland, were part of this diplomatic strategy to forge alliances and legitimize his dynasty through European recognition. Henry's reign ultimately laid the groundwork for the Tudor dynasty, which would preside over a period of relative internal stability and the beginnings of what is deemed to be an English Renaissance. His efforts to stabilize the monarchy through strategic executions, careful management of noble factions, and internal diplomacy show the complexity of his rule alongside the challenges to hold on to the throne. Thus, it's a reign that's not only navigating the immediate aftermath of the Wars of the Roses, but also set the stage for the transformative rule of his son, Henry VIII, and his granddaughter, Elizabeth I, who would oversee the flowering of English culture and expansion on the global stage. Thank you very much for listening. That was a rather brief introduction to the Wars of the Roses, and I know a lot of moving parts. Now, as for some of the characters, like Henry Tudor, Elizabeth I at the end, Henry VIII, and some of the other monarchs mentioned. They will have their own biographies coming up, also a video on the Battle of Bosworth Field. But until then, you'll just have to wait a little longer. Harald Hardrada, or Harald III of Norway, 1015 to 1066, was one of the last great Viking warrior kings, renowned for his exploits across Eastern Europe and the Mediterranean. Before becoming king, he served as a mercenary in the Byzantine Empire's Varangian Guard, amassing wealth and military experience. He even attempted to conquer England in 1066. However, that marked the end of the Viking invasions in Europe, culminating in his defeat and death at the Battle of Stamford Bridge. Regardless, his ambitious campaigns and formidable reputation cemented his legacy as one of the most important figures of the Viking Age, and he is often remembered as the last of the Vikings. Hello and welcome to the channel. If you're coming back, it's good to see you again, and if you're completely new here, it's good to meet you. If you want to support the channel, Patreon's in the description, like, comment, sub, all that good stuff. Especially like, that helps YouTube push the video out to a bigger audience, so I'd appreciate that. Now, with that being said, let's get on to our topic for today. Take a deep breath, relax, and let's learn all about Harald Hardrada. Harald came into the world in the year of 1015, though some accounts suggest that 1016 may also be plausible. He was the offspring of Asta Gudbrandsdatter and Sigurd Syr, her second spouse. Sigurd held the title of a petty king over Ringerike, marking him as one of the upland's most formidable and affluent chieftains. Harald's lineage was illustrious. Through his mother, Asta, he was the youngest among the 3 half-brothers of King Olaf II of Norway, also known as Olaf Haraldsson and later canonized as Saint Olaf. From his early years, Harald exhibited the characteristics of an ambitious rebel, and this set him apart from his older siblings who were quite a bit more grounded and focused on the stewardship of their lands, much like their father. Harald's admiration for Olaf as a role model was clearly evident, reflecting a divergence in aspirations and temperament from his brothers, who were a lot more pragmatic. Now, the legacy of Harald's lineage is steeped in controversy and myth, as it always is around this time. Historical records, particularly those preserved in the Icelandic sagas, like Snorri Sturluson's Heimskringla, claim a noble descent from King Harald Fairhair for Sigurd, akin to that of Olaf's father, positioning them as descendants of a lineage of notable serenity. However, modern scholars cast a little bit of doubt on these claims, suggesting that the genealogical connections to Harald Fairhair posited by authors centuries after Hardrada's era were more reflective of the social and political narratives of the time, rather than actual histories based in fact. Interestingly, during Harald Hardrada's lifetime, his purported ancestry from Harald Fairhair was scarcely mentioned, and did not significantly influence his claim to the Norwegian throne, an omission that suggests these ancestral claims were likely of little consequence or recognition in his quest for power. The early 11th century was a fairly chaotic time for Norway, marked by conflicts and a pivotal revolt in 1028 that led to the exile of Harald's brother, Olaf. The winds of change began to stir up more in 1030, when news of Olaf's impending return galvanized Harald to muster a force of 600 men from the uplands, eager to unite with his brother. Their reunion in the east of Norway was marked by camaraderie and a shared resolve to reclaim the throne, culminating in the Battle of Stiklestad on July 29, 1030. This battle, a desperate endeavor to dethrone the Danish ruler Knut the Great and restore Olaf to power, ended in tragedy for the brothers. The Norwegian forces loyal to Knut emerged victorious, leading to Olaf's death and leaving Harald grievously wounded. Despite the defeat, his participation in the battle showcased his military prowess, hinting at the legendary figure that he was destined to become. Following the defeat at Stiklestad, Harald fled to eastern Norway with Rogvald Brusason's help, recuperating on a remote farm before heading over the mountains to Sweden. Within a year, he found his way to Kievan Rus, where Grand Prince Yaroslav the Wise welcomed him and his men warmly. Yaroslav, who recognized Harald's military skills, made him a captain. Harald's relationship with Yaroslav was also bolstered by his familial connection through his brother Olaf, who had previously sought refuge with Yaroslav. His time in Kievan Rus was marked by his participation in various military campaigns, which included conflicts with the Poles, the Teuts in Estonia, the Byzantines, and several groups of steppe nomads. By the mid-1030s, Harald and his retinue of 500 ventured to Constantinople and joined up with the Varangian Guard of the Byzantine Empire. Despite initial attempts to keep his royal identity a secret, Harald's reputation began to precede him, and he quickly rose to prominence within the Guard. His military endeavors spanned the empire's frontiers, from battling Arab pirates in the Mediterranean to participating in campaigns across Asia Minor, and he even went as far as Mesopotamia, fighting all over the known world. His exploits during this period, including the capture of numerous Arab strongholds, showcased his leadership and valor. Geez, a little bit too early for the Crusades. It would have been nice to have him on board. Now, Harald's adventures also led him to Jerusalem, although the timing and nature of this journey remains a subject of debate. It is possible that after a peace treaty between the Byzantine Empire and the Muslim Fatimid Caliphate, Harald was part of a mission to escort pilgrims to Jerusalem, offering him further opportunity to engage in combat against bandits who were targeting Christians along the roads. In 1038, Harald ventured to Sicily with the Byzantine forces, aiming to reclaim the island from the Saracens under George Maniace's leadership. It was during this campaign that he fought alongside notable Norman mercenaries, including William Iron Arm, and successfully captured 4 Sicilian towns. However, the campaign's conclusion in 1041 marked the beginning of new conflicts in southern Italy, where Harald, leading the Varangian Guard, faced a Lombard-Norman revolt. Despite initial victories, the Byzantines were ultimately defeated by the Normans, and not just in one battle, in several of them. The fallouts from these culminated defeats led to Harold's recall to Constantinople amidst Maniace's imprisonment and all of the other political turmoil. Well, back in Constantinople, Harold's exploits in Bulgaria against the uprising led by Peter del Jan earned him the moniker, and this is probably one of the most sinister nicknames I've ever heard, the Bulgar Burner. I'm sure you can use your imagination of how he was dealing with the Bulgars. Well, despite the controversies surrounding George Maniaces and Emperor Michael IV, Harald received honors and held the emperor's favor, gaining titles within the imperial guard. However, this favor was short-lived. After Michael IV's death in 1041, Harald found himself entangled in the ensuing power struggles. He was then imprisoned under charges that vary among different sources, but they include accusations of defrauding the emperor, even murder, and apparently he was involved in some illicit romantic endeavors. Didn't know you could throw people in jail for that. Guilty as charged. Well, the narrative of Harald's imprisonment and subsequent escape is marked by discrepancies among historical records. Some suggest that he was liberated amidst a revolt against the new emperor Michael V, who was not very popular, and this positioned Harald as a leader among the Varangians who opposed the emperor. Could be. Either way, this revolt culminated in Michael V's dramatic ousting, with Harald purportedly playing a direct role in the emperor's blinding and exile. Indeed, they made sure that his eyes were useless from that day onwards. Now, during his tenure in the Byzantine Empire, Harald amassed a considerable fortune through his military exploits and strategic engagements, including participating in what the sagas describe as palace plunder following the death of an emperor. This wealth not only showed his prowess, but also played a role in his future ambitions for the Norwegian crown. His astuteness in securing this wealth is highlighted by his decision to send his amassed fortune to Kievan Rus for safekeeping under Yaroslav the Wise, demonstrating a very high level of trust and diplomatic ties with the Kievan ruler. Harald's departure from Constantinople, after being denied permission by Empress Zoe, showcased his daring and resourcefulness. Escaping with 2 ships, he overcame formidable defenses to sail into the Black Sea, though one of his ships was lost to the Byzantine chain defenses across the Bosphorus. This bold escape did not diminish his respect and loyalty towards the Byzantine Empire, however, as later accounts commend the enduring loyalty and love he held for the empire, even after becoming the King of Norway. Returning to Kievan Rus in 1042, Harald's alliance with Yaroslav the Wise was further solidified through his marriage to Elisif, Yaroslav's daughter. The marriage, potentially arranged during his initial stay in Rus, or perhaps upon his return, was a strategic move, aligning him with one of the most powerful rulers of the time. Despite initial rebuffs due to his then insufficient wealth, Harald's eventual marriage to Elisif placed him among the ranks of Europe's elite, marrying into a family connected to other significant European monarchs. In early 1045, Harald set out from Novgorod to reclaim the Norwegian throne, a journey that took him through Russia's waterways to Sweden. Of course, his ships were laden with gold, and that shows that he was very confident in his win. Of course, you wouldn't bring all the gold with you if you weren't. By the time he reached Sweden, the throne had seen a change. Magnus the Good, Olaf Haraldsson's illegitimate son, had established a stable rule over Norway, and he even extended his reign over Denmark after defeating rival claimants. Well, upon arriving in Sweden, Harald allied with Svein Estridsson and the Swedish king Anund Jacob to challenge Magnus. Their initial military strategy involved raiding the Danish coast to undermine Magnus's authority and sway the populace to their side. Well, despite all their efforts, the people of Norway remained loyal to Magnus, who returned from abroad with his army to defend his reign. A conflict seemed imminent, but instead of engaging in battle, a compromise was brokered in 1046. Harald and Magnus agreed to co-rule Norway, with the condition that Harald share half of his wealth with the financially strained Magnus. It's not a bad deal. I can think of worse ones. This co-rule, marked by tension and separate courts, lasted until Magnus's death, which was only about a year later, in 1047. This, of course, left the kingdom without an heir. And I'm sure you can figure out what happens next. Harald swiftly moved to consolidate his power, proclaiming himself the ruler of both Norway and Denmark, and this was despite Magnus's wishes, his explicit instructions for Svein to inherit Denmark. Well, his assertion faced resistance, of course, notably from Einar Thambarskelfir, very difficult name to say, a prominent chieftain who preferred the deceased Magnus to any living king. Well, despite Harald's initial reluctance, Magnus's body was transported back to Norway for burial beside Saint Olaf, cementing his legacy. Under Harald's reign, Norway saw significant administrative reforms, including the introduction of a royal monopoly on coin minting. Harald set his sights on reclaiming and expanding the North Sea Empire, once ruled by Knut the Great, beginning with Denmark. The initial plan to invade Denmark in 1047 was postponed, but from 1048 onwards, Harald engaged in nearly annual raids against Svein Estridsson, targeting Danish shores in a series of very violent and swift campaigns. His most notable early actions including the plunder of Jutland and the devastating attack on Hedby in the year of 1049. which was a pretty critical hub of trading in Scandinavia, and after this it never quite recovered. Now, despite all of these successes in battle, Harald was not able to secure a lasting occupation of Denmark. The conflict culminated in the Battle of Nysa in 1062, which was a significant naval engagement where Harald, commanding a fairly sizable fleet, sought a decisive and ultimate victory over Sweyn. The battle resulted in heavy losses on both sides, and ended without a clear victor, as both leaders managed to retreat with fairly substantial forces still intact. Well, exhausted by years of conflict and the toll that it generally takes on people and their kingdoms, Harald decided to seek peace. In 1064, or at least the winter between 1065, an unconditional peace treaty was signed with Sweyn, maintaining the status quo without territorial gains or reparations. Following the treaty, Harald's focus shifted more inward. He embarked on a winter campaign across Norway, enforcing tax collection with a harsh hand, resorting to maiming and killing as punitive measures against those who defied his rule. Harald's reign also saw significant strides in consolidating monarchical power within Norway itself. By asserting that only the king alone could maintain a hird, which was a private standing army, he basically centralized military power and diminished the influence of all of those smaller local warlords. His ascent to the Norwegian throne marked the beginning of a critical phase in the country's unification under a single ruler. Recognizing the need for a good amount of domestic support, Harald strategically aligned himself with the Norwegian aristocracy by marrying Tora Torbjornsdatter, linking him to one of Norway's most influential families. This move was pretty important in Harald's effort to stabilize his rule and navigate the complexities of power dynamics at the time, particularly against this backdrop of opposition from descendants of Hakon Sigurdsson, who had held sway over northern Norway and the region of Trondelag. Well, the legacy of his rule, that Hakon Sigurdsson, which spanned from 975 to 995, was looming large in the collective memory, with his family maintaining a significant degree of autonomy even after his death. Einar Thambarskelfir, a key figure within this dynasty and married to Hakon's daughter, initially maintained a cordial relationship with Magnus, Harald's predecessor. However, Harald's absolutionist approach led to friction with Einar, setting the stage for a confrontation that would solidify Harald's reputation as an uncompromising leader, earning him that moniker Hardrada, which means literally hard ruler. Stop giggling. Now, the tension reached a boiling point in Nidaros, where Einar, in a bold show of defiance, arrived at Harald's court with a substantial armed retinue. The situation began to boil over, culminating in Einar's assassination by Harald's men, a decisive moment that significantly weakened the opposition from the Earls of Lade and reinforced Harald's control over Trondelag and the broader realm. In the years that followed, Harald's governance was characterized by both military campaign and domestic policies, which were aimed at consolidating his rule on all fronts. His interactions with Hakon Ivarsson, a distinguished and feared warrior in the Battle of Nisa, show the complex dynamic of loyalty and power during his reign. Despite initial favor, Harald's reluctance to fulfill his promise of an earldom to Hakon led to unrest and ultimately Hakon's revolt, which was a factor in Harald's decision to seek peace with Svein Estridsson. Harald's domestic policies, particularly in the uplands, were marked by ruthless tax collection campaigns and others to subdue dissent. Much of the dissent was because of the tax campaigns, but, well, it had to be sorted out anyway, didn't it? Someone's got to pay the bills. By employing harsh punitive measures, including burning farms and executing and maiming resistors to serve as a warning to others, Harald aimed to integrate these remote regions into his kingdom, thereby strengthening his economic base and securing his rule. By the end of 1065, Harald's efforts to quell opposition and centralize his power had largely been a remarkable success, and this left him as the undisputed ruler of a more unified Norway. Well, his reign was shaped by these extensive military background, and it was characterized by forceful dispute resolution and a penchant for breaking settlements, traits that underscored his reputation on the battlefield also. And despite these aggressive tendencies, his domestic rule is noted by historians of the time as a period of relative peace and prosperity for Norway. He's credited with establishing the Norwegian currency and fostering a new coin-based economy, which of course significantly enhanced Norway's participation in international trade. And those trade networks facilitated trade with regions as diverse as the Kievan Rus, the Byzantine Empire, Scotland, and even Ireland. In addition to all these economic reforms, he also played a role in advancing Christianity in Norway. His reign saw the construction and enhancement of churches, alongside the importation of clergy from abroad, notably from Kievan Rus and the Byzantine Empire. This influx introduced a variant of Christianity that slightly differed from that was practiced in the rest of northern Europe, which, of course, sparked a little bit of controversy and raised some eyebrows within the Catholic Church. There's only so much you can get away with changing it. Well, Harald's assertive responses to papal legates, declaring himself the sole authority in Norway, mirrors the centralized control that's typical of Byzantine leadership, indicating the possible influence of his Eastern experiences on his religious policies. But it wasn't all just about being at home. He had a great great interest in exploration, both within and beyond Norway. Domestic ventures into regions like the uplands and ambitious naval expeditions into the northern seas show his curiosity and determination to chart the unknown. Reports by contemporaries like Adam of Bremen suggest Harald's expeditions reached the far edges of the known world, possibly encountering territories such as Spitsbergen or Novaya Zemlya. These exploratory endeavors, possibly inspired by the tales of Vinland, underscore Harold's role as a visionary leader, certainly keen on expanding his knowledge and influence across his own realm and beyond it. Well, his ambitions, having been stymied in Denmark, turned towards England, with a historical claim rooted in an agreement from 1038 between Magnus the Good and Harthacnut, the then ruler of England. This agreement showed that upon the death of one, the other would inherit the kingdom. So if Magnus the Good died, Harthacnut would be the king, and vice versa. However, with Harthacnut's childless death in 1042, Edward the Confessor came to the throne, which of course sidelined Magnus's claim. Despite the implications of the agreement, actual succession to the English throne would inevitably involve military action, a reality that both Magnus and his successor Harald recognized rather early on. Upon Magnus's death in 1047, Harald inherited not just the Norwegian crown, but also this contentious claim to England. Edward the Confessor, well aware of the looming threats to his rule, strategically kept his potential rivals, including Harald, Sweyn of Denmark, and William of Normandy, in a state of anticipation over the succession. An initial foray in 1058 by Harold's forces into England in support of a Welsh raid, perhaps wanted to dip their toes in and test the waters, but it also showed the impracticality of engaging on two fronts against both Denmark and England. It was just too much at one time. Now, these ambitions dramatically shifted with the death of Edward in January 1066. And if you know that year, I'm sure you can guess what battle is coming up. And of course the subsequent crowning of Harold Godwinson as the King of England. Tostig Godwinson, ousted Earl of Northumbria and brother to the new king, emerged as a pivotal figure, seeking to reclaim his lost titles and his lost lands. His outreach to both William of Normandy and Sweyn Estridsson, though speculative, shows a breadth of aspirations. However, it was with Harald Hardrada that Tostig first found a more receptive ally, given the strategic advantages of northern England for a Norwegian invasion. It's certainly a short trip. Now in the spring of 1066, Harald began mustering a formidable fleet in Solund, signaling the seriousness of his intent. By September, a fleet led by the iconic oarmen, whose name meant serpent, was ready and raring to go. Harald's departure from Norway was marked by quite a lot of preparations, including ensuring the continuity of his lineage by proclaiming his son Magnus as king, and also bringing his family along for the campaign. The addition of forces from the Orkney Islands and the support of Malcolm III of Scotland further strengthened his army, and it shows a concerted effort to marshal a substantial force against England. The eventual rendezvous of Harald and Tostig at Tynemouth set the stage for one of medieval period's most pivotal conflicts. Tostig's modest fleet bellied the strategic significance of his alliance with Harald. Meanwhile, deceptive measures by Tostig in the south hinted at a Normandy invasion, distracting Harold Godwinson and fragmenting the English defence, just as the Norwegian and Scottish force was preparing to strike. After setting sail from Tynemouth, Hardrada and Tostig Godwinson's forces made landfall at the River Tees, marking the beginning of their campaign in England proper. Their journey led them to Cleveland, where they initiated a series of raids along the coast, the start of a trail of destruction and plunder. The resistance they encountered in Scarborough, where the locals opposed Harold's demands for surrender, resulted in Harold setting fire to the entire town, a brutal tactic that precipitated the surrender of other Northumbrian towns who did not want the same treatment in the face of a Norse onslaught. Well, continuing their campaign, Harald and Tostig navigated their fleet up the Humber and disembarked at Riccal on the 20th of September. The news of their advance and the early raids galvanized the local English leadership, prompting Earls Morcar of Northumbria and Edwin of Mercia to confront the invaders. The ensuing Battle of Fulford, fought just south of the modern city of York, ended in a decisive victory for the Nordic forces. The triumph not only showed Harold's military skill, but it also led to the strategic surrender of the city of York to Harold and Tostig on the 24th of September, marking a significant moment in the invasion, as it represented the last time a Scandinavian army would achieve such a feat over English forces. But then again, who knows if the Norwegians are going to invade England in the near future? Well, meanwhile, Harold Godwinson, the newly crowned King of England, had been making his own preparations. On the same day that York capitulated, Harold arrived with his army in Tadcaster, positioning himself a mere 11 kilometers from Harald's fleet stationed at Riccal. Utilizing the element of surprise and strategic reconnaissance, Godwinson likely addressed the Norwegian fleet's position, laying the groundwork for a surprise attack. With Harald having left no forces to secure York with, he was able to march through the town unopposed, advancing towards Stamford Bridge. On the morning of the 25th of September, that great moment that would shape the course of English history, Hardrada and Godwinson departed from their strategic position at Riccal, unwittingly heading towards their fate. Leaving behind a significant portion of their force, they advanced with the majority of the men, donning only light armor in anticipation of meeting with the citizens of York at Stamford Bridge. This meeting was intended to formalize the town's submission under Harold's rule. Easy day. What could possibly go wrong? However, upon their arrival, instead of encountering this expected delegation ready to hand over the entire town to them, they were met by the formidable sight of Harold Godwinson's well-armored and significantly larger force. Godwin's forces included up to 15,000 foot soldiers, accompanied by 2,000 cavalry, while Hardrada only had with him 9,000 foot soldiers, no cavalry, and a couple hundred ships which, not really good on land, aren't they? Caught completely off guard, but determined to stand their ground, Harald and Tostig hastily organized their men into a shield wall. The ensuing battle saw a momentary advantage for the Norse when a single giant Norwegian warrior defending the bridge held back the English forces, buying precious time for Harald's army to regroup. Indeed, one guy on the bridge, a complete psycho. Berserker is the term, and I suppose we can use it in this context. A blood-drunk maniac, wildly flailing his weapon everywhere, making people too frightened to even approach him. You can imagine it, all the Viking stereotypes into one. Well, despite this heroic stand, the Norse forces ultimately faced overwhelming odds. The battle reached its climax when Harald, in a berserk frenzy, and without the protection of any body armor, was struck down by an arrow to the throat, straight through the neck. His aggressive tactics and refusal to don armor, characteristic of his fearless leadership, ultimately led to his rather early demise on the battlefield, though quite a fitting end for a Viking warrior, don't you think? The tide of battle did seem to momentarily turn with the late arrival of Eystein Orr and the reserve forces from Rikal, who, despite being completely exhausted from the rapid march, launched a desperate counterattack under the banner of Land Waster. It's all extremely metal, isn't it? While this final effort briefly threatened to break through the English lines, until Eystein himself was taken out. He died, and it caused the Norsemen's resolve to crumble, ultimately leading to their retreat. Well, either way, the battle was devastating for both sides. Godwinson lost about 5,000 men, while 6,000 to 8,000 were lost on Hardrada's side, and Hardrada himself, of course. Arrow to the neck, not a good way to go. The aftermath of the battle saw the decimated Norse army allowed to retreat peacefully, including Harald's son Olaf. The remnants of Harald's forces, significantly reduced in number, returned to Norway, leaving behind a notable contingent from Scotland and the Orkney Islands at Rikal, whose fates were not accounted for in the Norse retreat. And that's the end of the life of Harald Hardrada. Was it all that you expected? I thought it was interesting. We all learned a lot today, didn't we? I'd like to thank my Mega Chad tier Patreon supporters, being Stark Factory, JC, and Jeffrey. If you want to support on the Patreon, you know what to do. Also, like, comment, subscribe, all of that good stuff. And I wish you all the best, and I will see you in the next episode. Good night, everyone. Look after yourself. In the late 12th century, a fraternity emerged in Aker, formed by German merchants from Bremen and Lübeck, which laid the groundwork for what would later become the Teutonic Order. After taking over a hospital after the city's capture, this group initiated their mission to care for the sick, under the moniker of the Hospital of St. Mary of the German House in Jerusalem, receiving Pope Clement III's blessing. This order swiftly became influential, leveraging control over Acre's port tolls, and eventually became more than just a hospital charity. Despite challenges, the order persisted, maintaining its historical motto, help, defend, and heal, and continuing its charitable events across all of Central Europe. Hello everyone, welcome to the channel. If you're new here, it's good to meet you, and if you're coming back, it's great to see you again, and you already know who I am. If you'd like to support the channel, head on over to the Patreon, where all the videos are ad-free. Otherwise, if you enjoy the content, like, subscribe, and leave your thoughts in the comments down below. Now, without further ado, on to today's topic, the Teutonic Order, also known as the Teutonic Knights. In the midst of the 12th century, under Pope Calliston II's directive, the Knights Hospitalier took charge of a German hospital in Jerusalem, a sanctuary for the myriad of German pilgrims and crusaders unable to communicate in the local or Latin languages, as recounted by chronicler John de Presse. This establishment, while operating under the Hospitallers, was decreed by the Pope to be led by Germans, planting the seeds for a German-led religious institution within the Kingdom of Jerusalem itself. Following Jerusalem's fall in 1187, merchants from Lübeck and Bremen were inspired to establish a field hospital during the siege of Acre in 1190, laying the foundation for what would later be recognized by Pope Calliston II, in 1192, as the nucleus of a new order. Emulating the Knights Templar, this fledgling group evolved into a military order by 1198, with the head being designated as the Grand Master. Tasked with crusading to reclaim and protect Jerusalem for Christianity, this transformation marked the order's shift from a hospice for pilgrims to a martial organization, under the guidance of Grand Master Hermann von Salza from 1209 to 1239. The order had its established roots in Acre, acquiring Montfort Castle in 1220 to safeguard the passage between Jerusalem and the Mediterranean. Montfort became the Grand Master's headquarters in 1229, though they eventually retreated to Acre after the castle fell to Muslim forces in 1271. Their reach extended across the Holy Roman Empire, including modern-day Germany and Italy, as well as Francocratia and the Kingdom of Jerusalem, bolstered by many land donations. The relationship with Frederick II, the Holy Roman Emperor, significantly elevated the status of Grand Master Hermann von Salza, making him a prince of the empire and allowing him to engage with other high-ranking nobles as a peer. Von Salza played a notable role during Frederick's coronation as King of Jerusalem in 1225, accompanying the emperor and publicly reading his proclamation in French and German. Despite these achievements and their esteemed status, the Teutonic Knights never quite matched the influence of their counterparts, the Knights Templar and the Knights Hospitaller, at least in the Crusader states. In 1211, the arrival of the Teutonic Knights in Transylvania marked a pivotal moment, as King Andrew II of Hungary welcomed their assistance, offering them the district of Burzenland with unprecedented privileges, such as exemption from fees and the right to administer their own justice. This arrangement stemmed from Andrew's connections with the family of Hermann von Salza, through marital negotiations involving his own daughter and the Thuringian Landgrave's son. Under the leadership of a knight named Theodoric, or perhaps Dietrich, the order took on the mantle of protecting Hungary's southeastern frontier from the Cumans, constructing numerous forts and introducing German settlers among the existing Transylvanian Saxon community. Their aggressive expansion and fortification efforts, including the construction of stone castles by 1220, however, ignited envy and suspicion among the Hungarian nobility and clergy, who had been previously more or less indifferent to these lands. The return of King Andrew from the Fifth Crusade to a kingdom simmering with discontent over the campaign's costs and failures exacerbated tensions even further. Nobility pressure to retract the knight's privileges had led Andrew to reassess the initial agreement, although initially he stopped short of revoking their rights. Amidst the rising uncertainty about their future under Prince Bela's impending rule, the knights sought to place themselves directly under papal authority in 1224, a move that, unfortunately for them, backfired rather spectacularly. When King Andrew found out about this, he promptly expelled them from the country in 1225. While the ethnic German settlers brought by the order were allowed to stay, becoming part of the Transylvanian Saxons, Hungary was left vulnerable. You see, the expulsion of the knights, who had provided a robust military defense, left the region ill-prepared against the subsequent Cuman incursions, once again threatening the peace and security of the southeastern borders. In 1226, amidst the crusading zeal that swept through Western Europe, Duke Conrad I of Masovia, from northeastern Poland, sought the help of the Teutonic Knights to secure his borders against the pagan Baltic Old Prussians. He offered Kelmo land as a base for their operations, a proposal that Hermann von Salza, the Grand Master, saw as an opportunity to hone his knight's skills for future battles in the Holy Land, get a little bit of practice in before the real game begins. The Golden Bull of Rimini, issued by Emperor Frederick II, granted the order special imperial rights over Prussia, including that aforementioned Kelmo land under the guise of papal sovereignty. In a significant expansion of their influence, the knights absorbed the smaller order of Dobirzin in 1235, further cementing their presence in the region and somewhat bolstering their numbers. The campaign to subjugate Prussia unfolded over 50 years, marked by intense violence and resistance from native Prussians who fiercely opposed their conquerors, going as far to execute captured knights in very barbaric medieval rituals. We're talking public executions, racks ripped apart by horses, all manner of medieval imagination. Despite all of this brutality, The conquest eventually led to the formal submission of some Prussian nobles, who saw their privileges reaffirmed by the Treaty of Christburg. However, the repeated Prussian uprisings between 1260 and 83 resulted in the displacement, or resettlement, of much of the Prussian nobility, eroding the rights of free Prussians and leading to a gradual assimilation of the remaining nobles with the German settlers. This period also saw varying degrees of integration and resistance among the Prussian populace, with frontier regions experiencing more freedoms compared to the more settled areas. The imposition of Christianity, while officially aimed at integrating Prussian society into Western Christendom, was met with mixed responses. The local bishops resisted the incorporation of pagan practices into the new faith, whereas the Teutonic rulers found it easier to manage a populace that had the opportunity to retain some of its pagan traditions, albeit in a form that the Christians found a little more palatable. Look at Christmas, for example. Think of things like that. After decades of warfare, the legacy of the Teutonic Knights' conquest of Prussia was largely stripped of its native population, either through death or deportation, fundamentally altering the region's demographic and cultural landscape forever. In the wake of their military campaigns in Prussia, the Teutonic Order governed the region as a monastic state, enjoying a status akin to that of the Knights Hospitaller in Rhodes and Malta, under the dual auspices of papal and Holy Roman Imperial charters. This era saw Prussia become a bastion of the Order, as it sought to recover from the demographic devastations of plague and warfare that had decimated the native Prussian population. To replenish their numbers and bolster the region's development, the Order actively promoted immigration from across the Holy Roman Empire, drawing Germans, Flemish, and Dutch settlers, as well as from Masovia, bringing in Poles who would later be known as Masurians. This influx of settlers encompassed a broad social spectrum, including nobles, burghers, and peasants, facilitating a gradual assimilation of Germanization of the surviving Old Prussians. So, the landscape of Prussia was dramatically transformed by the Order's architectural endeavors as well, with the construction of numerous castles serving as military bastions to quell native uprisings and support the ongoing confrontations with neighboring realms, like the Grand Duchy of Lithuania and the Kingdom of Poland. These confrontations were a hallmark of the 14th and 15th centuries, punctuating the Order's tenure in the region with a series of military engagements. Furthermore, the establishment of major towns and cities on the ruins of former Prussian settlements marked the landscape with symbols of the Order's dominion and the new Christian order that they imposed. Among these new urban centers were Turin, Kelmo, Olsztyn, Elbląg, and Klaipeda, and notably the more recognizable Königsberg, which was established in 1255 to honor King Otakar II of Bohemia, symbolizing the profound transformation and Christianization of the Prussian lands under the Teutonic Order's rule. Following the catastrophic defeat at the Battle of Saul, the Livonian Brothers of the Sword found themselves incorporated into the Teutonic Knights in 1237, henceforth known as the Livonian Order. This marked the beginning of a series of ambitious, yet ultimately challenging campaigns to extend their dominion. The Knights' aspiration towards Rus met a setback in 1242 at the Battle of the Ice, where they were defeated by Prince Alexander Nevsky of Novgorod. The ensuing years saw the Order's efforts refocused on the conquest of the Curonians and the Semigalians, though this was not without its own difficulties. In 1260, the Battle of Derbe saw the Knights suffer a defeat at the hands of the Samogitians, igniting widespread uprisings across Prussia and Livonia. It was not until the Siege of Königsberg from 1262 to 1265 that the tide finally began to turn, culminating in the subjugation of the Curonians in 1267 and the Semigalians in 1290. Moreover, a significant Estonian rebellion was quelled between 1343 and 1345, and in 1346 the Duchy of Estonia was acquired from Denmark, further expanding the Order's territory. You see, by now, the Order was getting quite powerful. More land means more power. And as with the Church, the knightly orders, the nobles, it always comes down to land. The fall of Acre in 1291 and subsequent expulsion from Hungary left the Teutonic Knights in search of a new focus for their crusading zeal. And eventually, they found one, a little more close by, in fact, a stone's throw away. They found a target for their cause in the pagan people of Lithuania. The region's resistance to Christianization, at least compared to the rest of Eastern Europe, presented a protracted challenge. Initially relocating their headquarters to Venice with ambitions to reclaim Outremer, the Order soon shifted focus to Marienburg, better positioning themselves for the conflict with Prussia. The prolonged pagan stance of Lithuania attracted knights from across Western Europe to join the seasonal campaigns, leading to notable victories such as the Battle of Strava in 1348 and the Battle of Rudau in 1370. The warfare between the Order and Lithuania was once again marked by extraordinary brutality, as was the style in the 14th century, with recorded instances of torture and ritualistic killings on both sides. The conflict deeply influenced the political landscape, fostering enduring rivalries and impacting the cultural psyche of the region. It was never really the same after these wars. This protracted struggle actually spanned the breadth of over 200 years, with the front line stretching along the Neman River, dotted with numerous forts and castles, encapsulating the enduring and bloody saga of the Teutonic Knights' campaigns in the Baltic. At the dawn of the 14th century, the Teutonic Knights found themselves embroiled in a conflict over Pomeralia's succession, a territory embattled by claims from the Margraves of Brandenburg and Duke Vladislav I, the elbow high of Poland, each bolstered by diverging historical ties and local support of nobility. The death of King Wenceslas of Poland in 1306 intensified these disputes, leading Brandenburg to seize much of Pomerania, leaving only Gdansk's citadel unoccupied. Unable to defend Gdansk, Vladislav sought the aid of the Teutonic Knights, led by Grand Master Siegfried von Furtwangen. My goodness, those German names. Please excuse my Polish and the German pronunciations. It's not what this channel is best at. In a significant turn of events, the Knights under Prussian Landmaster Henrik von Plotzk expelled the Brandenburgers from Gdansk on September 1308, but then, controversially, retained control over the city. Reports of a massacre vary widely, with figures ranging from 60 to as many as 10,000 victims, reflecting the contentious and unresolved nature of the event. The subsequent Treaty of Saladin in 1309 saw the Knights secure claims to Gdansk and other strategic locales from Brandenburg, solidifying their dominion and facilitating a crucial land bridge between their monastic state and the Holy Roman Empire, while concurrently serving Poland's Baltic access. This acquisition of Gdansk not only intensified the enmity between the Knights and Poland, but it also signified a pivotal moment in the Order's history. Amid the persecution of the Knights Templar, which was really reaching a zenith at this point, the Teutonic Knights shifted their headquarters from Venice to Marienburg in 1309. They did this to attempt to safeguard their autonomy. Now, despite the growing papal scrutiny, the Order maintained its position and continued its campaigns against the pagans in Lithuania, now facing a vengeful Poland and ongoing legal scrutiny. The Treaty of Caliphates in 1343 eventually managed to temper the conflict, with the Knights ceding territories to Poland, but retaining Pomerania and Gdansk, thus preventing their strategic gains. This period also saw participation from the Knights in the Battle of Legnica in 1241, alongside a contingent from the English Knights of St. Thomas, marking their involvement in the Mongol invasions of Poland. Despite the disastrous outcome for the combined Polish-German forces against the Mongols' superior tactics. Granted, many of these were tactics that the Mongols had been using in the East, and the Europeans had never really seen anything like it before. Very difficult to deal with, very difficult to plan for a Mongol attack. But that's for the Mongol video. I'll do that one soon. In the mid-14th century, the Teutonic Knights were granted an ambitious mandate by Emperor Louis IV, which purportedly included the right to conquer all of Lithuania and Russia, signifying a dramatic expansion of their crusading frontier. Under the leadership of the new Grand Master Winrich von Niprod, 1351–82, the order ascended to the zenith of its power and, of course, the zenith of its influence, becoming a beacon for European crusaders and nobility seeking glory and spiritual redemption in the Northern Crusades. The strategic island of Gotland, plagued by piratical exploits of the Victual brothers, was ceded to the Teutonic Knights by King Albert of Sweden. This move, intended to eradicate the pirate threat, saw Grand Master Conrad von Jungingen successfully reclaim Gotland in 1398, securing the Baltic Sea for merchant traffic and further extending the order's influence. However, the politics of the time shifted dramatically in 1386 with the baptism and subsequent marriage of Grand Duke Jogaila of Lithuania to Queen Jadwiga of Poland, transforming him into King Vladislav II Jagiello of Poland and establishing a personal union that presented a formidable challenge to the Teutonic Knights. Initial attempts by the order to exploit divisions between Vladislav and his cousin Vytautas ultimately backfired, leading to a consolidation of opposition against them. Jogaila's conversion marked the beginning of Lithuania's official Christianization, undermining the crusading pretext under which the Teutonic Knights had justified their expansionist policies. Despite the nominal Christian status of both Prussia and Lithuania, hostilities with Poland and Lithuania persisted, fueled by territorial ambitions and deep-seated rivalries. Old memories certainly die hard. The creation of the Lizard Union in 1397 by Prussian nobles in Kelmoland underscored the growing internal dissent against the order's governance. By 1407, the Teutonic Order had reached the pinnacle of its territorial expansion, commanding a vast dominion that included Prussia, Pomerania, Samogotia, Gotland, Osel, the Neumark, and more, further consolidated by the pawn of Neumark from Brandenburg in 1402. This extensive realm underscored the order's significant, albeit contested, role in the medieval geopolitical theater of Northern Europe. The pivotal moment for the Teutonic Knights came in 1410 with the Battle of Grunwald, where a unified Polish-Lithuanian force under Vladislav II Jagiello and Vytautas delivered a crushing defeat to the order. This battle saw the fall of Grand Master Ulrich von Jungingen, along with the majority of the order's top officials, challenging the myth of their invincibility. Although the subsequent siege of Marienburg by the victorious Allies failed, largely due to the strategic defense led by Heinrich von Plauen, the first Peace of Thorn in 1411 allowed the order to maintain its territorial holdings. Nonetheless, the image of the order as a formidable force, a undefeatable band of warriors, well, that was significantly tarnished at this point. And once you've lost your reputation, it's very hard to get it back. In the aftermath, the Teutonic Order faced declining influence along with internal discord, exacerbated by the financial strain of a hefty indemnity imposed by Poland and Lithuania, leading to discontent among the cities over lack of representation. Heinrich von Plauen's attempts at authoritarian reforms eventually led to his ousting, with Michael Kuckmeister von Sternberg stepping in as the new Grand Master. Yet, he too struggled to reverse the Order's fortunes. The Golub War saw the Order cede small border areas and relinquish claims to Samogitia in the Treaty of Melno of 1422. This further ate away and diminished their power. Seems that it was all bad news at this point for the Teutonic Knights. Now, the Order's internal strife was mirrored by the broader situation and broader conflicts of the era, including feuds among knights from different regions and the destructive raids of the Hussites during the Hussite Wars. Despite attempts to repel these invasions, the knights were bested by the Bohemian infantry, highlighting their waning military capability. Further setbacks were encountered in the Polish-Teutonic War from 1431 to 1435, marking a period of sustained decline for the once mighty military order, as they grappled with both external pressures and internal fractures. The formation of the Polish Confederation in 1440 by the gentry and the burghers within the state of the Teutonic Order marked the beginning of significant political upheaval. By 1454, the dissatisfaction with the Order's rule had grown to such an extent that the Confederation began an open rebellion, seeking annexation by the Polish crown. King Casimir IV Jagiellon of Poland welcomed this appeal, formally incorporating the region and setting the stage for the 13 Years' War between the Order and Poland. This conflict saw Prussia ravaged and led to significant territorial and political losses for the Order. In an effort to fund their war efforts, the Order returned Neumark to Brandenburg in 1455, and subsequently lost control of Marienburg Castle, prompting a relocation of their headquarters to Königsberg. The second Peace of Thorn in 1466 decisively ended the war, with the Order ceding significant territories to Poland and agreeing to become a Polish fief, fundamentally altering its position in the region. From this point forward, Grand Masters were required to pledge allegiance to the Polish king, diminishing the Order's sovereignty. Effectively, at this point, they'd become agents of the Polish monarchy. The decline of the Teutonic Order's power in Prussia culminated in 1525 with Grand Master Albert of Brandenburg's conversion to Lutheranism. Secularization of the Order's Prussian holdings, and ultimately the acceptance of the Duchy of Prussia as a personal vassal of the Polish crown through Prussian homage. This event, right here, effectively ended the Order's rule over Prussian lands. though it had retained some territories within the Holy Roman Empire and Livonia. But these were very small territories, and they weren't going to hold them for very long. The subsequent German Peasants' War and the Livonian War further eroded the order's holdings, with the Livonian branch seeing partition and secularization. Post-1525, the order refocused on its possessions in the Holy Roman Empire, establishing a complex administrative structure centered in Bad Mergentheim. Despite these changes, the order's loss of Prussia remained a significant reduction in its power and territorial control, shifting its role from a sovereign military entity to a more fragmented and largely ceremonial organization within the shifting landscape of early modern Europe. After Albert of Brandenburg's departure from the Teutonic Order to establish himself as the Duke of Prussia, Walter von Kronberg took up the mantle as Deutschmeister in 1527, ascending to Grand Master by 1530. His leadership marked a significant transitional period for the order, notably recognized by Emperor Charles V, who amalgamated the roles of Deutschmeister and Grand Master into the title of Hoch- und Deutschmeister in 1531, elevating the position to the status of Prince of the Empire. This reorganization ushered in a new chapter for the order, with its Grand Magistery relocated to Mergentheim in Württemberg, an area that suffered quite a lot during the earlier German Peasants' War. The order's commitment to the imperial cause, particularly its support for Charles V against the Schmalkaldic League, underscored its enduring martial spirit. Old habits were hard to shake. The Peace of Augsburg in 1555 marked a significant shift, allowing for Protestant membership while maintaining a predominantly Catholic composition, leading to a tri-denominational structure encompassing Catholic, Lutheran, and Reformed factions. This period also saw Grand Masters from notable German families, and after 1761, the House of Habsburg-Lorraine, managing the order's extensive holdings and leveraging its military expertise in service to the Habsburg monarchy against the Ottoman Empire. The order's storied military tradition faced its denouement in 1805 with the Peace of Pressburg's Article 12, which transitioned the German territories of the Knights into a hereditary domain under the prospective governance of the Habsburg prince. However, the provisions of Pressburg went unfulfilled by the Treaty of Schönbrunn in 1809, leading Napoleon Bonaparte to order the dissolution of the Knights' remaining territories, distributing them among his German allies by 1810. And this marked the definitive end of the Teutonic Knights' territorial sovereignty, transitioning the order from a formidable military and monastic power into a chapter of European history shaped by centuries of crusade, conflict, and change. And with that, we reach the end of our video for this evening. I'd like to thank my Mega Chad tier patron, Stark Factory, for his generous contribution to the channel. Contributing to the Patreon keeps me going, so I can keep up this pace. It's quite motivating, you know. Also, I'd like to thank all of my viewers for joining me and watching, especially if you got this far. Your patience is a virtue. Well, if you've enjoyed the content, like, comment, subscribe, you know what to do. And I will see you in the next video. Good night, everyone. Take care of yourselves. Following the Barons' Crusade, Jerusalem and the Umayyad dynasty were fraught with internal divisions, weakening both factions. The Christian loss of Jerusalem and defeat at Gaza in 1244 significantly diminished their military foothold in the Holy Land and paved the way for the emergence of the Mamluk Sultanate. It was during this period of instability that Louis IX of France, encouraged by Pope Innocent IV, initiated the Seventh Crusade, with the specific objective of reclaiming Jerusalem. Hello and welcome to the channel. If you're new here, it's good to meet you, and if you're coming back, it's great to have you back with me again. As always, if you'd like to support the channel, take a look at the links to the Patreon and you know what to do. Otherwise, a like, comment and subscribe really helps. So, if you want to help me out and click that like button, thanks in advance. Now, get yourself comfortable, because we will now begin our topic for today, a full history of the Seventh Crusade. Now, usually I will start off chronologically, but today I'm going to give a little bit of a spoiler alert in the form of a Templar knight who was lamenting the outcome of the Seventh Crusade. So, it goes like this, and I will read from his direct quote. Rage and sorrow are seated in my heart, so firmly that I scarce dare to stay alive. It seems that God wishes to support the Turks to our loss. Ah, Lord God. Alas, the realm of the East has lost so much that it will never be able to rise up again. They will make a mosque of Holy Mary's convent, and since the theft pleases her son, who should weep at this? We are forced to comply as well. Anyone who wishes to fight the Turks is mad, for Jesus Christ does not fight them anymore. They have conquered. They will conquer. For every day they drive us down, knowing that God, who was awake, sleeps now, and Muhammad waxes powerful. So, with that knowledge in mind, you perhaps know the outcome of the story, but I thought it was a good place to start. So how did we get to this point? Well, let's go all the way back to the beginning. From 1241 to 1244, the Barons' Crusade concluded with the Kingdom of Jerusalem extending its territories, marking its largest expansion since the glory days of 1187. thanks to negotiations led mostly by Theobald I of Navarre. When Richard of Cornwall solidified agreements with the Muslim factions, he garnered support from the influential Ibelin family, particularly John of Ibelin, who was the Old Lord of Beirut. Despite the Holy Roman Emperor Frederick II's crowning in 1229, and the Ibelins' initial acceptance of him as regent for the young Conrad II of Jerusalem, the kingdom, with its seat in Acre, faced rejection of Frederick's rule and a palpable absence of centralized authority. Richard's departure on the 3rd of May 1241 left the kingdom seemingly stable, but internally it was completely fragmented, with various barons returning to their respective fiefs in Syria and Cyprus. Meanwhile, disputes escalated between the Templars and the Hospitallers in Acre and Hebron, driven mainly by disagreements over a treaty with Egypt. The Templars' attack on Nablus in the October of 1242, justified by retaliatory moves against An-Nasir Dawood's aggression towards the Christian pilgrims, exemplified the deep-seated belief among Muslims that peace with the Franks was a pipe dream. Well, intrigues in Acre saw some Hospitallers conspiring with Filangieri to overthrow the city to imperial control. But this coup was thwarted by an alliance of Templars, Philip of Montfort, and maritime republics. Despite the initial internal coup's failure and the eventual disavowal of Hospitaller Grand Master Pierre de Velbiod, Tyre remained a contested area until Richard Filangieri's departure and the eventual ceding of control to Philip of Montfort. Amidst the Ayyubid dynasty's disarray following Sultan al-Kamil's death in 1238, his son As-Salih Ayyub seized power in Egypt amidst a complete political chaos. As-Salih's establishment of a Mamluk corps in his army signified a pivotal shift in the dynamics of military, and laid the groundwork for the Mamluks' complete takeover of the Ayyubid dynasty. The Khwarezmian incursions from 1230 onwards exacerbated the volatile situation in the Levant, and it culminated in the catastrophic siege of Jerusalem in 1244. The subsequent alliance between As-Salih Ayyub and the Khwarezmians against the Crusader and Ayyubid factions at the Battle of La Fourbière in Gaza showed another hint of the declining Christian influence in the region. As-Salih Ayyub's maneuvers against his uncontrollable Khwarezmian allies and subsequent consolidation of power, including the capture of Damascus in 1245, exemplify the shifting power dynamic. However, the onset of the Seventh Crusade, as As-Salih's death in November 1249 left the region on the cusp of a further upheaval, also set the stage for the Mamluk ascendancy. Following the Barons' Crusade, a temporary peace was established with the Ayyubids, but that truce seems now was quite short-lived. The Christian military orders united to confront the Egyptian and Khwarezmian forces at the Battle of La Fourbière, which took place on October 17th to 18th, 1244. Led by Walter IV of Brienne, the Crusaders and the Damascene army emerged the adversaries in a significant confrontation. The battle itself marked a decisive encounter between the Muslims and Franks, and it resulted in the death of 5,000 Crusaders, along with the capture of 800 of them. Among the fallen were notable figures, such as Armand de Périgord, the Grand Master of the Templars, and Peter II of Sargines, the Archbishop of Tyre. Key leaders, including Guillaume de Chateauneuf, the Grand Master of the Hospitaliers, and Walter IV of Brienne, were also taken prisoner. The remnants of Crusader forces, which at this point comprised a mere 33 Templars, 27 Hospitaliers, and 3 Teutonic Knights, fled to Ascalon, alongside Philip of Montfort and the Latin Patriarch Robert of Nantes. In the aftermath, Jean de Rosny, acting on behalf of the Hospitallers, and Guillaume de Sonnac, who succeeded Armand, supported the Seventh Crusade, arriving in the Holy Land post the defeats of 1244. Hugues de Revel, who served as the Lord of Crac des Chevaliers between 1243 and 1248, would later succeed de Chateauneuf as the Grand Master of the Hospitallers 10 years later, in 1258. And now on to Louis IX of France, another main character of this time. Born on April 25th, 1214, to Louis VIII and Blanche of Castile, ascended to the throne at the tender age of 12 years old, following his father's death in November of 1226. Now, during his minority, before he had reached full age, his mother, Blanche, served as regent, diligently preparing him for leadership and instilling in him the Christian virtues of a great leader. Blanche adeptly navigated the challenges that were posed by various rebellious vassals, and secured a Capetian victory in the Albigensian Crusade of 1229, and yes, there will be a full video on the Albigensian Crusade. We can't leave the Cathars out, can't we? Now, Louis IX's reign faced its first significant challenge with the Santon War of 1242–43 against Henry III of England and his allies, which aimed to reclaim Angevin territories. This conflict culminated in a decisive French victory at the Battle of Taillebourg in July of 1242, marking the last major clash between the two nations until the subsequent Anglo-French War. Now, the Sixth Crusade of earlier years, along with the Barons' Crusade, did expand the Kingdom of Jerusalem to its largest extent, well, at least since that catastrophic loss at Hattin in 1187. But the siege of Jerusalem in 1244 pretty much reduced the city to ruins, and it diminished its strategic and religious significance for both Christians and Muslims, as neither one of them really want to live in a smouldering rock, a pile of ashes and rubble. Of course, the massacre accompanying the city's attack didn't help either. But what it did help was to propel Louis IX towards organizing its crusade as a response. This was, of course, despite the diminished European interest in reclaiming the now repeatedly contested Jerusalem. This was the Seventh Crusade. People were tired. People just wanted to live a happy life back in Europe, as happy as it could be in the 13th century. But it was also a financial thing. There was a good chance that if you would put all your resources into a crusade, then you were probably going to lose your money. They weren't very good investments. But Louis's resolve to embark on a crusade was solidified following a severe malaria infection in late 1244, during which, if he survived, he vowed to undertake the holy mission. He made a pact with God. If you save me from this, I will save the Holy Land. Well, spoiler alert, he recovered. And upon recovery, as soon as he could get himself out of bed, he immediately began preparations for what would be characterized as a genuine holy war. The first of its kind, since Godfrey of Bouillon, of course. Now his dedication was further evidenced by the acquisition of holy relics, including the crown of thorns and parts of the true cross, for which he commissioned the construction of the Sainte-Chapelle in Paris to house these sacred items. Of course, subsequently, the papal blessing for his crusade became official. Now on to Pope Innocent IV, who ascended to the papacy on June 25th, 1243, who found himself entangled in both religious and political conflicts, as much as the line between them is very thinly drawn, notably with Emperor Frederick II, who was still under excommunication. Now, initially hopeful of Innocent IV's election, Frederick soon realized that the Pope's intentions to uphold his predecessor's confrontational stance were sticking around, and this was not good for him. While fearing abduction, Innocent IV fled Rome for Lyon in March of 1244, seeking refuge from the imperial cavalry that were hot on his heels. From Lyon, he presided over the First Council of Lyon in 1245, directing a new crusade under Louis IX's leadership, and formally renewing Frederick II's excommunication, while declaring him deposed from his thrones. Innocent IV's tenure also marked the first serious engagement with the Mongol threat to Europe, initiating diplomatic outreach to the Mongol Empire in an attempt to forge a Franco-Mongol alliance against common adversaries. Well, it's worth a try, isn't it? The momentum for the Seventh Crusade, driven by the religious zeal and personal conviction of Louis IX, saw its ambitions challenged by logistical and political obstacles from within Christendom itself. The rapid decline of Christian strongholds in the Holy Land prompted urgent appeals for aid, compelling Louis to spearhead the crusade in response to both divine calling and the dire state of the Levantine Christians. Despite his near-death experience, or perhaps because of it, Louis's resolve remained unshaken, underscoring his deep personal piety and commitment to a crusading ideal. The process of recruiting for the crusade was met with varied enthusiasm, reflecting a rather complex image of what things were like at the time. Of course, in earlier times it was much easier to get people on board, but crusades of living memory certainly made it a harder sell. The recruitment effort, officially sanctioned by the issuance of a papal bull, highlighted a dual challenges faced by Odo of Châteauroux in rallying support for the crusade amidst ongoing conflicts with the Holy Roman Emperor Frederick II and many other regional tensions. The recruitment narrative reveals a broader picture of the era's crusading ethos, where motivations range from spiritual redemption to political loyalty. So, Louis's recruitment drive within the French aristocracy slowly gained momentum, reflecting a rather cautious approach. This hesitation was eventually overcome by a combination of royal persuasion, a promise of indulgences, and the alignment of the crusade with Capetian interests. This broad geographical spread of recruits, from the Low Countries all the way to Languedoc, shows a wide-ranging appeal of the crusade that was slowly building up, albeit tempered by the realities of feudal obligations and the practical challenges of raising and supplying an army. The strategic considerations behind recruitment efforts, such as attempts to enlist Håkon IV of Norway, shows another ambitious scope of Louis's crusading vision, aiming for a unified Christian offensive against the Muslim-held territories. Now what about England? You've got to have them on the team, right? Well, unfortunately, Henry III of England chose not to join the crusade led by Louis IX, largely due to their recent war and the English defeat at Taillebourg. Despite being approached by Galeran, Bishop of Beirut, with urgent requests for support to save the kingdom from collapse, Henry remained quite unmoved. He did, however, make some concessions. He agreed to a truce with France, promising not to take advantage of Louis's absence by attacking French territories while there was no army there to protect them. A small contingent of English crusaders, rather independently, under the lead of William Longsby, did participate in the crusade. An English chronicler at the time, Matthew Paris, left us with this documentation about Louis IX's efforts to recruit from Norway in his Chronica Majora. But he didn't join the expedition himself. Now, the financing itself was a monumental task, costing over 1.5 million livres tournoi, which was around 6 times the king's annual revenue. So think of it as 6 times GDP, basically. The daily expenditure for troops alone was 1,000 livres tournoi. Louis managed to fund the crusade through various means, beyond his regular income. In 1248, he expelled Jewish moneylenders from France and confiscated their properties. That's one way to raise money, I suppose. Additionally, towns across France collectively raised over 70,000 livres tournois, with a similar amount coming from the region of Normandy. Now, a significant portion of the Crusade's fund came from vow redemptions and taxes on the clergy. The Pope, however, was concerned about the leniency of redemption conditions, and the low rates being accepted, which prompted him to order a full financial audit. The French clergy contributed 1/10 of their income over 5 years, while a general tax of 1/20 was organized. Despite these efforts, the Crusades saw limited financial support, with contributions from English and even German churches being notably absent. Individual commanders, including Louis's brothers, also raised funds from their own domains, but it was still a very hard slog. Now in October 1245, Louis finally called together his barons to secure their support for his crusading endeavor. A year later, he convened a gathering in Paris to ensure the nobility would swear fealty to his offspring, should he not return. Among those called was Jean de Joinville, Seneschal of Champagne, whose detailed account offers a unique personal perspective on the crusade. He hailed from a lineage that was quite familiar with crusading. His forefathers had participated in various crusades in the past, and his father and cousin were in the 5th Crusade in Egypt. Initially resistant to pledging fealty to Louis IX, Joinville eventually set sail with 20 knights. However, financial constraints in Cyprus led him to join the king's service in exchange for financial support. Now, the Crusade's foundation rested on the ships that Louis had acquired, with 16 from Genoa and 20 from Marseille, designated to meet at Aigues Mortes. Now this harbor, recently annexed to the royal domain, necessitated extensive enhancements to accommodate the fleet. Guglielmo Baccanegra, the Genoese consul, played a pivotal role in these preparations personally. The force that embarked with Louis IX in late August 1248 mirrored the size of Richard I's contingent in 1191. Alternate travel arrangements were made by others, including Jean de Joinville and Raymond VII of Toulouse, though Raymond, unfortunately, died before departure. Hugh I of Blois, another crusader, also didn't quite make it, several days before, in fact. Rest in peace. Well, once again, financial challenges plagued Alphonse of Poitiers, who eventually did manage to set sail to the east, but with rather light pockets. Well, regardless, upon Louis's arrival in Cyprus, extensive efforts had already been made to amass provisions, with supplies either purchased locally or transported from France. Now, the situation that Louis had found himself in was very complex, marked by extensive preparations and extraordinary taxation, including levies on the clergy to fund the expedition, and generally, this does not make you very popular. Governance of France during his absence was entrusted to his mother, Blanche, who was in all fairness more than capable. The international scene presented its own challenges, including maintaining peace with Henry III of England and managing relations with the Venetians, who were understandably disgruntled due to the potential disruption to their trade with Egypt. Relations with Emperor Frederick were particularly delicate, especially given Louis's neutrality in the ongoing dispute between the papacy and the empire, and the potential conflict arising from Frederick's son, Conrad II of Jerusalem, being the titular king of Jerusalem. Now, French envoys' updates to Frederick were, in turn, relayed to the Sultan As-Salih Ayyub, which just made the diplomacy of the Crusades' undertakings even more difficult. Well, regardless of all that, the date was set, and the Seventh Crusade officially commenced on August 12, 1248, as King Louis IX departed from Paris, accompanied by significant figures including Queen Margaret of Provence, her sister Beatrice of Provence, and two of Louis's brothers, being Charles I of Anjou and Robert I of Artois. Such French names, aren't they? Anyway, their brother Alphonse of Poitiers, along with his wife Joan of Toulouse, would leave the following year. Now, the crusading force also included veterans like Hugh IV of Burgundy and Paul Mauclair, as well as other nobles such as Hugh XI of Lusignan and Olivier de Termes. English support was represented by that aforementioned William Longespee. Departures took place from both Aigues Mortes and Martel, with some English lords deterred by King Henry III from joining at the last minute. But participants actually arrived from as far away as Scotland, including Patrick II of Dunbar and the Stewart of Dundonald. The journey of Louis to Aigues Mortes was a blend of religious procession and royal departure, highlighted by the dedication of the Sainte-Chapelle, constructed to house the holy relics he acquired and the ones he planned to acquire on the way. Now, upon reaching Cyprus on September 17th, 1248, Louis and his entourage began to face delays. But it wasn't just a normal wait around and play chess and maybe leave tomorrow. No, they all ended up getting all kinds of illnesses. Malaria, apparently, which is never good even on a nice day, and this caused significant losses due to disease. Notables such as John Montfort and Archibald the Ninth of Bourbon, beg your pardon, were among those who died. The assembled Crusaders were joined by reinforcements from Acre, including figures like Jean de Ronnay and the future Grand Master Guillaume de Senac. Discussion among Crusaders settled on Egypt as their primary target, recalling the past exchanges with the Ayyubids during the Fifth Crusade. However, Louis was advised against immediate action due to the approaching winter storms and the potential for Ayyubid conflicts. Despite all this, he shrugged it off and rejected negotiations with Muslims, instead going for a direct confrontation. The time for talk was over before it even really began. Efforts were also made to engage with the Mongols, hoping for an alliance. But these were met with diplomatic but ultimately non-committal responses from the Mongol regent Ogul Khaimish. Challenges in securing sufficient supply ships and supplies also arose as the Crusaders prepared to depart for Egypt. Louis's alliance with the Genoese and ongoing conflicts in the region complicated efforts even more, but arrangements were eventually made for the necessary transportation, During this period, Louis received various delegates and responded to requests for assistance, prioritizing the crusading effort over other pleas for help, of course. Can't get distracted. Now, Sultan As-Salih Ayyub spent the winter months in Damascus, finalizing his control over Homs, and in anticipation of a Frankish invasion, he presumed would target Syria. Upon realizing that the true aim was Egypt, he lifted the siege and commanded his forces to march straight to Cairo. Stricken with tuberculosis and unable to lead directly, he appointed his experienced vizier, ad-Din ibn as-Shaykh, as military commander. Preparations for defense included fortifying Damietta and deploying the Banu Kinana tribesmen, who were known for being able to kick heads in when needed. Now, on May 13, 1249, Louis's fleet, comprising of 120 large ships, set sail towards Egypt. However, a storm later scattered the fleet, and only a fraction of the army accompanied Louis to his initial arrival off Damietta on June the 4th. He was advised to wait for reinforcements. Of course, that would make sense, but he completely ignored that advice, and he initiated the siege of Damietta at dawn on June the 5th. Barely 24 hours after arriving. He really could not wait. Well, despite strong resistance, the Crusaders, under the leadership of both French knights and those from Outremer, that means overseas, the ones from the Crusader kingdoms, managed to push the Muslim defenders back. The Egyptian forces retreated over a boat bridge to Damietta, but in their hasty departure, failed to destroy the bridge behind them, which allowed the Crusaders to simply walk across it and capture the city. Certainly an oversight on the Egyptians' part. The seizure of Damietta came as a complete surprise, and it presented a strategic pause as the Crusaders waited for the Nile's receding floods before advancing further. Louis transformed Damietta into a provisional Frankish stronghold, rewarding allies and ensuring justice for the local Coptic population. Queen Margaret and other noblewomen were summoned from Acre, and preparations for a further campaign began amidst the summer's challenging conditions. Of course, the fall of Damietta alarmed and angered the Muslim world, prompting As-Salih Ayyub to offer Jerusalem in exchange for the city, an offer that Louis refused, unwilling to negotiate under such terms. I mean, the Crusaders were holding the cards, at least for now. The Egyptian military and leadership faced repercussions for the loss. Certain commanders got executed, and the other ones simply faced disgrace. Well, despite the initial unrest, and even talks of a coup, loyalty to the Ayyubid dynasty ultimately prevailed, and defensive preparations intensified around Mansurah, where As-Salih Ayyub personally supervised military arrangements, despite his deteriorating health. That's right, he still had the tuberculosis. But then again, if Baldwin IV could have done so well back in the other Crusades with leprosy, I'm sure that the Muslims can have their special guy who fights through on his sick day. Now, with the Nile's retreat in late October 1249, the arrival of reinforcements under Alphonse of Poitiers, Louis decided it was time to advance towards Cairo. Despite an alternative strategy proposed to attack Alexandria, aimed at surprising the Egyptians and securing the Mediterranean coast, Louis, with opposition from Robert I of Artois and a few others, moved the army from Damietta towards Mansoura on November 20, 1249. Damietta was left under garrison, with Queen Margaret and Patriarch Robert of Nantes among those who stayed behind. As the Frankish army embarked on their march, Sultan As-Salih Ayyub succumbed to his illness on November 23rd. His death was kept a secret by his widow, Shajar al-Dur, and a few close associates, to prevent political instability and panic in a time where you do not want people to panic. But she did act swiftly to secure her son Turan Shah's accession and maintain control over the government, even with the Frankish army knocking at the door. Well, the Crusaders' route to Mansoura was fraught with challenges, including numerous canals and significant Al-Bahr as-Saghir Canal, which ad-Din used to his advantage by positioning his forces behind it and harassing the Crusaders with cavalry raids. Despite these obstacles, and a little bit of a skirmish near Fariscour on December the 7th, Louis's forces managed to reach Mansoura's outskirts by mid-December. In the weeks leading to the Second Battle of Mansoura, the opposing armies faced each other across the canal, with the Crusaders eventually securing a victory on February the 11th, 1250. And despite all the setbacks, including a failed bridge destruction under enemy bombardment, the Crusaders found a ford with the help of an Egyptian Copt. Robert I of Artois, leading the vanguard, defied orders to wait and attacked the Egyptian camp, resulting in heavy Egyptian casualties and the death of ad-Din. So I suppose it paid off. However, the subsequent charge into Mansoura led by Robert turned disastrous when Rukn ad-Din Baybar's strategic ambush decimated the Frankish forces, leading to significant losses, including Robert I of Artois and William Longspay. The survivors managed to regroup and inform King Louis of the grim situation. Louis quickly prepared for a counterattack, successfully repelling the Mamluks and securing a temporary victory, though at great cost to his army's strength and morale. He even lost his brother. This victory, however, did not translate into long-term success for the Crusaders. The situation that King Louis found himself in after the Battle of Mansoura was an eerily mirroring of the predicament faced by the Crusaders during the Fifth Crusade, when the capture of Damietta led not to victory, but a devastating retreat. The repeated attacks by the Egyptians on February 11, 1250 demonstrated their resolve, with the Crusaders barely holding their ground. The fall of the Templar master, Guillaume de Sonnac, and the acting Hospitaller master, Jean de Ronay, even more highlighted the dire straits of the Crusader leadership. The surrounding of Alphonse of Poitiers, though he was ultimately rescued, was another foreshadowing of the desperate situation that was about to unfold. For 2 months, Louis lingered at the Crusader encampment, pinning all of his hopes on the political turmoil in Cairo to give him some kind of strategic advantage, some way in. However, the arrival of Turan Shah in the late February signaled the beginning of a relentless and brutal Egyptian counteroffensive. The Egyptian strategy of intercepting supply boats on the Nile proved devastatingly effective, exacerbating the already dire conditions of famine and disease that were ravaging the Crusader ranks. The critical moment came with the Battle of Fariskur on April 6th of 1250. Despite the dire need for a retreat to Damietta, Louis's attempts at negotiation, including offering Damietta in exchange for Jerusalem, were flatly rejected by the Egyptians, which was pretty sad because if they had have taken the original offer from the Egyptians, they would have already been relaxing and living it up back in Jerusalem. Well, you know what they say about hindsight. The ill-fated decision to march the Crusader army back to Damietta turned very disastrous when the Egyptians caught up with them, because when they did, they launched a full-scale assault. The surrounding of the Crusader forces near Fariskur, the subsequent death of key figures like Hugh of Lusignan, and even the capture of King Louis and his entourage, well, that spelled defeat, all in capital letters. The total capture of the Crusader forces, along with the ships tasked with evacuating the sick, well, that was just the icing on the cake. It was a complete Egyptian victory. No one could argue this. A beat down not seen for generations. The profound loss not only marked the decisive defeat of Louis's army, but it also underscored that vulnerability of the Crusader states and a shift in the dynamic of power in the region. They wanted to capture Jerusalem, but it instead ended in the loss of their own leading monarch and the decimation of his army, setting the stage for a period of negotiation, ransom, and, yes, the eventual release of Louis, albeit without achieving the Crusade's initial spiritual and territorial ambitions. The Egyptians were notably overwhelmed by the sheer number of captives, estimated by the Sultan itself to be around 30,000 Crusaders, which is probably an overstatement, but still a significant portion of Louis's force. While with no means to guard all the captives, or feed all of the captives, the Egyptians decided to just execute the infirm, and daily several hundred of them would be taken out and decapitated, basically until the decapitator's arms got tired, and then they'd have a little rest and get back to it the next morning. Louis was moved to a private residence in Mansourah, and the captured Crusader leaders were held together in a very large and unpleasant prison. Though their lives were threatened, their potential for ransom spared them. Jean de Joinville, claiming kingship with the king, did manage to save his life. His actual relation to Emperor Frederick II, held in high regard by the Egyptians, further ensured his safety. Well, the demands that were placed upon Louis by the Sultan were of course very severe, including the surrender of Damietta and a hefty ransom for his army. The negotiations eventually led to the agreement that Damietta would indeed be surrendered, and the ransom was set at 800,000 bezants. The deal's success was significantly due to Queen Margaret of Provence's actions, who, during her late pregnancy, managed to prevent the abandonment of Damietta by promising to buy and distribute all the food in the city, of course at an enormous cost. However, politics once again shifted dramatically, with Sultan Turan Shah's assassination in 1250 May 2nd, in a coup led by his stepmother Shajar al-Dur and the Mamluk leader Baibars. Despite all the turmoil, the terms agreed upon with Louis were upheld by the Egyptians, albeit under tense conditions, including a demand for Louis to renounce Christ and convert to Islam, which, credit to Louis, he refused. On May 6th, Damietta was handed over to the Muslims, and by May 12th, after securing the remaining ransom funds, Louis and his nobles sailed for Acre, leaving behind the wounded soldiers in Damietta, who were then massacred by the Muslims, even though the Muslims said they wouldn't do that. But they did it anyway. Well, the Seventh Crusade's failure resonated deeply in the West, leading to public mourning and unrest in France and Venice. I mean, everybody had wasted their time and money again. And of course, the Pope and all of the leaders who were saying, don't worry, this time it's going to be different. Crusade number 7 will be great, and we'll be taking back the Holy Land, we'll be bringing back the treasure, and God is all going to let us into heaven. Well, we all heard what the Templar Knight at the start of this video had to say about all of it. Unfortunately, the stars did not align for the Crusaders. Definitely chalk this one up as a win for the Muslims. Well, the immediate aftermath of the Crusade saw the effective end of the Ayyubid dynasty and the rise of the Mamluk Sultanate in Egypt. So, I guess that's maybe something. And back in Europe, Henry III of England's promise of a crusade never really materialized, and public opinion in France was marked by disillusionment and anger towards the papacy's priorities. And honestly, you can't blame them for being more than a little upset. Well, that's it for the Seventh Crusade. But don't worry, despite all of this, there's more crusades, which I don't know what to tell you. They just keep on coming. That being said, we are having fun going through all these, aren't we? At least I am. I don't know about you. but I certainly am. Well, I'd like to thank my Mega Chat tier patrons. That's JC, Jeffrey, and Stark Factory. Thank you very much, guys, for your continued support. If you would like to support the channel, you need only follow the links in the description to the Patreon. Otherwise, just subscribe and leave your comments down below. You know what it's like. But until next time, keep on fighting for the Holy Land, I suppose, whichever side you're on. Good night, everyone. Look after each other.